Hello, everybody. Welcome to our Amber Flight Gaming card set review for Voyage to the Sunken City. Whew, we've got several of us here. I am excited to talk about some cards, though. How about you guys?
Looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, it's always a good time.
Definitely excited for another card review.
Yes, the first one of the Hearthstone year, which is always exciting too. So we've got 10 classes and neutrals. Who wants to read our first class with Demon Hunter?
I'm down to read Demon Hunter.
All right.
All right, first card we have Predation, 3 mana, Fell Spell, deal 3 damage, and it costs 0 if you played a Naga while holding this. And you see there's a lot of cards that have, if you've played a Naga while holding this, it does something, or if you've cast spells while holding this, it does something. It's kind of a theme of this set. So what do we think of this one?
Looks good on its surface. I mean, even just 3 mana for 3 damage isn't always super terrible if you're really caring about burn, because this can go face. But the fact that this can cost 0 means you immediately need to look at how good is it to start running, a Naga package in Demon Hunter. And the fact that this can get recast by Jace too, it looks like a fairly strong card. Personally, for me, I rated it a 3. I feel like it can do a lot of things usefully for Demon Hunter. Not overly powerful, but strong.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with what Ron said. I also rated it a 3. I think they'll be able to run at least one Naga in like a Fell DH deck. And yeah. Hopefully maybe there will be more, but there's at least 1 or 2 that I could see being run. So yeah, I gave it a 3.
We just play Zola for our Jace.
Oh, true, Zola. Yeah. You run Zola. You run some of the other cards we'll talk about here in a little bit.
Not some Galaxy Brain.
Turn 10, Jace coin Zola. Let's go. Predation's now active for 0 finally.
Yeah.
Insane. Yeah, card seems pretty good. Very efficient. I mean, it's kind of like Bog Beam. It does 3 damage and then costs 0 at some point, but this can cost 0 way earlier, and it goes face, and it's a Fell Spell. So I think it's actually very, very good. And I've been looking through the Nagas. There's actually a decent chunk that I think we could run. Like, I think there's like 6-ish that look pretty good. Maybe more. It might be coping a bit to add more, but yeah, it seems pretty good. I'm actually gonna give it a 4. I think it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, like very crucially, the upcoming Demon Hunter Legendary that we'll talk about soon is also a Naga.
Yes.
This is one, like, I kind of had it at a 4, but then I put it as a 3, but I don't know. It's somewhere in there. Yeah, it's good. I don't know if it's as good as some of the other stuff that we currently have, only because the cost, and you don't reduce it unless you've played the Naga, so it kind of is more of a requirement than some of the other damage stuff for Demon Hunter. But it's still pretty good. And in the 4-set meta, damage is good.
Fair point. Next card.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have Bone Glaive, 5 mana, 5/2 weapon, Battlecry, Dredge. So it's like an Arcanite Reaper, but with Dredge. And Demon Hunter likes weapons more than Warrior does, I'd say, at least right now. Lots of synergies with weapons. Seems a little expensive. It is nice to have Dredge. You can like try and smooth out your draws a bit, but does seem a little expensive to me. I'm going to give it a 1. I don't think it's going to be played.
Yeah, I optimistically gave this card a 2 as a fringe card, but it needs like a pretty specific requirement to be good. You have to really care about dredging something, and you really need that weapon to be like supporting your overall game plan, and honestly, it just seems too slow, too expensive.
Yeah, I went with the 2 as well for basically the same reason. I mean, a 5 attack weapon is great, but the 5 cost is like, and you only get the dredge once. It's not like every time you attack with it, so, yeah, it may be But this is probably one you're like happy if you generate at some point for some extra damage. But I don't know if you want to actually include it in any lists.
Yeah, I gave it a 2 as well. I looked at a specific potential combo and said, maybe this is good. And that is considering that it could work with like a Jarn Defector, Sunken Defector. You know, you dredge the charge out and you do all the stuff. That's very optimistic. So yeah, I gave it a 2, just kind of optimistically. I think it's also very slow being a 5-cost mana, a 5-cost weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
agreed.
I mean there's a specific scenario where you play the defector, you play on 4, you play this on 5, and you swing with it on 5, and on turn 6 you get to do a bunch more charge damage along with the
Yeah.
weapon, and it's pretty solid damage wise. But what are you doing before that, and what are you doing after that?
Exactly. I
Not
thought
impressed.
Yeah, for sure. We can talk
Yeah.
about it more with the Jarn when we get there.
What's our
Sure.
next one?
Next up, we got Glaive Shark, 4 mana, 4/3 beast, battle cry. If your hero attack this turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. So it goes face. It's like consecration on a minion.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
What you got for this, Neji?
I have, what did I have in this one? I think it's pretty good. It's really nice if you can curve like a weapon into it and just play this on 4. It's not bad on 5 with like hero power, but I think it really shines if you get this down in turn 4. Maybe play like War Blades on 3 or something. I think there's some other weapons. Tusk Piercer, I think, still in standard. So definitely pretty powerful. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I think this card makes the cheap honorable kill weapon better as well.
That's a good point.
To have that one equipped, because that has more durability. But I really like Glaive Shark. I gave this one a 4. I just like it fits so well in what Demon Hunter is always doing. Like your hero is attacking so often. I think just having consecration on a body is really insane for Demon Hunter. I think this card's going to shine.
Yeah, I looked at it. I said, "Wow, this is a great board clear tool. Has on a solid body." Yeah, I also gave it a 4. I think this is gonna be a standout card in Demon Hunter.
Yep, it's a 4 for me as well. I love this card. I might be like slightly overhyping it. Maybe it's only a 3, but I still think it's pretty good. And yeah, it's aggressively statted. It's got everything that I want to be doing. And there is the benefit of the beast tag, so that might not be as relevant for for Demon Hunter specifically. But I also play a lot of like Hunter, and being able to discover something like this too would just be like totally nutty.
Ooh.
So
Would
Be sweet.
yeah, I don't know how discovering works for.
Well, you probably can't discover.
Yeah, like it'd be
this, but you can like
generated.
generate
Yeah.
a random beast type of deal
Gotcha.
with this for Hunter potentially.
Gotcha. Makes
But,
sense.
Also, this card looks really cool, and I want it in gold.
Yes, I
Oh,
want this
yeah.
I
gold.
agree. The green's probably gonna be shining. It's gonna be
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
really good.
Who doesn't like a
wanna see
tattooed
that
shark?
animation.
True.
Right? Yeah, this is a great card.
We agree. It's a really strong card.
I'm
on
pretty
to the
sure the
next card,
tattoo
right?
reads "Make reasonable choices."
Or
Yep.
no regrets.
Oh gosh. All right, we have next card, Abyssal Depths, 4 mana shadow spell, and it draws your 2 lowest cost minions. So I heard this was 3 mana, and they nerfed it to 4 in testing because it was too good. I could see this being too good at 3 mana. It's gonna be hard to find something to do with this. There's 2 uses that I think that are kind of fringe that maybe you could see one of them. One of them is, I heard Deaddraw talking about this. You run the legendary Lady Sathino, and then you run Abusive Sergeant and give it 4 attack, and those are your 2 lowest cost minions. And then maybe you can like combo with a bunch of spells, deal some damage.
That's
And
spicy.
then another one is your 2 lowest cost minions are Vandar and Finley, the one that swaps your hand. So you play Vandar and or you play this on 4, and then on 5 you draw, and you've drawn the last turn, and then you play Vandar and Finley on turn 5, and then you've dumped your hand at the bottom of your deck, and all your costs are, or all your cards are reduced cost. So maybe that's something, but both seem a little sus. So I'm gonna give it a 2, not a 1, because I think it could have potential, but I don't think those are too great.
Yeah, funny thing is, if this was a 3 costed spell, I might have given this a 4. But because it costs 4, I'm giving it a 1. I don't think it's good enough right now. In what we're gonna see, it has the potential to be some kind of broken, insane card later, because you can't ignore the specific tutor effect on the text of the card as something that could get abused later. But for right now, it's way too slow, and Demon Hunter doesn't have any really specific type of minions that they are really looking to like exploit right now as a win con. I don't know, like, what is this a draw Kazakhstan type card at some point for Demon Hunter? Like, I don't know exactly, but it doesn't seem good enough right now, and it seems way too expensive. So 1 with a caveat that this might be super broken as the year goes on.
Neji, did you bring up Vandar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Briefly,
I was like, I'm pretty sure that I tried testing that during the theory crafting, and it was okay. I probably didn't have an optimized deck, but it actually felt okay pulling Vandar. But again, I'm not sure if I don't know if this is what you want to be doing. I have this as a 2 because I really think there is only like the one kind of like a big demon or a big thing kind of deck that you want to be going for. So it feels pretty fringy. So I put it as a 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been optimistic about a Demon Hunter deck that relies on big minions, because it just hasn't really been a viable deck generally. Like, we've had Proving Grounds and that just never worked. So yeah, I mean, I gave it a 2 because of the fact that it's a draw your 2 lowest cost minions, so maybe there's something that comes up that makes it pretty good. But otherwise, I think it'll struggle. I think it'll struggle to find a deck.
For sure.
Yeah, fair. Let's move on to the next one. We have Wayward Sage, 2 mana, 2/2 Naga. Outcast, reduce the cost of the left and rightmost cards in your hand by 1. So we got some mana cheating. Don't have Illidari studies in standard anymore, which would be insane with this.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Yep.
But I think the most important thing is that it is a Naga, and we want some Naga synergy in our deck, especially for things like Predation. So I think we do run this card. It's got a powerful effect, and it is a Naga, so I could see us playing this for sure. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment. I gave it a 3 also. It's just like, essentially it's kind of like a free card. And it's also potentially a free card that activates another card in our hand, or 2 of them, to become free. And it has, those discount effects. So maybe even if you don't consider it to be like quote unquote free on the turn that you play it, you're banking mana, which could be a really powerful effect later. Even if it's as simple as discounting one of your highest cost things by 1 mana, that means it gets out 1 turn earlier and could be really strong. I like this card a lot.
Yeah. I gave this card a 3. Said it'll see play in most DH decks, if not all of them, and cost reduction is king, especially in DH. Cost reduction is one of the best things in Hearthstone.
True. Yeah, and this could just be nutty in an aggro deck too.
Yeah.
This is just a way to like flood the board, get some stats out there, and get cheaper stuff to just play more stuff right away, like turn 2 or 3, you're overwhelming your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to see how we talk about these other classes, because we are just all on the same page with all of these cards. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, it's also a 3. How have we agreed on like every card? No.
This doesn't happen normally.
No, this doesn't.
This
No.
is so weird. Yep, it's a 3 for me as well. Same reasons.
Solid.
Mm-hmm.
Important to note that if you have one card in hand, it'll reduce it by 2.
Yeah.
Ooh, good point.
Yeah, that's
Just like
yeah.
Zai the Incredible.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's move on to the next one. We have another Naga, Coil Scar Commander, 6 mana, 2/6 with Taunt and Battle Cry. If you've cast 3 spells while holding this, summon 2 copies of this. This is a lot of stats. I'm not a huge fan of the if you've cast 3 spells while holding this, do something, because I really hate like the fact that you could top deck this and it's just awful to top deck.
Just dead, yeah.
Like there's some that I like, but this one seems really tough to convince me to put this in my deck just because it costs 6 mana and it's basically useless if you haven't got its battle cry off. So I'm not loving this one. I'm gonna give this one a 1. I don't think we're gonna play it.
Yeah, fair enough. I might have on retrospect thought a 1 rating would be better. I gave this a 2 because I can see the potential that 3 2/6 taunts just completely stops an aggro game plan, and it's like haha, game over now. But the effect, like the difficulty to get off this effect is really high, and you can't control just starting the game with this in your hand. And even when you do, it's a dead card for multiple turns, and aggro might have killed you already by the time you play it. It's pretty underwhelming. I'd say it's one of the worst ones that Demon Hunter has in the set, but it has a unique, interesting effect that could be really strong. So fringe at best.
Yep.
Reasonable.
Same for me. Same. Copy paste.
Yeah.
Copy paste. Next.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little more optimistic on it. I guess.
Fish giving it a 6. Let's go.
No, I'm giving it.
It
I
has
gave
6
it.
mana, 6 health. It's a 6.
I gave it a 3.
Solid.
That's
I
half the
figured
6.
it's gonna be a strong. It just seems like it could work in Fel D. Like I thought this might work in like a Fel DH scenario but you're right. It's one of those cards you have. At least there's 2 copies, so at least you're semi likely to draw a copy like early enough where you can get it down. I think you guys might be right though. I don't know. I might be a bit too optimistic, but I kind of like. I'm a bit of a sucker for something that summons 2 copies of it. Like I wasn't playing back when Scion of Ruin was a thing, but I always have enjoyed playing something like that. So I thought it might be pretty good because Fel DH plays a decent chunk of low costing spells, and a lot of the game plan within that deck is playing spells to juice up your Jace. But it just depends on if you can get the commander in your hand early enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big F. What's
Big
next?
All right, next up we have Lady Sathino, 3 mana, 2/4 Naga, immune while attacking. After you cast a spell, attack the lowest health enemy. I really like this card. I'm
Card
not
is
sure
sweet.
where we play it, but it just seems really good, and it says Naga on it.
We play it in every DH deck, okay?
I'm
Yeah.
down.
It's a one of a Highlander DH. Let's go.
Oh my god.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Highlander DH, let's go.
I saw a clip of this on one of the theory crafting streams, and the one clip I saw, it cleared like 3 minions and then went face. I was like, wow, this seems kind of good.
I love that you can actually play this card on turn 3 and immediately make 1 or 2 predations in your hand 0 and play those and activate this effect as well.
Yeah.
Just like that's super insane. Even if you just have a single predation plus this card, you could coin on turn 2, play this with predation, and all of a sudden you're dealing 5 damage, split up however, well, in some ways that you can control to hit like the lowest health thing. It's pretty insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Ace Hunter Green if it didn't suck.
Kinda is.
This is so much better than Kareen. Holy cow.
I mean,
just to see if Green being good finally came true.
Lowest health enemy being being like so relevant here. The fact that you could just use it to hit face. I gave this one a 4.
We finally disagree. I don't know. Maybe I'm underrating this. I only gave it a 2 because I think this only goes in decks where you're really capitalizing on the spells. And so I don't think that's going to be very many Demon Hunter decks. Like, I don't know if you just play this in every Demon Hunter deck. Maybe initially because it's the 4th set, but I think over time it probably gets removed out of more decks. So I just have it as a 2. But I did not rate Kreen very highly either. I remember that. So I was kind of right on trash.
Rip me and Neji. I wasn't in AFG when that set happened, but I would have given it a 5.
Yeah, I was on some copium on that one.
Oh, we were on some we thought it was hopium, but it turned out to be copium.
You know what? I'm giving this one a 5. I don't care.
Yo, come on. Love to hear it.
5 it for me too.
Let's go.
There we go.
Let's go.
Also,
I said unsure if it's format defining, but it looks strong. But I'm changing that. I think this set it could do that. I think Dragon Rider's right. As we get more stuff, this will probably go away more. But also, if there's better low cost spells printed, then this could also just get even better. But I don't know. We'll see. I like this card. I like this card.
I will say that I would have given this a 5 if I thought Demon Hunter was going to be more of a player in the meta.
Gotcha.
In the new expansion.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one's going to get even better over time.
I agree on that.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Asharn Defector, 4 mana, 5/3 with Rush. Death Rattle, put a Sunken Defector on the bottom of your deck, and the Sunken Defector is a 4 mana, 5/3 Naga with Charge, and after this attack, deal 5 damage to a random enemy minion.
Trash next.
Mood. Yeah, I'm giving this a 1. I'm not a believer in this Sunken card in particular. Seems very slow to get everything going.
Yeah, like not even Death Rattle Demon Hunter wants this.
Yeah.
Because Death Rattle Demon Hunter very specifically just wants to have their Death Rattles keep putting things on the board, and this doesn't do that.
Okay.
It does have Rush, so it's not terrible. The specific synergy with the weapon is enough to maybe put it to fringe. I optimistically rated this at 2, honestly, but I think that might honestly be a little too optimistic, and it's just bad.
Yeah.
But I'm not impressed by this card at all.
I'm not impressed.
Yeah. I played so much Death Rattle Demon Hunter, so at first I saw this, it was like, Rush and Death Rattle, yeah! And then I read the rest and I was like, oh, okay. Well, great. Like, there's not really any dredge or anything to take advantage of it. Not in Demon Hunter. I guess the 5 attack weapon, like, ooh. So yeah, it's. I
By the way, do
2.
we have the image for the token thing that it generates? Just for like anyone watching to see what the Sunken Defector actually does.
If not, like charge. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a charge 5/3 4 mana as well. That after this attacks deal 5 damage to a random enemy minion. So like it can help clear up the board quite a bit, but you know, the 5 charge damage obviously is kind of the main selling point of that minion. It's just if you're wondering, like, what the hell is a Sunken Defector?
Yes.
Yeah. I wish I knew more. I wish I knew if there's any good neutral dredges to even help with this, to make it so it's not just banking on a Bone Glaive to dredge for this. I don't know. I hearing that Dragon Rider didn't even want to put it in DRDH makes me think this card's not very good, because I was optimistic that maybe we play this as like a 30th Death Rattle Demon Hunter card. I dropped it from a 2 to a 1.
Yeah, it feels like I'm paying 8 mana to get a charge minion. And
makes sense.
Plus like jumping through hoops to get the charge minion.
I agree, yeah.
And I will say the neutral dredge options are not very enticing.
Okay, gotcha.
Besides maybe Finley. But yeah, we'll get to that.
I haven't even seen. Yeah, I haven't seen any of those cards.
Yeah, it's just Finley.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, we
Finley's
got
sweet, though.
multi-strike, 1 mana fell spell. Give your hero +2 attack this turn, and they may attack an additional enemy minion. So you can go face and then attack a minion again, or you can hit 2 minions. You just can't go face twice. Sad.
Wait. Are you telling me that this is a card that could hit a 1/2 minion and another 1/2 minion that it immediately spawned when we played this?
That's
Oh
convenient.
my god.
No way. This
No
kills
way.
Trog.
And
Just
you could
kill
go
I
face.
love this card. Oh my god.
I love this card. I actually do love this card.
What'd you give this one, Neji?
I'm giving this one a 4. I think it's quite powerful. Really, really, really good with Eldraki Warblades. You could set that up on like turn 3 and then drop this plus like a Fury or something or Chaos Strike, and you have like a 6 or 7 attack lifesteal weapon. You get to hit into 2 minions. That seems really good. And also, if you just want to go face and then also hit a minion, it's kind of like the old, I think it was Warglaves of Azzinoth.
Warglaves of
Yeah.
Azzinoth. Just that card just rotated out of core.
A very interesting, like, different attack pattern than Demon Hunters used to, where this would enable a face hit and then a minion hit.
Yeah,
But
and
really
still,
cool card. I gave it a 4 too. Love it.
Also, same thing. 4. I didn't even realize it killed Trog. It didn't cross my mind, but yeah, 4.
Yeah, I had it as a 3, but honestly, after like not only us talking about it, I did test this one in the theory crafting, and I got to hit face, hit a minion, hit an additional minion. Hello, yes, this card is fantastic. I love that.
Wait.
Yeah,
How did you hit face
So you can
and
s-
hit
so you-
minions?
yeah,
play
Really?
twice.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh, you played
Wait,
it
really?
twice.
mm-hmm.
But you can do that.
Yeah, and
So-
because it casted twice off of
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
oh my gosh, from
Jace.
Jace. Yeah, thank you. Like, the 7. Yeah, so I got to hit face
Oh my
and
God.
still hit 2 minions because it allowed me to
That's insane.
That's
do
so
it.
cool.
Yeah,
Additional-
I saw that in the video or in a video last night. Somebody played Jace, and then I think it was a Trump video, and he went face, and then his hero was still green, and he's like, "Oh shoot, hit a minion!"
Yeah.
And then his hero was still green,
Yeah.
and he roped it, and he just barely got another hit in, and he was like, "What is going on?"
Yeah,
That's
so like
awesome.
the potential for this card is so good, and it's cheap. It gives your hero attack. It plays into the fell thing. Like, there's just so many upsides to this card that is just yeah. Like, after actually trying it, I'm
This
like,
is-
why did I have this at a 3? Like, this honestly
This-
might even be a 5. Like, this is so good.
This is the card I want to play with Theno the most.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
very good.
All right. One more.
We got the last Demon Hunter card. It is the Colossal Zalag of the Abyss. 7 mana, 3/6 Demon. Colossal +4. At the start of your turn, increase the damage of Zalag stocks by 1. So for people who don't know what Colossal is, each number that's in the Colossal keyword is another minion that it spawns. So Colossal +4 means this spawns 4 minions. And the stocks that it spawns are 2 mana 1/2 demons that say at the end of your turn deal 1 damage to a random enemy. So if this thing, the main body lives, then it'll increase all the remaining stocks on your next turn up to 2 damage, and then etc. etc.
Yeah, if you are actually able, which seems impossible, but if you're actually able to play this on an empty board, it immediately does 4, and then have all of the stocks stick and hang around for the next turn, they would, and also be on an empty board, that would deal 8. So
Mhm.
that's pretty insane, like, scaling face damage. That being said, there are 4 2 health minions that are easily dealt with, and the minion itself is only 6 health, for 7 mana. Overall, this is probably still one of the weaker Colossals in the set, but you can't understate how many things it puts on the board all at once. And it's solid enough. I'm giving this a 3.
I'm in the same boat for the same reasons. I'm gonna give it a 3.
Yeah, same reasoning. I also gave it a 3.
yep. I think we were all on the same page there. It's a 3 for me as well.
like how could we rate a Colossal lower than a 3, right? It's a Colossal. It does some stuff.
Yeah.
But it's going to be
Yeah.
hard to evaluate these. It's a brand new mechanic to Hearthstone, and those are always tough to evaluate when we first see them.
I think especially
Yeah.
with these two, because like the timing of these coming out in the 4 set meta is also going to make them very interesting now, as opposed to like at the end of this year when there's 6 sets. Because I think some of them will still be very impactful, I think, at the 6 set meta, but this one, maybe not. But right now, it's probably
I agree
better.
with that.
Yeah, agreed.
If this came out in the game right now, I would not be playing it. But
Yeah.
in the new set,
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah.
And important to note that if you pull this off of Sigil of Reckoning, it spawns with all of its stocks as well.
Yes,
not like a
anytime.
battle
If you
cry
pull it
effect.
out of the deck, if you resummon the main body, if you pull it out of your hand, anything like that, yeah, you get all the pieces.
True.
Yeah. And I heard they took it out of like random pools. Like you can't evolve into a colossal minion. It just can't happen.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's
that's
very
good.
good.
Yes.
Or like
We don't
Very
need
cool.
that.
if there was like an 8-drop colossal in Wild and you played Cenarian Word, you couldn't pull a colossal. Like you can't get them, which
Oh
is
my
good.
God. Oh my
Ah,
god.
it's good.
Yes.
All right, we finished Demon Hunter. Who wants to talk about
Hey.
Druid?
Next class.
Yeah, I can read Druid.
Sure.
All right. So just gonna quickly make sure I have filter correct. I do. So first card for Druid, it's gonna be Green Thumb Gardener, 6 mana, 5/5. It holds the Naga tag, Battle Cry. Refresh empty mana crystals equal to the cost of the most expensive spell in your hand. So it's an interesting card. I wish I knew a bit more about what big mana spells we're gonna play. I assume that one of them is a card that's from this. That's from this class already. That's gonna
Not
be
to spoil it too
introduced.
much, because we will talk about this other card momentarily. But this goes extremely well with Miracle Growth.
It does.
As an
It
example,
really
I mean,
does.
you lose the 1 card spot, but I think it's worth it for dropping a free 5/5. And there's multiple other expensive Druid spells. So this card being free, essentially, by turn 6
makes it nuts.
is something that Druid almost always wants.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a reverse
Especially ramp.
Forest Warden Omu.
Yeah, this is kind of unique. It's a reverse of like a couple cards. I think I've heard Arcane Tyrant as another one from back in the day that this was kind of like the reverse of.
Yeah, I can see that.
Good with Scale of Onyxia too.
Yeah, Scale of Onyxia.
Definitely running that in our heavy Druid decks.
Slightly awkward, like you get 1 less 2/1. I don't think you mind that much, but there are going to be certain circumstances where you're going to need the 14 rather than the 12 damage, and you're like, man, I really want to drop this Gardener, but I can't because I got to clear this minion. But yeah, in most cases, really, really strong.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. I feel like I have a hard time wanting to give this a 4, so I gave it a 3. I might be wrong. This might be a type 4 type of card. I'd like to know what you all gave it.
I agree on the 3.
Okay.
I don't think it's game breaking by any means.
That's good.
I'm not as hyped on it.
Well.
I only gave it a 2. Just because I guess for me, I'm like, I don't know where we're putting it yet. But
I feel like
still
its
get
most
some
natural
value,
home is
maybe.
probably just Ramp Druid because we have Guff, but
yeah.
Outside of that, it definitely doesn't really have.
I mean, I just
that
feel like
much of a
Druid
home.
is losing some of the great higher cost spells that you would want to get the benefit of. So, I don't know. I wasn't as thrilled on this one, but maybe I'm just not giving it enough credit.
It's also
Remains
cool
to be
with
seen.
Moonlit Guidance. You can pull one of these, refresh, pull another one, refresh. You can get 2 free 5/5s.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's kind of dirty.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
And it says Naga. I haven't really looked too much into it, but that might be relevant. It's probably relevant.
It might be relevant later. I don't think Druid has a whole lot of stuff where they care about Nagas.
Yeah,
Like as a
it
tribal
doesn't.
thing
It
that they get benefits from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it shows
actually
0.
doesn't. It doesn't, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not bad.
Cool.
Yeah, solid card.
All right. Next one. Dozing Kelp Keeper. 1 mana 4/4. Has Rush. It starts as dormant. After you've casted 5 mana worth of spells, this card awakens. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Is this the first time we've seen this type of dormant? It seems like dormant's gonna be at least for now, an evergreen type of keyword. And I like this card. It seems like it could be kind of meh in an aggressive druid deck. And I don't even know what. Maybe this just goes in like a deck that wants to ramp, and you just play this. It's just a one card you play on 1, and you hope to get it off by 3. Yeah, I'm a little torn on this card.
I don't know. I don't like this card on turn 1. I think it's something that you a lot of times would want to wait until later in the game to drop it and instantly activate it.
Okay.
So that you just have Rush right away. There's only one other card that I can think of that is similar to this, and it's one that like saw 0 play. It was like a 2 mana 5/4, play 3 cards and activate.
Oh yeah.
This is obviously a lot different, and just a total mana cost worth to activate is really not that bad at all. Like you could play this with a 5 mana spell on turn 6, and all of a sudden you're getting whatever 5 mana spell you paid for plus a
Makes sense.
rushing 4/4 for 1 mana, and that's pretty strong.
Cool.
Overall, I don't know exactly where it fits just yet, but a 2 I think is good enough for me for right now. Like I think it is definitely worthy of seeing some play, and if it gets a little bit more support, it might be pretty annoyingly strong.
I'm pretty down on this one. I don't like the idea of delaying my spells just to like try and get a rush minion. To me, it feels like a bad Umbral Owl where like you have to play it later in the game. It doesn't cost 0. You have to play something alongside it, even like up to 5 mana worth, which is not cheap. And also, the thing that was nice about Owl was that it was so good off Moonlit Guidance. You could just pull 2 of them. And this one is really not that great off Moonlit Guidance.
Yes, I am glad that Owl got nerfed, basically.
Yeah, Owl
Yes.
is pretty strong.
Owl was nuts. This one, not so much. And it's not a beast, so Beast Druid can't abuse it. So I'm a fan of that being
Yeah.
like taken away from Druid, because it's just strictly worse in almost every sense than Owl.
Big fan.
But it's
Yeah, I'm gonna
kind of
give it a
like
1.
Owl.
I'm gonna give it a 1.
Ooh,
Not a believer.
the hate.
Yeah, I don't know. I think originally I had it rated as a 3, but I'm after seeing it a little bit in the theory crafting, like it's okay, but that was as good as it felt to me, honestly. Like, I also think it really depends on the board stuff, because you're doing this, you kind of want the rush. 4/4 is fine, but I don't know. Like, I don't want to include this in my deck and then just get this on the board and have to other stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fair.
definitely the Owl felt like you could include it, but it worked with a lot more things, and you could buff because it was a beast, and yeah, all this doesn't really have any other synergies other than just the 5 cost or 5 mana worth of stuff. So it's okay. I think it'll probably go somewhere, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think this card, after listening to everyone and kind of considering, I think it's like a 1 or a 2 type card. And I went a little pessimistically because I can't, like, maybe we don't really want this. I know it's 1 mana, but you have to spend all the extra stuff on it. Maybe the extra stuff is worth it, but I don't know. So if it sees play, then it's obviously better than what I said it as already. So
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's cheap. I think its primary use will most likely be activated on the same turn for something impactful.
I can see that. Yeah. For sure.
What's our next card?
All right, next card. Seaweed Strike. 3 mana nature spell. Deal 4 damage to a minion. If you played a Naga while holding this, also give your hero +4 attack this turn.
Oh, trash next.
I feel that. I don't see
Yeah.
this one ever seeing play. I'm giving it a 1.
Yeah, it's a 1 for me.
Yeah, I give this card a 1.
Okay, I have this as a 3.
Oh,
We got
damn.
a differing opinion.
Yeah, I think
Dragon
it's
Rider's going to be
alright.
jamming that Naga Druid deck. Let's go.
Well, I mean,
Quest Hunter or
this-
Druid, I mean.
the Seaweed Strike is at least like this does give you 3 of your 5 mana for the Kelp Keeper that we just saw, but like if we're not really playing that, I don't know. I mean, we've had other cards that have seen play in Druid that were 3 mana deal 4, or deal mana for attack, really. But this can give you 4, and I think this is the first time in a while now since Swipe has left where Druid is going to have a deal 4 damage instead of just deal
4
3.
damage.
And I think that's where it's going to have an impact, is having that deal 4 damage to a minion instead of just dealing 3. So that's why I gave it more of a better rating.
Solid. Dragon Rider's out here waiting for the Warlock opponent to drop that Gigafin and gonna immediately kill it with Seaweed Strike. Get wrecked.
Yeah. Right.
Noobs.
I mean, so is Oracle still going to be in Standard?
Yes.
I mean, this could be like a direct example in a Druid mirror to an Oracle of Elune. So I don't know,
Skills
maybe
2 Oracle of Balloons.
Yeah, just like I don't want to be paying this much mana as a Druid deck for something that isn't
guess.
like giving me more mana or doing something super broken. This looks like the kind of card that Druid would make cost 0 in some way, and then we'd consider it.
Yeah, I guess.
But who knows? It could still be decent. There could be a Naga Druid out there.
I still have to rearrange my brain from the fact that we're literally having like the most broken Druid decks I've ever seen in my life to like this. Because like Bloom and Overgrowth kind of leaving, this like the power level of Druid is going to drop, and I'm just wondering if it's. And and one thing I will note is that Seaweed Strike can't go face because it deals damage to minions, so that's a bit sad. But
the main thing I'm envisioning for Druid is we either want to be a Kaz ramp deck or we want to be Beast Druid because they're like the strongest things, and this helps neither of those.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
At least with its upside of the +4 attack. And if you're paying 3
yeah.
to deal 4 to a minion, you're pretty underwhelmed.
You're coping.
Yeah. I mean, I understand. I can see both arguments. Like that dealing 4 is pretty cool. It's a lot of mana though.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
What else we got?
Right, next card. Bottom Feeder. 1 mana, 1/3 beast. It's a death rattle. Add a bottom feeder to the bottom of your deck with permanent +2/+2.
And the other one obviously would have the same death rattle, so it goes infinite, right?
Yeah, it can go infinite. It's the same card. It gets bigger every time you play it. 1/3, 3/5, 5/7, etc. Has a beast tag, so it works with so it can work with those synergies. This seems pretty okay. I think the difference with Druid between Druid and this with Dredge is that Druid has a really good Dredge card. And we'll get to that one shortly. I think that this card is probably going to end up being probably I'm going to give it a 3. I think it's pretty good. I don't know how many bottom feeder we're going to get to summon in a game, but we're probably solid to get, depending on what we want to use our Dredge cards for. Could get a couple bottom feeders, and 1 mana 3/5 is decently okay, and then a 5/7 as well.
I'm giving this baby a 4. This bottom feeder is so good. It's a beast. Like, I'm playing this in Beast Druid or any kind of aggressive Druid. Yeah, you can dredge it back up. This, to me, just seems like a better Raptor. And also, like, 1 mana 1/3s. typically
Are typically good.
good, and especially moving into our 4-set meta, I think this is going to be fantastic.
I'm not a believer in the bottom feeder. Okay, I was gonna give it a 1. I'll give it a 2. But even for me, I don't know if I even see it as a 2. It feels like Sunscale Raptor to me, and Sunscale Raptor was super unplayable. But obviously, we have some more synergies with like
I think
potential
I
Dredge
think
and Oracle Balloon.
Yeah, the difference is Dredge and Oracle, stuff like that can make it better. Like Sunscale Raptor, that was another one of those cards. I rated that card like I think I rated that card like a 4 or 5. I was like, oh, this card's nuts, and it never saw play. Like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a 3-mana neutral card that we can talk about way later that makes a mockery of all of your bottom feeders, which is really funny to me. But
True.
like I don't know, I gave this a 2. I think it's decent. Like, we shouldn't underrate too much a 1-mana 1/3 with upside, especially with the tribal thing that Druid specifically wants to be doing anyway with a lot of successful decks it's had lately. And it does have a really powerful dredge option. I can snowball the advantage with this pretty early with the Oracle if, they're dredging right away for the bigger one and just flooding the board. But I still don't really have a lot of faith in it. It's just, it is what it is. It's a 1-mana 1/3 with occasional upside that might be good, and you need multiple cards to enable its effect to get more of them to snowball it, and they have to keep dying to snowball it. Yeah, it's okay. I think it'd probably go in a Beast Druid deck and be pretty solid. I don't think it really belongs in any other Druid deck.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Reasonable.
Should we? So I guess we can move on to the next card. Next card is Aquatic Form.
There it is.
0 mana. It's a 0 mana spell. It has the Dredge tag. If you have the mana to play the card this turn, you draw it. So yeah, this card has good synergy with Bottom Feeder. It has a lot of decks are gonna have. This deck feels like it wants to go in an aggressive Druid deck. And maybe even Beast Druid, I guess. It would be obviously you played in Beast Druid. It's a card that you pretty much want to play with Bottom Feeder because you can dredge out and draw your bottom. You can dredge and draw your Bottom Feeder. Yeah, I want to see what you all have to say about this. This seems really good, but I'm not. But
I've heard some people say that this is a bit overrated, but I'm not really buying that. 0 mana cards are really
0 mana
good.
cards are generally very strong.
This lets you the worst part of Dredge, honestly, as a mechanic in general, is you don't get to draw the card once you dredge the card. You just put it on top, and then you have to wait until your top deck. This one lets you draw it right away in almost every case.
Gotcha.
I mean, depending on when you're doing it. So it's just
I understand.
Really good.
See, now I understand Dredge.
Like, I gave this a 4. I almost gave this a 5, but I'm not sure exactly how ubiquitous it's going to be just yet. Like, if Druid's going to be everywhere or not. If Druid is going to be everywhere, this is probably a 5. But you can do so many things with this card. Even just as simple as like the form mana legendary that gives you Colossals. Like, you could play Guff, have all the mana in the world, and then play let me put some Colossals on the bottom of my deck, and then let me draw that Colossal immediately for 0 and play it immediately. Like, there's some crazy stuff. Also, the aggressive Druids, let's just run 2 of these and 2 Asharan Gardens, and then get Sunken Gardens, and then we're just Kelisething like crazy, and stomping everybody. So I think this card enables a lot of disgusting things. Might be higher than a 4, but I'm giving it a 4 for now.
Yeah, I think this is very, very powerful. I'm gonna give it a 5. I think it's honestly one of the best cards in the set, and I agree. The people who are saying it's overrated, I don't really understand how it could possibly be overrated. It's literally like a 0 mana Moonlit Guidance that's like slightly worse, and it costs 0. Yep,
it's
seems good.
overrated because it's clearly only a 4 and not a 5. You're definitely overrating it,
Good
Neji.
point.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
You got
yeah,
me.
I gave it a.
it's so
I
good.
gave it a 5.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Broken.
Speaking of Sunken Gardens, we have our next card, which is Ajaran Gardens, 1 mana spell. Now, note both of these spells, neither of them are a nature tag. I don't know if that matters so much right now. But 1 mana spell, give all minions in your hand +1/+1, and you put a Sunken Gardens at the bottom of your deck. Now, Sunken Gardens is a little different. Because it gives +1/+1 to all minions in your hand, deck, and battlefield. So you're not just Kelesething, you're Kelesething literally everything, including your battlefield. That's crazy. Sunken Gardens is a very strong card, which is why you want to run, like, if you can play a Shaman Gardens and then instantly like aquatic form it, that's really strong. It's this looks like one of the best buff single, like, double-sided buffs I've ever seen in the game, potentially. Like, just
If you
because
got a lot of
just 'cause
minions,
Sunken.
right, and you're
Yeah.
on coin with this and aquatic, you can literally just do this on turn
Just-
1.
Yep.
Just gardens, coin, aquatic, and the sunken, and then play the sunken, and all of a sudden, all your minions in hand have +1/+1, or +2/+2, and everything else in your hand and deck. That seems pretty crazy.
Yeah. For sure. I gave this card a 4. It could even be a 5. It just depends on how often you're going to be able to get to dredge the card. That's really the only reason I didn't give it a 5.
All right, I'm coming in hot. Rith,
Here we go.
a 1. I think
Ooh.
I don't like this card at all. I don't want to be playing like aggressive druids where I need to be playing hand buffs in general. And like the first part of this card, I'd say is really only good like on turn 1, because otherwise you're going to be dumping all your minions on the board, so it's not very good.
Okay.
And then
Makes
otherwise, to get the second part, you have to dredge, which I think the only dredge card you're running is aquatic form. So most of the time, this is just buff a few minions in hand and then do nothing for the rest of the game. That's at least how I'm seeing it right now. So I'm not a believer, and I'm going to give it a 1.
I gave this a 2, because I mean, the main problem that Nedger's kind of going after is
Hand
consistency. That, like, you can't really get the payoff on a very consistent basis to where it's something that makes your deck broken in every game.
Makes
When
sense.
this works, it will be completely disgusting. And your opponent might want to uninstall if, like, you did the play that I described where you coin out the sunken on turn 1, you know. But outside of that, like, the first part of this is terrible, and then you need to find the other part that's really good.
Yeah. And if you're doing this on 1 and you don't have any minions and you're already having 2 slots, if you're going to make that specific play, you're already losing.
Yeah, you run out of hand space.
You're losing,
and then you're reliant on your top decks. But if your deck is full of low cost minions, then
100%.
the payoff is easy.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a fringe. Yeah, I think it's a fringe. Like, you can succeed with this if you kind of build around it, but it isn't going to be something that is probably worth building around. When you have other things that are stronger, like Guff.
Okay. Yeah. No, I understand. I see that. Yeah, I bit overhyped on the card. It says minions in your hand, and you're right. That's even, especially in Druid, that doesn't seem very good. Because, like Neji said, if you're not playing this on 1, you're probably playing you're gonna probably just start dropping minions regardless, which means they're not staying in your hand. And Sunken Gardens is great if you can get it with, like, kind of the nuts play. Otherwise, it's kind of meh.
All right, we're going all over the map on this one. Dragon Rider, what you got?
I gave it a 2. Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah, hand buff is like...
I dropped my rating.
Yeah, it's... Hand buff is so tricky. I feel like they have tried so many different ways to get hand buff to work, and it really has only worked like 1 or 2 times historically, and I don't know if this is it. I don't know if this is where you want to be actually getting hand buff to work.
It worked 1 or 2 times and only in Paladin.
Yeah, I mean,
the only times hand buff is good is when it gets nerfed.
Yeah, I mean, the times when it seems good is when you can play a minion that copies itself. So you essentially get 2 minions for the price of the one that got a buff. Or if there's some other upside, but I don't see that in Druid.
Yeah.
Divine Shield Rush, Wind Fury Lifesteal, copy. Hey, it's good.
Yeah. Sounds like Paladin to me.
Paladin, woo! Yeah. All right. So why don't we go to the next card? We have Flipper Friends.
Aw.
5 mana nature spell. It's a choose one. Summon either a 6/6 Orca with taunt, or you summon 6 1/1 otters with rush. Every single one of these cards. The main card you see is cute. All the beasts in this are adorable, and the Orca would not eat the otters, says the master sheet.
Copium.
I think this is it seems okay. Like I feel like if we find a deck where we want to play Fandral, this could be pretty cool with that. Like, but the problem is that you can't summon all the otters because you have Fandral on the board.
Well,
So
let me sell you on this card. All of those otters are beasts, and the matriarch, the 4/5 taunt.
Yeah,
it discounts when you summon
6.
beasts.
So it discounts 6 times. Yeah, I know.
So you basically can jam multiple free matriarchs like immediately after playing this card, which I'm a big fan of.
I'm a big fan of it. Yeah, no,
they're also like 6 damage rush. That's pretty solid if you needed the taunt. It's like flexible too. It's only 5. You could play this card on turn 6 alongside the free 5/5 basically, because you would slam the 6 mana and it would refresh if this was your most expensive to 5, then you could play this. It's I like it a lot.
So
I gave this a 3 because I don't think it's like overwhelmingly strong, but it's a flexible good card that I think we'll see a lot of play.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I did give this card a 3. I just wasn't like, my first thought, because it says choose one, was Fandral. I forgot that Beast Druid. I was like kind of like forgetting Beast Druid exists, but this card is great for Beast Druid.
I couldn't have you hating on the otters.
No. No, I was looking at it with Fandral, and I think that it's great when you do it with Beast Druid. But yes, because the 6 otters, you get 6 discounts, and that's great. All right.
That is how it would work with Fandral, right? He would, because of the way the text is ordered, he would summon the Orca first, and then 5 otters with the running out of board space.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's probably why they ordered it that way on the card.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That way you would get that way.
It'd be so mean. They ordered it the other way.
That way you'd get the 6/6 Orca. Yeah, for sure.
What do you think, Dragon Rider?
I gave it a 3 as well. I think it's a solid card. I'm really interested to actually see where people want to play this, because I can see it being played in a couple different decks, honestly. So, like, maybe you go for it because of the mana cost. Maybe you go for it because of the rushers. I don't know. It feels flexible, and I just I love choose one, and I've wanted for like 2 expansions to make a choose one Druid, and now I think it actually might be possible. So I think it's a pretty solid card.
Yeah, the first time I saw this, I was like, okay, this is just trash. Like, why are we ever playing this? And then I was like, wait a second, we're losing all the good Druid cards. They need to play different Druid cards.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, that was
after reevaluation. I actually think this isn't that bad. I think a lot of the time you're picking the 6/1/1 otters, like regardless. Yeah. I think 6/1/1s on board is often better than the 6/6 taunt. I mean, obviously, there could be cases where you want to taunt, but I think a lot of the time you're picking rush.
Yeah.
especially in like tokeny decks with like Pride's Fury and stuff like that. You just want to dump 1/1s on the board and like just waves of them. And yeah, discounts Matriarch. There's a lot of different conditions and uses for it. Especially there's that legendary we're going to talk about that like casts, like summons minions for each spell you've cast, and having 5-cost spells is good for that. So yeah, a few different places I could see this. I agree. So I'll give it a 3. Flexible.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? You might want to just play taunt after taunt, this on 5 and maybe growth on 7.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
For sure.
Agree.
Yep.
Not bad.
All right, let's move on to our next card. Next card, Miracle Growth. 7-mana nature spell. You draw 3 cards, and then you summon a plant with taunt and stats equal to your hand size. So Miracle Growth, it's pretty cool. I think this card is it works nicely with something like Gardener. And seeing as it's hand refill and you get a body with taunt, I really like it because it's, I guess it's strong draw with the body. And just a note, it checks the size of your hand after you draw, for those wondering about that. So if you have 7 cards in hand and you play this, you draw, or you end up with 8 cards, you play this, you draw 3, you have 10 cards, you get a 10/10 taunt. So, yeah, it's not bad. You're gonna want to play this. You're gonna want to play this in a ramp deck because you're gonna want to make big stuff.
Yeah, if there's ever a class that cares the least about something being too expensive, it's Druid.
Yep. Because of Guff now.
They can get so much mana, and I mean, just recently, like Druids were occasionally fine with spending 6 to draw 3 on, nerfed Nourish. And now you spend 1 additional mana to draw the same amount, and you also summon a taunt that is bare minimum a 4/4. Like to me, this is a pretty solid card. I think a lot of ramp druids are going to run this. I gave it a 3.
Druid's going to cycle through its deck because Nourish is getting unnerfed.
Yeah, 5 mana Nourish is a little scary.
Yeah. We are losing Guess the Weight, and we're losing Fungal Fortunes, so we are losing draw. So getting some back is nice.
It's nice.
This is very expensive draw, but the taunt is pretty nice. So I think this is playable. I'll give it a 3. Ramp Druids like this card, and I think Ramp Druid is probably playable, even though they're losing Bloom and Overgrowth. We still have Guff, Nourish, Wild Growth, still broken cards, right?
Yeah.
I agree that's probably where it's going to go, and I give it a 2 because of that, because I think it's kind of just fringe for that deck. I don't really see a lot of other decks. Like, you don't want to play this in a more aggressive Druid. That's just way too slow for an aggressive Druid.
Yeah.
So I gave it a 2 kind of on that same thinking, but I think in that deck, it's definitely better than like a 2 rating.
That's fair analysis.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think also, God, I hate that I'm gonna say this because Kazakustan's one of my least favorite cards ever printed in Hearthstone history, even though it's got all the fun stuff behind it. You play Kazakustan, next turn you just draw 3. You just draw 3 of them, even though it's probably at that point bad to do that. If you have Guff, you play Kazakustan's with 15 mana, and then you get to draw 3 right away. It's kind of crazy.
Treasures are so good. I'd rather press the Guff button and have 5 mana left to play one of the treasures immediately.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
that would make sense.
Guess the weight and stuff. But
okay,
I don't know that anymore.
Makes sense. Yeah,
I feel like Guff Button sounds like the name of a garage band.
Guff Button. Yeah, but yeah, I gave this card a 3. So solid.
Is that all for? No, we have the legendaries.
We have the 2 legendaries. Yep, we have our 2 legendaries left. So we'll go and do our first one, the non-colossal, which is Hedra the Heretic. It's a 7-mana 4/5. It's a Naga battle cry. For each spell you've cast while holding this, summon a minion of that spell cost. It's tough for I think it's tough for me to evaluate this card just because I don't know what deck I want to put this in. I mean, I guess you put it in a rampy deck. But is it like Is this card really necessarily worth it? I mean, I feel like Druid can be doing so much more broken stuff than this, but maybe I'm wrong.
I agree with you. I think it's likely we're still playing Kazakhstan and Ramps Druid, and I don't think this is like. Why would we play this over Kazakhstan? Maybe there's some other minions that we want to run. I mean, there's like the 6 mana Naga that like is free and stuff. Maybe this is a good deck over Kazakhstan. I don't see why necessarily right now. So I'm gonna give it a 2. I don't think it's a bad card. I'm just having trouble seeing where we want to play this right now.
If Kazakhstan didn't exist, I'd probably give this card a 4 or 5.
Yes.
But because it's your late game power spike, you just flood the board with a bunch of stuff that has to be answered right away, and there are a lot of classes that just can't deal with that and lose the game on the spot. But it's just not as good as Treasures, and we need a lot of mana for this card to be good in the first place, and with that lots of mana, we're probably playing a Kaz deck. That being said, I still want to give this card a higher rating. I gave it a 3 because just in a vacuum, if there's anything that convinces Druid to not just go all in on Kaz decks, this could be a really powerful card.
Yeah.
It's like the other one that cost, 10 mana?
Yeah, King Feoris.
Feoris, yeah.
I was actually just going to mention that, but you mentioned it before I could.
And that was the line of thinking that I had too. And like, I had that same thought, Ron. It's like, this is either, I don't know, I feel like this is either great or just like garbage, right? Like, this is either a 1 or 2 or it's like a 4. It's great or it's bad. And I just don't know which way to go with it yet, because is so much leaving that we've kind of relied on in Druid now for so long that I feel like it is really hard to evaluate exactly where Druid is going to land, because if you think about it, like, everyone keeps saying ramp Druid, but at the same time, it's like, what do we have? Like, Guff, and then maybe one other thing that gets us mana crystals? Is that it? I don't know if actually like a full-on ramp Druid, it's not going to be near what it was. And I don't know if you're going to, like, maybe you just jam this in the same deck as Kazakhstan. You just play both. Be like, well, if I don't find Kazakhstan, then I've got this. I don't know. Like, it's going to be really interesting. I decided to go with a 4 just because I think the, if you do put this in your hand and play some spells, you get an entire board, which is pretty impactful. But I don't know. It also is going to depend on a lot of the removal in the meta too. If there's just big wide board removals, or the stuff you get is going to be, like, easy
and we
to
established
remove
already too, like, this can't randomly generate a colossal, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can't randomly generate a colossal.
I don't know. This is still going to be a good enough card for the people that think it's cooler to play this than Kaz, and this will win some games.
I want to try it still. Like,
I'm gonna mess around with this card for sure. Like,
it's gonna be stronger to do the other thing.
Yes.
But you could play Orcas and then play this and get some random 5-cost things. Because why not?
I so fundamentally dislike Kazakhstan. It's so good, and it's, if you want to win, you're gonna want to play that probably. But gosh, this is so cool. I like this card.
It's a cool effect. I gave
it a 3. I gave it the optimistic type of rating, and it's for the same reasons, Ron. I think that it's powerful. It's not as powerful as the most powerful thing, but I like it.
Yeah, last thing I would say is also, if you don't have this in your hand, like, while you're casting these spells, it's so bad.
It's so bad.
Yeah, which then is like, maybe you don't play this in a deck that also runs something else, and you try to go in on like finding this from, oh my gosh, why do I keep forgetting the names of cards? You said it earlier, the 2 mana.
Moonlit.
Yes, thank you. Like, maybe you just
you'd find this have Moonlit and get more copies, right? Yeah, you could. You could dredge it out.
You could do that. Yeah, maybe dredge. or just get it off of mine, Cold Tooth Mine.
Oh yeah,
But you wouldn't play Kazakhstan if you went that route. Unless you already had Kazakhstan.
I think if you're a dedicated Hedra deck, you are 100% running double Cold Tooth Mine.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's so interesting though, but yeah, the fact that you do have to have it makes it.
This feels like something this card feels like something that would go well with like a Fangirl type deck. I don't know. This seems kind of fun.
Yeah, we've done a great job of talking me down from a 2 to a 1. All right, it's a 1. I'm never playing this. This sounds awful now.
Yeah, I did give it a 3 specifically because I was thinking like we have mine and we're gonna tutor this out and try to do something busted with it. But like this card is only good if you build around it. If you just like put this in your deck because you have a lot of expensive cards or spells in your deck, you're gonna top deck this and you're gonna slam it on the board and you're gonna be like, wait, where are my things?
4 5.
Oh no, I didn't read the text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But because you can tutor it, it makes it possible, like to potentially do it, to get something out of it.
I mean,
I don't want to talk about that Druid big boy.
I do want to talk about the Druid big boy now too. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Kolak.
Okay,
Kolak.
Cool. So last card is Kolak. It's got a Q and it's got a UE at the end, which confused me. It's Kolak, 7 mana, 6/5. It's a beast. It's the Druid Colossal. It's a +1, and so the base card is immune while you control Kolak's Shell, and Kolak's Shell is a 5 mana 0/8 beast that has taunt, and its death rattle is you gain 8 armor. Man, this is kind of cool. I like the giant turtle aesthetic. They're both beasts. I think it's a pretty powerful card because getting through a 0/8 taunt can be kind of difficult. For sure, and it gives you it's got the upside of death rattle, gain 8 armor to stop Kolak from being immune so you can they can actually kill the 6/5. Like it forces you to have to kill the shell, which is pretty
cool card.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of this card.
I don't think it's game breaking, but I think it's powerful.
Its biggest problem, most likely, is that there isn't any particular archetype that it slots incredibly well into for Druid right now, or what we would anticipate is coming, because it's too expensive for Beast Druid, which is more of an aggressive deck. It doesn't want to go and ramp Druid because we're either kind of going in with some Naga stuff, or we want to play Kaz primarily, and this is a beast, not a dragon, which means Kaz won't be active until you draw this. You don't really want to play it there either. Despite all of those reasons, I don't care. I'm still giving this a 4. I love it. It's cool. We're gonna ramp into this. We're gonna play it and shut down some aggressive deck with the ridiculous amount of armor and health that have a immune thing. But if I'm being honest with myself, it's probably like a 2. But I don't care. It's a 4. Get him, Kolak.
I agreed with Ron. Get him. Gave it a 4. I love this card.
I'm going with Ron's honest rating of a 2.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we can play this in anything. Although it's cool. And it's not bad. I don't know what we're playing it in right now at all. So we're giving it a 2.
Yeah, I literally just gave it +2 cool points. That's all.
Yep. Colossal +2.
I guess I'm kind of splitting the difference. I just gave it a 3. Like, I think it could be solid. Maybe you play this in something that takes advantage of Beast. Not like the aggressive beasts, but like, I don't know, trying to buff beasts or discount. I don't know. It's a fine card. I feel like this is honestly probably just better if you need another card, and especially if there's aggressive decks in the meta. You kind of play this and, hope you can get them out. It kind of just gives you the ability to stall out the rest of the game from there. But I'm not really sure where he's going to go. He seems all right. So I just went 3.
Yeah, this turtle is turtly enough for the Turtle Club.
Nice.
Yeah.
3 mana, 2/4. Laugh at your Kolak.
True.
Well,
Not that tech card's gonna actually be that strong. Just I think it's
It
funny.
could be.
You can
We'll
just like
see.
bring that up in almost every case for anything that has text. That makes it good.
All
Three
the
mana,
colossals.
3 mana, 2/4. That just is good.
Do we know somebody that
Oracle
wants
good.
to talk about hunter cards?
Oh,
Oh.
pick me.
No way.
Go for it, Ron.
No way.
All right. So let's talk about Hunter. We are starting off with Conch's Call, a 3-mana spell, draw a Naga and a spell. Tutored effects generally are always at least, reasonably good with, the specific things that you can be looking for. But I don't really see a whole lot of payoff just yet for this card. I'm only giving it a 2 as like a fringe useful card, because as of right now, Hunter's still primarily going to be either a face deck or maybe just like sticking with the quest line and trying to get things off that way. Questline doesn't want to pay this much mana for draw, and Face Hunter doesn't want to pay this much mana basically ever unless it's damage. And this is slow. It's slow, it draws some resources, specific things that could be useful. Maybe this goes in some yet to be imagined like Highlander Hunter deck where we draw the Naga might be like the Hunter Legendary or Zola or something, so we can copy Reno or something like that. But yeah, I'm not super impressed yet, but it could be good later.
Yeah, Ron just covered pretty much everything I was gonna say, and I have nothing else to add. I'm also giving it a 2.
Yep, fair.
Well, I'm more excited for it. I gave this one a 4. I think Naga Hunter could definitely be a thing, and I think this card is a huge reason for that because Hunter has always really been lacking on draw, especially like general draw, I guess. But when it has had specific draw, those cards have been very good in Hunter. So I feel like this will see play in a Naga type deck. Maybe this one even in Quest, if you're trying to do like a Quest Naga thing, but that one probably less likely. But I don't know. I still kind of like it, so I ended up going for a 4.
Nice. I would be very excited and thrilled to play a Naga Hunter deck if it exists, and if it does exist, this card would absolutely go in that, so that would be cool. We'll see. What's our next card? Next one up is Harpoon Gun. So Harpoon Gun, kind of an interesting one. The stats on it make it like a Fiery War Axe, just a 3-mana 3/2, which is pretty bad. It's like an eagle horned bow if that still existed, but we don't get to increase the durability with secrets. It's a totally different effect. After your hero attacks, dredge. If it's a beast, reduce its cost by 2. And this, I see, pretty niche application for. I'm giving this a 2 as another fringe card because I don't think it's very effective as a damage dealing card. I don't think it's all that useful for most existing hunter archetypes that would be good with it. Maybe we can run a slower type hunter deck or a value type deck that wants to play the legendary that puts colossals in your deck, and then we can, since most of them are beasts, we can dredge them out and reduce their cost and play them faster, and that could be good. But I don't see a whole lot of dredge payoffs for Hunter. I'm not thrilled by this card in its mana cost or, overall stats. Just kind of meh overall, too.
All right. I'm huffing the copium on this one.
Ooh.
Don't quote me on this, by the way. But
Flip
I
it.
think
Flip it.
Big Beast Hunter might be good. I think it actually might be good. I think the problem they've had is finding good ways to bridge the early game into their late game threats, and this is like exactly what you want. It's a 3-mana card that can remove 2 bodies, and you can pull the beasts from your deck and reduce them in cost. Like you could pull, I don't know if there are 6 cost beasts, but you could pull them out, play them on 4, or like pull them out, play them on 5, and especially with the new colossal minion. And we have a revive pet as well. I think getting the beast out early, and then even if they get dealt with, like maybe your opponent has like one efficient way to remove it, then you've played it so early that you can just revive it the next turn, and you just have like waves of threats. And I think you can get them online pretty fast. And yeah, I think the deck might be playable. Don't quote me. I'm giving it a 4.
Oh
yes, 4 for me as well.
Nice.
And that is exactly what I did during the theory craft. I built a beast hunter with harpoon guns, with the colossal and everything. And I mean, yeah, there was one time I was able to get the colossal out on turn 5 because I got it for 2. Yeah, you play the revive pets. I mean, even getting the rams, can get a ram and be able to continue the discount chain. Getting the mountain bears are pretty great. It feels like it fills in a little bit of a gap that I think the beast hunter was kind of missing before. And I love the fact that with this, like, you get the dredge effect for your attacks. It's not just a battle cry for the weapon. It's not just it's like every time you attack. So it feels so good. I loved playing this in the theory crafting. So yeah, 4.
Yes.
Nice. You're talking me into this a little bit more.
Yes.
I can start to envision it. That would be cool.
I just think the colossal is so insane. I can't wait to talk about it.
Coming soon. All right, next hunter card. We've got Urchin Spines. 1 mana, your spells this turn are poisonous. I mean, I hate to say it, but trash next. Like, it's Slate, but he's not it's not a persistent body. It can come down cheaper, but we lost all of the AoE type spells that we have. There is nothing that gives this actual realistic clear the board payoff, which would make this insane and awesome. Instead, it's more like an even more conditional Hunter's Mark. I'd play Hunter's Mark. I'd be happy about that for 1 mana. Because I could set something to 1 and then I could rush into it with the thing. But I can't really. No, I don't even think this fits in Quest Hunter. I don't see any practical good uses for this card.
Yep, I agree. I think this is bad Professor Slate. You can't pull this out with Drekthar. What are you doing?
There's no 3/4 body here to like threaten face damage with either. Just and be like an immediate soak up removal target. Nope. Oh.
Yeah, no 3/4 body for your opponent to just completely int and go face and lose their whole board to explosive trap. Nope. Unlucky. Yeah, I think it's bad. I'm gonna 1.
Yeah, I gave it a 2. Kind of in the like, maybe you can kind of play this if you need to kill stuff, but it's probably really not that great. I'm not impressed with this. I guess it's just a cheap spell if you want to trigger your effects for Quest Hunter or something, but it's also not dealing damage itself. And also, sometimes if there are bigger minions on the board, you might want to use your spells multiple times. And if you use a spell on a minion and then it's poisoned and dead, you can't use your next damage spell on a minion, so it kind of feels like it's not really working how you want it to. I don't know. There might be a place for this, so I gave it the 2, but it's not great.
Yeah, no, if we still had Bola Shot, I would be much higher on this card. If in a future set, Hunter gets something printed that enables multiple targets with a single spell, all of a sudden this card is great. But until that time, I don't think so.
Rip Bola Shot.
Rip Bola Shot. But after Urchin Spines, our next hunter card, we've got the Colossal Neji. The time that we've been waiting for is here. This is like the last Colossal to be revealed by the set. It is so cool. Hydralodon, 7 mana 5/5, Colossal +2. Battlecry, give your Hydralodon heads rush. And the heads are 2 mana 3/1 beasts with a death rattle that if you control Hydralodon, summon 2 Hydralodon heads. So thematically awesome. Everything about Hydras is right here. That, you know, you cut off one head and more sprout kind of deal. It's an awesome achievement, I think, from the design team, just from that standpoint, with like the flavor, how well it works. But it's also a really cool card that is devastatingly powerful as a swing turn play. While I'm underwhelmed by it as a Colossal as like staying power, right? It's a 5/5. It's going to die pretty quick, and then its ability won't really spawn any more heads, and the heads are all 1 health, so they can just be AoE cleared. If you are behind at all, this card just like swamps the board with stuff. The bigger your opponent's board is, the worse it is for them. Although, well, you can't really get more than the 2 that spawn for immediate damage, because once the 2 attack in, the give your heads rush is a battle cry, so it only summons the 2, so it's only 6 immediate damage. But just more things keep spawning, and it could get pretty crazy. If you happen to have, by the way, core set card, what's his name, Houndmaster Shaw on the board,
Yes.
this gets extra crazy. There's no Broom, right? But there is Shaw, and Shaw is a pretty sweet card that you could potentially combo with this. Obviously not on the same turn unless you have coin. So, you know, there's some drawbacks or restrictions there, but this card is really, really cool. I'm giving it a 3. I want it to go higher than that, but with only 6 immediate swing damage and the minion and what it summons being relatively easy to deal with, I don't feel like I can go that much higher, but easily one of the coolest cards on the entire set.
I agree with everything that you said.
Hey!
Except that I'm giving it a 4.
Yo!
Yeah.
You could make this cost 5 with the harpoon gun and then combo it with Houndmaster Shaw later on if you wanted to. So that's
True.
something you could do. But yeah, if you have that combo, it is an infinite board clear. You just keep clearing the board until everything's gone, no matter what's on the board. Unless it's a Wax Rager, then unlucky. I think they made it so it has like 51 death rattles or something.
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Like if you attack 51 heads into it somehow, would it die?
Yes.
Or is it only like repeated death rattle? Like Spammy, for example, it does like 1, then 1, then 1, like right away. I'm not sure. Because Spammy Arcanist used to kill Wax Rager, right? Because it was capped at like 7 death rattles or 8 or whatever.
I guess it probably follows that the same rules in that case.
Yeah. It's
yeah,
not
but
really
I mean,
important.
Theoretically, theoretically, if you discount this and you have Shaw, it is an infinite clear of anything your opponent has.
Yeah, which is sick. And then, yeah, like Ron said, it's just so thematic. It's so cool how the Hydra heads just keep splitting until you kill like the main body and stuff. I don't know. It's so cool. I'm giving it a 4. It might be my favorite card of the set. Not that I think it's the best card of the set, but I think it is my favorite one.
Yeah, I would call this my favorite of the set too. This card is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I gave this a 4 as well. I think this is fantastic. Yeah, the additional heads don't get the rush, but only the 2 because it's a battle cry. if you revive this or summon it from somewhere else, you don't get that battle cry effect, so those wouldn't have rush. But I still think this is fantastic. It's a beast, so it works with the harpoon gun. You can revive it with revive pet. You can like buff it and copy it and bring it back. All sorts of stuff. Yeah, I love it so much. Fantastic.
Revive pet is an interesting like concept for this too.
Yeah.
Does revive pet offer you all of the beasts that have died or just specific kinds? So like for instance, if you've had a bunch of heads die,
Yeah.
would revive pet offer you 3 heads
No,
theoretically,
I think
or
it's,
would it
I
only
think
offer
it's
you 1
still
head
only,
plus a different type?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on how much you've had die, I think, but I think it would only offer you 1. But yeah, the heads do start to like clutter up the revive pool. So, like the more that you have, the more likely it is to offer you a head on your 3 chances.
But as long as it doesn't
but
offer you 3 heads on your 3
I don't
chances, if
think
that's
so, yeah.
not possible, then that means it's really solid to have revive pet with this. If
Yes.
the heads can clutter it up to the point that you're only getting offered heads, then it's, you know, kind of sad to have revive pet with this card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sick card.
I mean, I don't know. I did play this during the theory crafting and had other beasts in there, so I only ever saw 1 head as an option with other beasts because I had other beast die, so I'm not sure if it would. But
something we'll find out soon enough.
I mean, because we've seen that in the past with other like death rattle things, right? Like when you get to discover things that have died, like Owl Lock. It doesn't bring up, if you've had 2 owls die, it doesn't give you 2 owl options. It just brings up 1 owl. True. But, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think it just offers you 1. But we'll see. Definitely going to test it more.
All right. Need to see some golden Hydralodons, for sure.
Not even a question.
All right, next card is Naga's Pride. A 3-mana spell, summon 2 2/2 lionfish. If you played a Naga while holding this, give them +1/+1. And the lionfish themselves are just 2 mana, 2/2 beasts, no text. Pretty decent card. Most of the time, this isn't going to see play unless you upgrade it, but there is definitely a potential Naga deck that exists, and this card 100% wants to go in that deck. And getting 2 3/3 beasts, you know, right off the bat, especially for cheap, could be really good. There's a Dream Enabler that Hunter can have too if you play the 2 mana 2/3 Naga that discounts a spell in your hand by 2 or by 1. You could coin that card out and then play this on turn 2, and things look pretty scary for your opponent. Maybe a bit of a too optimistic overall game plan, but I think it's good enough. I'm calling it fringe because I think it kind of pretty much only goes in a Naga Hunter deck, but it might be pretty good in that. You try to run it in another deck, you're probably making a mistake. So giving it a 2.
I'm not a Naga Hunter believer. I'm giving it a 1.
Fair.
I definitely agree with both of you. Like, I had it as a 1. I think, again, this is when I did test a little bit. Even getting some 2/2s felt like okay, but getting some 3/3s, it reminds me of the petting zoo for secrets. Like, yeah, you got some 3/3s, and sometimes it felt fine. Sometimes you didn't even want it, but it really only was played in 1 deck, so I'm giving it a 2. I think in a Naga type deck, this card is definitely better and deserves the 2. Other than that, it's probably a 1.
Yeah, it's kind of like Double Agent. Double Agent needed you to do something to make 2 3/3s. That was pretty good, but you could just start as Maestra and not have any conditions and just play it on 3.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, like you really need a Naga on turn 1 or 2, or like coining with something to activate this. Because if this is a 3 mana summon 2 2/2s, it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's landscaping for Druid.
pretty much.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, at least
that
there's
card
some
is
other
pretty bad.
beast synergies for Hunter too, but not by much. So on to the next one. We have a 4-mana beast, Ajaran Saber. Oh, we're back to Naga's Pride. Oh, we're back to Saber. So Ajaran Saber, a 3/3 minion for 4. With Rush and a Death Rattle, put a Sunken Saber on the bottom of your deck. And the Sunken Saber is a 4-mana 3/3 Rush Death Rattle that summons a beast from your deck. And wow, I just got to say, this might be one of the worst cards in the set. This is pure trash. Next card. I don't know. Maybe, like coping. There's a deck that could run this and like pull a colossal, in the best case scenario. But you're diluting the beast pool just by running this card in the first place. It's so bad. What's our dream scenario? Harpoon gun on 3, play this on 4, rush it in, draw the other thing and discount it, and then play that and summon a beast is maybe good. Like, oh my god, I do not want to spend this mana on this card and then the other thing. It's awful.
Okay, but
All right,
have
go
you
ahead.
considered
Go ahead, sell me.
Big Beast Hunter? 4 mana 3/3 and Rush. That's nutty stats, right? That kills like some 2-drops. Okay, to be fair, the second thing is really, really good, but it's only really good with the weapon, so it's probably bad. If you get the second thing going, it's actually insane, right? Because you pull beasts from your deck, and then you can just like revive pet the Sunken Saber and just attack in and pull like another big beast from your deck. It's pretty good. But again, this it's so hard when we don't really want to run that many dredge cards besides just the weapon. And I think I would rather just pull the beast off my weapon instead of be playing this to pull, like, you jump through so many hoops to like do the same thing. It's just weird.
I'm not sure I'd play this card if it costs 3.
Yeah, I might not play it if it costs 3, to be honest. Especially because I want to play my weapon on 3.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1.
Gave it the 2.
Oh, let's go.
Like I don't know. It just seemed like I did try this out in that deck. Of course, I had to include more of the set cards than what I probably would have. This is probably one of the like first cuts in that beast deck I was running. But yeah, it's okay. And I think especially if you just run like one of these, you at least can make sure that you're guaranteeing that there's a beast in your bottom 3 to dredge back up. Because I did run into an issue where even running a ton of beasts, I did have a game where I didn't have beasts in the bottom 3, so my weapon totally whiffed, which this would have saved that, and I had it in my hand, so like I could have saved it, but I don't know. It's like I'm saying there's slight potential, so I'm giving it a 2.
I'll say the only real thing that I like about this card is that we're calling it a beast. Because there's a little dude riding this beast, but the little dude's not important. The beast is important, right?
Exactly.
That's cool. The art is cool.
Dude.
I like the art. I like the art on both this card and the Sunken card. But yeah, the stats and the text and the everything else, no thank you.
Art is a 6. Card is a 1. Next.
All right,
you all said everything I was going to
say.
Solid.
What's our next one? We've got Emergency Maneuvers. 2 mana, like all Hunter secrets. This is a secret when a friendly minion dies, summon a copy of it. It's dormant for 1 turn. And I mean, there might be some ways that we could take advantage of this. Big Beast Hunter immediately comes to mind as something that would be good with this card. We have an upgraded version of this card with the Tavish hero card that can give us, extra ones, which could be pretty strong. But overall, like, it's dormant for a turn 2 when it comes in, so like unless we're getting a rush or a charge minion back, it can't attack on the turn it wakes up. I think it doesn't belong in a deck that is restricted to 30 cards. I don't want to use one of my card slots on this. It would have to be very, very niche, I think, with just like a big beast hunter or something that is a big thing that you really want to bring back. And I don't think Hunter does that all that well, except for that archetype. Even with the Hydra, we're probably bringing back a head, not the Hydra itself. I can't justify giving it higher than a 1. I wanted to, but I can't.
Yeah, I agree with the same reasons. I just can't justify this being a card slot in my deck. It's cool that I can get it off of the hero card, and it'd actually probably be pretty good in the deck off the hero card, but I'm not just playing this in my deck. I don't think we have room, so I'll give it a 1.
Yeah, I think if Tavish gives us this card when we already have some big beasts on the board, like that's pretty sweet, getting 2 things. Like, it's cool that the card exists, but I don't think we're actually putting it in many decks.
Yeah, so the minion wakes up on your turn, right? That's how it works?
Yes, it does. It wakes up on your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it a 1. I looked at it and said, why would I ever want to play this card? Like, maybe because I figured if we're getting back something that's gonna have rusher, I mean, if we can get back a rusher or a charger, fine. Like, I guess, but that means that it requires our opponent to have to kill a minion off our board on their turn. Like, it's not one that we can, like, big beast hunters sometimes just likes to trade off on their own turn, and then your opponent, depending on the minion, can just ignore it.
Yeah, which means really it's only good with a taunt minion to begin with.
Yeah, with Mountain Bear is like the prime example.
Yeah, this is fantastic with Mountain Bear. Yeah.
I mean, I can't think of anything else that it's good with besides Mountain Bear. Like, this is strictly a Mountain Bear enabler.
King Crush.
I guess I was gonna say Crush. I was gonna say maybe Crush. Like, I don't know if your opponent's gonna kill Crush though, if they can just kill you otherwise.
Love it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, you played
now if you could trigger this yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
imagine if
you play a King Crush and you had this secret up and you have King Crush die into something, and then your next turn 2 King Crushes wake up, or 1 King Crush wakes up, or whatever. 2 if you got the upgrade one. Yeah. Like,
nutty, but your opponent's just gonna be like, oh, maybe they have
obviously you can't do that because you can't trigger secrets on your own turn, which makes it just kind of bad.
Yeah. That would be so nutty if you could do that. I mean, there's been even some of the other secrets. It's like, well, if I could just get this to go off right now on my turn, that could, that would just be ridiculous.
Now, if they print a card that says trigger your secrets for Hunter, then all of a sudden, I like this card.
I hadn't thought about that way.
Until that point. Next.
Yeah. I think I gave it a 2. Yeah, with Death Rattle stuff, it's even better. Wicked Good is hanging out and talking about, maybe if you have a buff spell you wanted to play, this guarantees you're going to have that minion to be able to play a buff. But I don't know if you're actually wanting to include it in those decks and how well it works, because I feel like if you're running a Death Rattle type synergy and you're going for that, I don't know if you want to include this, because it's like this is probably all you're running. They can't really avoid it at that point necessarily. So maybe it's okay. I don't know. I think it only goes in very certain decks. And I do feel like this is much more of a card that you want to see off of Tavish if you have the certain builds rather than actually including it in the deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so next Hunter card. We're going to move on to Barbed Nets. And this card I am so much more excited about.
Yes.
This is strong. We've got, Arcane Shot already exists as something that we wanted to play in Questline Hunter, and I think Questline Hunter might be its primary home. Obviously, if there's a Naga Hunter deck, this goes right in that as well and can be very good. If I'm not mistaken, the second target can be the same as the first target, which means this potentially is 4 face damage. Is that right?
Yeah.
You can't target
I
face
don't know.
twice.
You can. Okay.
Yeah, I've
I
seen
thought
No,
you
yeah,
could do.
It's a second target, so it can't be
Okay,
the
so
same
that's
one.
disappointing then.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it still makes the card strong regardless. Just that, you know, we might start running like a few or a small little bit of Naga package in Questline Hunter to try to activate this card a little bit more for extra, or it might just be, oh, this is just literally an extra 1 mana 2 damage spell that I want to use to progress the questline. And Questline Hunter was already quite strong before rotation and lost some cards, but not a lot. This slots right in there and goes in really well in lots of Hunter decks, just as something that can be flexible and deal damage. Things that Hunter likes. I think I initially gave this a 3, but I want to change that to a 4 because I think it just goes so well with what Hunter's trying to do, and amazingly well with the Hunter Legendary, the other one that we'll talk about in a moment.
Yeah.
I'm on the 4 train.
Yep. I gave it a 4.
I
Yeah, I agree with what you
wasn't quite
said. I
as
think.
sold.
What do you think, Dragon Rider?
I mean, I went with 3. Like, it's still good, but
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't
Right,
convinced
yeah.
on the 4.
Yeah, nobody's going below 3 on this because it's
Yeah.
a solid card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the past month, I've become a Quest Hunter enjoyer, so I'm giving it a 4.
Oh, it's so much fun,
Thank you for joining us, Najee.
especially when you get the 0 mana refreshable beasts from the Tavish
Yup.
hero. Oh my
Mhm.
god.
Mm-hmm.
Press the Huffer button, get Huffer. Press the Huffer button, get Huffer again. Let's go.
Yep.
But yeah, Barb Nets, I think it's a good card. I think it's going to see a lot of play in most Hunter decks. I think there's going to be face Hunter decks that will run a small Naga package as well, that will want this. There's going to be, a Quest Hunter that's going to want to run this. There's going to be Naga Hunter that will want to run this. Just strong, solid card. Cheap
Mhm.
damage. Yes, please.
Mhm.
Hunter likes. All right, and then we got our next Hunter card, which goes hand in hand with the one we were just talking about. It is Raj Najan, 2 mana, 2/3 legendary minion with the Naga tribe. After you cast a spell, deal damage equal to its cost to the enemy hero. So this is a card that can just snowball some damage pretty quick, and it doesn't even have to be a face damage spell. You can be playing. I don't think these two cards go together, but just as a random example, like you could Dire Frenzy a thing, and this all of a sudden deals 4 damage to your opponent's face. You could be playing Marked Shot, which is a new core card that's coming back, and you're discovering a spell, you're possibly clearing a minion for 4 damage, and you're dealing 4 damage face. This minion is kind of insane. And if I thought Hunter was going to be everywhere, I would probably be giving this a 5. I'm giving it a 4 because I don't think Hunter is going to be all that present. A lot of the cards have been kind of middling. But this one looks insane, especially in Face Hunter and probably even in Questline Hunter. Again, there's lots of stuff hanging around for Naga Hunter that I know Dragon Rider's a believer in, and
Yes.
I hope to play the decks that you're going to be playing with this too. This card impresses me. I like it a lot.
Yep. I give it a 4 as well. I mean, I think it fits into multiple different archetypes for Hunter. Like, you can play this in Quest, you can play this in a Naga style, you can play it in Face, and it's cheap enough and a decentish body that, I mean, if you need to play it like in Quest Hunter as a body, play some stuff, and then kill it off so your opponent can't do something with it, sure. There's just so many uses for it, I feel like, even just before we actually get to play it, but I can just see so much potential that, yeah, this seems like a fantastic card.
This is one of my favorite cards in the set. I've really grown to love Quest Hunter, and I think this card is fantastic. I gave it a 4. I said it could be a format defining card. It just depends on it just ends up depending on how good Quest Hunter ends up being. And I can see this going in other Hunter decks potentially as well.
I like it. I think it's powerful, but I don't see it quite as like key support to decks. I think it's more just like kinda around your like 25 to 30th slot in decks, and it's just like a strong addition. I don't think it's that impressive, so I'm gonna give it a 3, but I could see it having some pop off turns, and even just like on turn 2, you could just drop this, and if it sticks, you get some damage. But yeah, I don't think it's super impressive.
Gotcha.
Give it a 3.
Yeah, mainly I like that it's cheap. If this costs more, it'd be
bad if it costs more.
Not much of a chance playing it, but for 2 mana, like we can save this for the late game too, and try to have a go off turn to lethal. And then last up, our final Hunter card to review of the set is Twinbow Terror Coil, another card that will go right into a potential Naga Hunter archetype. 4 mana, 4/4 minion. Battlecry, if you've cast a spell while holding this, your next spell casts twice. And that could be pretty insane. Double casting is always strong. I mean, it's literally a quest reward for Shaman. And we've got this built into just a battle cry for a cheap card. But it is kind of hard to get this paying off like super well. It's important to note that because it's a battle cry and it says next spell, it doesn't mean you have to do it on this turn. You could play this on turn 4 as long as you've cast a spell while you were holding this, and then turn 5 or any other turn later that you play a spell, that spell will double cast, which could be pretty nutty. It definitely goes into a Naga Hunter deck, and I don't know if it has a whole lot of room elsewhere, but the ability being what it is, there's a whole lot of ways to kind of abuse that and break the game with it. I'm giving it a 3 for a strong card. We definitely don't want to run this in Questline Hunter, I think, because it's too expensive and too hard to activate. You know, it's not just active right away. You got to do the spell first while holding it. But solid card, and I think it could make some waves.
The thing I like about this card is that you don't need to be playing a Naga Hunter. Like, it just happens to be a Naga, and like its whole effect does not require you to play other Nagas.
Yeah,
so
I like it.
It could just be like you play Doggy Biscuit or Ramming Mount before this, and then you play this maybe turn 4 or something, and then it sets up for any time later. You could like double an aim shot, double a quick shot, a piercing shot, or whatever. And I don't know if piercing shots don't sound standard actually. But the other
piercing is still in standard,
yeah.
Okay, the other 2 definitely are, and that's what I like about it. I like that you don't have to play Nagas. So instead of rating this poorly, I'm gonna give it a 3. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, like the spicy on curve payoff with this, right, is as long as you played one of those spells while holding this, you drop this on 4, and then on turn 5 you'd play an aim shot. And that's 6 immediate face damage plus the extra 2 twice to your hero power.
Yeah, so
it's 12.
12. Immediate 12,
12 damage for 5 mana, following up your 4 mana 4/4.
Yeah, that's what's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Seems a little scary. This might actually go in a Face Hunter deck as like a top end thing.
Yeah, I can see it.
But the biggest drawback, of course, is that if you have not cast a spell while you're holding this, it's real bad. Because it's a card you really want to hold on to until you can activate that battle cry.
Definitely. Yep, I gave it a 3 as well. Same reasoning.
Yeah,
it's
me
super
too.
Strong. It's
solid,
strong, but it's the condition of needing to cast it while it's in your hand. Well, you have that card in your hand, makes it so it's not busted.
Yeah, we'd be rating this real high if this just said battle cry, your next spell cast twice.
Yeah, it would be
Like,
it would need to get nerfed. It would need.
That's a scary one. But the condition, yeah, it's strong, not broken. It's a good,
100%.
fairly good design.
Yes.
I like it.
I love it. Yeah.
That wraps up Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I haven't read any yet, so I guess I'll take Mage. And our first card that we have is Seafloor Gateway, a 3-mana spell, rare spell. Draw a mech, reduce the cost of mechs in your hand by 1. For this one, I gave it a 2 because I think you may not be playing it in another Mage deck that isn't running mechs. Like this seems like a very specific play it in a mech Mage. The only other case I could maybe see it is if you are trying to play it in a deck where you draw a specific mech, like the Colossal, but I'm not sure how good it is in that case. I don't know if you want to be playing it in there or not. I think it depends on how good the rest of the deck is, so I'm just going to stick with 2 for this one.
It's palm reading.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically palm reading. You draw something / add something to your hand, and then you reduce the cost of mechs in your hand. So I think it's pretty good. I'm not sure how good Mech Mage is going to be, but if you're playing Mech Mage, you're definitely running this card because this is extremely efficient. Can set up combos with Mecha Shark and Colossal and whatnot, or just nice swing turns. So I'll give it a 3. Just I think it's going to be solid in Mech Mage, but I'm not sure how good that deck is yet. I haven't played it, obviously.
Yeah, this card seemed to be like one of the ones that's kind of just preloaded as almost an automatic too for me, because the tribal stipulation right there. So you can call it fringe just on the basis of, hey, it's good in Mech Mage. Mech Mage obviously runs 2 of this card, and every other mage probably won't consider running this at all unless you want to specifically tutor your Colossal, right? Or maybe some other good mech that you might be compelled to run. Very similar to palm reading in a lot of ways, but palm reading was ubiquitous because spells are every archetype and mechs are just mech archetype. So it's okay. I give it a 2, but I could see a big upside for this being 3 or higher if Mech Mage winds up being broken.
Yeah, that's kind of the debate for me. It's like 2, if I think Mech Mage is just going to be okay. And I guess I would give it only as much as maybe, I guess it could go even if as high as a 4 if Mech Mage is really good, because this card would make it so strong. I think I'm leaning as a 3. It seems like it's a pretty decent support card. It's, from what I know, it's not going to be super game breaking or anything. At least it costs 3 mana to do this. If it costed any less, it'd be almost too good. So, yeah.
Just a good thing Mech Warper doesn't exist.
Yep, Mech Warper doesn't exist. Agreed.
Okay. Well, our next one, speaking of mechs, is a mech itself, Trench Surveyor, a 2-mana 3/2 Battlecry Dredge. If it's a mech, draw it. And this one, I think I feel a little better about this one, honestly, because I like the Dredge stuff myself. But also it has that effect of drawing it itself, and I know Ron brought that up earlier, where it's not just the dredge effect, but it has that upside of also drawing the card that you're dredging. So an early drop that's also a mech. Maybe you're getting a discount on this. You're looking for a specific thing. If you don't find it, you would still at least get to pick something else. But this seems fantastic. So I gave it a 3.
Yeah, reasonable. I gave this one a 2 specifically just because I don't know if there's going to be mage decks that run it outside of Mech Mage, but it is very strong for Mech Mage, and it's not bad in general. Just feel like mages are probably going to be playing into other synergies and cutting this card if they're not mech focused. But Dredge and Draw is amazing. It's one of the only Dredge and Draw cards in the set. So I was borderline 2 or 3, but I decided on 2 because it's pretty much just a Mage card.
Yeah, this one is kind of broken. 2 mana 3/2. Pick your next draw basically, because like you're always gonna hit a mech. You're like you're running so many mechs in this deck, surely, and you just play this on curve. Very, very strong, but again, only in mech deck. So I'll give it a 3, just like the palm reading.
Yeah, I also gave it a 3.
Okay. Next, we have Spitelash Siren, a 4-mana 2/5 Naga. After you play a Naga, refresh 2 mana crystals, then switch to spell. So then you would play a spell and it would refresh 2, then it would switch back to Naga, so it would just flip back and forth between Naga and spell. I like this card. I think the concept is awesome. The 5 health seems cool, but I'm only giving it a 2. Because I think you only, like, this is a build around, so you have to specifically play it in a certain deck. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
I'll fight you on
Like-
this.
Ron,
I'll fight you.
I'm gonna let Ron
great,
pop
but,
off after this.
Like, I don't know. It could be good. This is one, I can't remember which one it was earlier that we talked about, that Druid one, where I'm like, this to me is either a 2 or it's like a 5, and I just don't know which way to go with it. So I'm gonna lean towards not that great, because I don't know yet. I don't know if there's going to be enough cards to actually support you, like, just really going in on how you would want to do this. So it's a 2 for me.
Okay, Ron, go off.
This is the only card in the set that I gave a 6 to. As I think this is completely insane. It's a card that you can break the game with. Like, when I look at the text on this card, it translates to me as saying, cheat the game mechanics of Hearthstone. And when you have cards like that, I feel like they just almost immediately become like the most broken cards ever. This one, you don't have just like win the game on the spot kind of built into it with some stuff, but there are so many unbelievably broken turns you can do with this. It's just like it blows me away. Like, just in the basic scenario of keeping the coin, right, and having this card with some Nagas and spells, and that's all you're going to want to be running in a Naga Mage deck. You could play this on turn 6, play a cheap Naga immediately afterwards, maybe even one that discounts spells or gives you spell damage, refresh that, then you play the coin and you've refreshed 2 more mana crystals and you've gained a mana, and then you start just going nuts with discover a spell from a Naga, and it goes so crazy. Like, you could completely flood the board, have, play 6 Nagas on that turn and go off with spells, completely remove your opponent's board, deal damage, just everything you want to do. I'm kind of just staggered by this card. I think it's gonna break things. We'll see. I could be totally wrong. I've been known to be totally wrong before, but I'm terrified of this card. I think it breaks the game, and I think it makes Naga Mage almost immediately one of the most powerful decks in the format.
I am with Ron on this one, I will say. I think this is incredibly broken. I think you can do insane turns with this. I've seen in the theory crafting streams, like, players just go off on early turns, and it's not very hard to play like at least 6 things. And that early in the game, that amount of tempo swings, and even like later in the game, you could do even crazier things. I think this card does get nerfed. I am very surprised it costs 4 mana and not like 5. So I am also giving this a 6. I agree with Ron's analysis on this one.
Right on. Also, the gold animation on this card is going to be sick. Crafted gold. It's going to get nerfed anyway. You'll get it back.
It's a good point.
So I didn't go quite as far as a 6, because I haven't been able to like visualize all the broken things we could do with it, so I just gave it a 5. Talking with Ron before the stream, he kind of convinced me that this card was going to be pretty nutty. So yeah, I'm always bad at giving card 6s. I think only like I think maybe one of the 6s I've actually given has gotten a nerf, and that was Scabs last expansion. Last expansion.
I don't know if I'm ready to be proven wrong, because if it is really that powerful, I don't want to be facing that, and I'm not ready for that. So
Yep.
I hope I'm right.
Just pray all your mage opponents are mech.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and move it into our other epic, which is Volcanomancy, a 2-mana fire spell. Choose a minion. When it dies, deal 3 damage to all other minions. This one, watch us be all opposites on this one. I like this one. I give it a 4. So I think this is really cool, especially if there is more minions. The fact that it is just choose a minion period makes it a lot more flexible. So you can play it on your own if you really needed to. You can play on an enemy minion. And if you're needing to deal damage, that's great. This is a cheap fire spell. So, I mean, sure. Okay, there you go. It works with Siren if you want to play it. I don't know. I just like this one, so I gave it a 4.
Solid. I love that we are like so polar opposites on these two cards. It's really funny to me. That I went the complete opposite end and rated this a 1. I'm just not impressed by this because it needs more activation. So I can't even kill a thing with this right away unless I'm like, I don't know, picking my own minion that's already on the board to attack in, and it dies and then it clears the board potentially. Like, it could be good, and I'm probably underselling the card. I just want to do different things. It's clunky feeling to me, and I feel like we can do better.
I agree. I'm not a fan of this one. I'm more into the tempo mage type of decks, I think, for this expansion, and I wouldn't throw this one in there because this one blows up our own board, and I think we want to be making big boards. Maybe there's like a control mage, but again, having to spend 2 cards to remove the board where I could just play Fire Sale, for example. Like, I feel like this plus something probably costs about 4 mana. Maybe if you use First Flame, it's 3 mana. So you get like a slight discount on Fire Sale. Whereas Fire Sale is just like a super nice removal card that you can just trade away in the early game. Whereas if you're against, say, a control deck, obviously this is going to be useless and it's just going to be stuck in your hand, where Fire Sale, you can just trade it away and try and find more proactive things to do. So I'm going to give it a 1 as well.
But watch me build a big board against Dragon Rider, and then she plays the explosive sheep and volcanomancies it and kills it and wrecks my entire board, and I'm like, oh, okay.
You're out of cards.
That would be
Guess I was wrong.
I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this to be a Highlander Mage card eventually. But otherwise, yeah, I think immediately this card doesn't impress me. But I think down the road, I think as you get more cards, I think this card we'll see potentially more play. But I gave it a 1 for now, because I don't know. I think if I'm gonna be playing like Mech Mage, probably don't want a thing that's gonna deal damage to my own board.
Yeah, if the deal 3 damage was enemy minions, I'd be much higher on this card
would be
because
so
it's
good.
all other. It's probably the biggest drawback that led me to rate it a 1 instead of higher.
It didn't register in my brain right away when it said that it was all other, so I gave it a 3 to start, and I was like, oh no, this is not amazing. So yeah.
All right. Move to our first legendary commander, Savara, 4 mana, 3/5 Naga. Battlecry, if you've cast 3 spells while holding this, add those spells back to your hand. And for this one, I gave it a 3. I think she's pretty solid. Again, there is that little bit of issue where like maybe she's slightly expensive at the 4. And you do have to have her in hand, which we talked about with like that Druid legendary as well. So if you don't have a way to draw her, maybe if you're playing this in, a Naga spell cycle like crazy do stuff deck, I guess. That's sure. But all right. But she's fine. It's 3.
I'm happy to slot this one into the Naga deck.
Oh yeah,
I think it's
this
pretty
goes right along with
powerful.
Siren, right?
So I'm going to give it a 4.
I gave this one a 5 because I think it's just the biggest enabler of the Spite Lash Siren crazy pop off turn where we just go completely nuts and we're emptying our hand of Nagas and spells, and then after we're continuously refreshing our
So-
mana and having kind of like infinite mana on our turn, we play this and it gives us more spells that we just cast that we get to continue to cast and get more mana off of the Spite Lash.
So with Savara, does it just give you every single spell you've played while this has been in your hand, or is it only
First
the
three.
first 3?
The first
Okay.
3.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say that makes more sense that you just add the first 3 spells back. Which that also, I guess you can really tailor it with Savara. You can really tailor what cards you get back, but sometimes
But like
probably
you
aren't able
could
to.
bank a mana biscuit right
Yeah,
before
definitely.
you do your Spite Lash pop off turn.
Yeah, you can.
And Savara is going to give you the biscuit back
Give you the
along
biscuit.
with maybe like
No, that's
2
what I'm saying.
damage
Like you want
spells.
to, you definitely want to, you definitely want to be like, you definitely want to. It's a card where you have to keep track of what cards you're getting back because you don't want to, because you want to get back like very specific cheap good spells from Savara.
Except that Biscuit is rotating.
Biscuit is rotating.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
coin would also work.
That's
but
Pog. That's Pog. I like that. We don't get Biscuit from
coin is obviously only half of your games, but
yeah,
Still
could
Stuff
be,
like Hot Streak that you can cheat out mana with.
yeah. For sure. I gave it a 4. I like this card. I like the art as well. I don't know. I think Naga are like my favorite. Naga is one of my favorite WoW races.
This card looks sweet.
They're very well. The Naga themselves are very well designed.
I'm so curious. What is the point of doing all the Naga do a bunch of things? Like, what are you looking for? Because I guess that's what I'm missing. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's put a lot of stats on the board on like turn 5 or 6.
So it's not even about the spells you're playing necessarily.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of your spells are probably going to be in some way damage focused or removal focused. So you could, like, it's just a massive swing on that turn where if your opponent has any board at all, it's gone. And you had no board, now you have a full board. And you also might have pushed additional damage to their face and they're going to die next turn. And they have literally one turn with about 6 or 7 mana maybe to respond to what you just did before you kill them.
Okay, so you're leaning in. The whole deck is based on one big swing turn early on.
Potentially. I mean, that's the biggest payoff.
I'm not seeing it. Like, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. I'm still just not convinced. Like, I just feel like if you can't pull that off, your whole deck just seems like it's maybe falling apart, or you just kind of can't do stuff, or you're
fair
like,
criticism.
So I don't know. It's just, it feels kind of like the concept seems great, but I want to see it in play, because if it actually works that way, sure. But I'm just not sure if it's actually going to be able to do that consistently. What I think is the part that I'm worried about, and why I'm not rating these cards as highly as you are.
I think we need to think about it as kind of like Miracle Priest, where you just need to assemble a few key minions or few little key parts to it, and then you just get your pop-off turn, and you're like, okay, deal with this. Obviously, there's been Rally Priests that's come up recently that can have huge like reloads as well, and that's why it was like the best deck at the Masters Tour. But like the old Miracle Priest, besides like the Malagos part, you would have like a big pop-off turn, and then if they dealt with it, then you kind of have to slow down and like start gaining stuff back, play a Malagos or whatever. But it's kind of like that is how I see it.
I guess for me, I'm just like, okay, tempo does not equate like one big swing turn to me. I'm like, tempo feels to me more like consistent. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I want to see it in action. So I hope that we will get to see it because it's going to be an interesting thing. But let's move into our next card, Mecha Shark, going back to our Mech Mage here. It is a 3-mana 4/3 mech. After you summon a mech, deal 3 damage randomly split among all enemies. This one I like a bit more. I gave this one a 4, although I think I had misread it originally when I scored it. It might just be a 3, but honestly, I'm probably just going to keep it a 4. I thought it just dealt 3 damage to all enemies, not randomly split. I was like, well, that's insane. That's great. But even still, I mean, it's an aggressively statted thing. If you're playing mechs, you can do this. And if you're getting, especially like discounts, like we talked about earlier, on your mechs, you could potentially, kind of like you were saying with the last one, play this out, play some other cheap mechs. You get a lot of damage. And the fact that it does say all enemies means it can go face, which, we like face. So that's good.
Oh yeah, really good card here. Like a cornerstone of Mech Mage, and the immediate comparison is Flame Waker for the card that just goes off with random split damage every time you do a thing, and you can keep repeating it. It's very strong. I would normally rate it a 2 just because it only really goes in Mech Mage, but it's so good. I'm giving it a 3 because it's like the cornerstone card of Mech Mage for sure.
I agree. I think Mech Mage is pretty unplayable without this card. So I'll give it a 3. I think I gave the rest of them a 3, but I'm not gonna quite give it up to a 4. I'm not a Mech Mage believer. I've seen a lot of people that are like they're either super high on Mech Mage and then super low on Naga Mage, or the reverse. And I'm more into the Naga Mage myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was also saying that I'm between different groups of people that I've had that I've like seen talking about Mage. I've seen you and Ron, and I think I think both are gonna be fine. I think that Naga Mage is probably gonna be maybe a bit stronger than Mech Mage, but I still like Mech Mage, personally. And then I've seen people who are more into Mech, who think Mech Mage is gonna be the better deck overall by the end of figuring out the meta. And I mean, we'll see how it all plans out. I think that it's super interesting that we get to have these conversations in general, though. Yeah, and I gave Mecha Shark a 3 as well. I think it's a pretty cool card.
Nice.
All right, next one is Gifts of Ashara, the 2-mana arcane spell. Draw a card. If you played a Naga while holding this, do it again. Obviously, this goes in that like Naga Mage that we were talking about, but even still, just paying 2 for a card with a potential upside, I think is pretty solid. Also, if there's any sort of discounts or a way to manipulate this even more, or if you get that upside of drawing 2 for 2, dang good. So I gave it a 3.
I'm feeling a 4 on this one. I think this is something else that really helps enable the deck and keep the cycle going, as well as the legendary card. So, yeah, I'll give it a 4.
Yeah, I also gave this one a 4. I mean, it kind of goes along with, like, it's a core card in the Naga Mage deck that I think is going to be pretty busted. And drawing 2 for 2 mana is really strong, and I think it should be pretty easy and consistent to activate this. And if you've got like an infinite mana turn, for example, where you're constantly refreshing, and this gives you more things in your hand to keep refreshing and going off, that's really, really good. Even in a vacuum, I think it's a solid card. So 4 for sure.
Yeah. I think I lean. It's so tough because I guess I'll land on a 4 with this. I debated 3 versus a 3 or a 4 for the card, because I know you draw 2 cards, and it also helps with, if it helps activate the calm like a massive pop-off turn, then it's just absolutely nutty, because if you're playing it when you're going to get a spell, so you draw 2 cards, but you also get the mana back, so it's 0 mana, draw 2 if you, because you'll very likely have played a Naga during the sequence of having this card in your hand. So we'll see. I think this is going to be very strong, though, in general.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that one? Sorry. Before we move on.
Nope.
Nah.
On to the next.
I'm happy with it.
Next one, we have the Colossal. How are we saying the name? Gaia?
Gaia.
Gaia, okay. Gaia the Tectonic is an 8 mana 5/7 mech. Colossal +2. After a friendly minion attacks, deal 1 damage to all enemies. So again, all enemies going face, but it is all of them. It's not like split. And with that Colossal 2, the Colossals are drills. They are 3 mana, 2/3 mechs with rush, both of them. So you can at least get both of these attacking if there's minions on the board the same turn, and then getting the damage from those. So it's pretty solid. And I think if you're wanting to play mechs, it seems pretty good. But I'm just going to rate it as a 3. I think a lot of the Colossals for me are 3s. So this one's in that same vein.
Yeah, hard to rate a Colossal less than a 3. They're pretty cool cards. And it definitely goes right in Mech Mage, so it's like minimum a 2, because most Mech Mage decks are going to want to run this card as their top end. But even outside of that, it's a solid card in general that can deal with board a little bit for a swing. And if you have any kind of board with mechs already on there, this is every mech that attacks does 1 to all enemies. That includes face damage, so it could be a nice finisher. It's a solid card, 3 for sure.
Yeah, I agree for the same reasons. I give it a 3. Don't have anything else to add here.
Yeah, because it's not going to see playing like many other decks, because it's a Mech Mage. It's a Mech Mage card. So yeah, I agree. It's a 3.
Okay. Next, we have the Asharan Sweeper. It's a 3 mana 3/4 mech. Battle cry. Put a Sunken Sweeper on the bottom of your deck. And the Sunken Sweeper is a 3 mana 3/4 mech, but has Battle Cry. Add 3 random mechs to your hand. This one I think is solid, and you're probably still just playing it in Mech Mage to go along with that. So 3.
Yeah, I gave this one a 2 just because, again, it's just for Mech Mage, really. I don't see any other Mage decks even considering this card. But it goes extremely well with the Trench Surveyor. If it's a mech, draw it, so you could play the Sweeper, then you could play once it dies, you play the Surveyor and immediately draw the Sunken card, which adds 3 random mechs to your hand. And if you also have Seafloor Gateway in hand, all of a sudden you're discounting a whole bunch of stuff. Like, that is super powerful and could be really strong for Mech Mage. I think it's a card that absolutely goes there and does well in it, but obviously doesn't have a home elsewhere. Borderline 3, but I'm giving it a 2.
I don't like this mech as much. Kind of feels weird. Like, it's just a spider tank, and then you have to dredge the second part to get any value out of this card, and your main dredge card is a 2-drop that you want to play on turn 2. Like, if you're holding your 2-drop to pull your Sunken Sweeper later in the game just to add some mechs to your hand, which isn't even like a tempo swing unless you play the palm reading, and now we're playing a lot of mana just to, like, I don't even know.
Just to have a Mech Shark turn, yeah.
That
could
doesn't
work.
seem that good to me.
We do random damage all over the place, Nedgy. It's gonna be nuts.
Okay, but what if you pull a bunch of like 4-cost mechs and you're just screwed?
Oops.
Then you're like, wow, this pop-off turns sick. I summoned 2 mechs.
Sounds like a skill difference.
Yeah, that's just player diff. I don't know what to tell you. I'll give it a 2 because maybe you need a certain density of mechs, but I don't think this one's particularly powerful.
Yeah, I gave it a 2, and I will note it's a battle cry comparatively to the other
Oh, true. Yeah, you don't
dredgers.
need it to die right away.
It's at least
it's
a battle cry, so it makes it better than the other cards that do the same effect.
Mm-hmm.
Then next we have Spell Coiler, a 2-mana 2/3 Naga. Battlecry, if you've cast a spell while holding this, discover a spell. So I guess this fits in that Naga deck. This one, though, I think is still solid. And honestly, I feel like even without going all in on Nagas and spells, this one seems flexible enough that, and you're just discovering a spell. So it's not like going more in on Nagas and other things. That you probably could play this in several lists. So I actually think it's really solid, and I gave it a 3.
Nice. This one's our last Mage card to review, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Nice. Yeah, I gave this one a 4. I really like this card. Obviously, again, it goes right in the Naga Mage list that I think is going to be really strong, but it does not require any kind of other synergies. Literally, it's just if you are holding this card at any point when you draw this card and play a spell, all of a sudden it's a 2-mana 2/3 discover spell, and that could be really, really powerful. I like it a lot. I think it goes in almost every Mage deck.
I agree. I agree. This goes in probably every Mage deck, and that's why I gave it a 4, because it's powerful, because Discover is a powerful thing.
Yeah, I think
especially in a 4-set meta, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely in 4-set metas, especially
smaller Discover pool for sure.
I think this card goes in, like you said, pretty much every Mage deck. I'll give this one a 4 as well.
Cool.
Very powerful. Let's throw it in Reno Mage, Copium.
This has me lower on Mech Mage because Mech Mage doesn't want to run this card.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Mech Mage is going to run some cards, some spells. So I feel like this card is probably fine, even in that.
Yeah, but then you start to mess up your mech synergy, and that could be a dangerous thing.
Yeah, especially for the palm reading. You just want to jam mechs.
Gotcha.
Right. But yeah, that was our last Mage card. So Pally is up next. Anybody specifically want to read Paladin?
Nope.
I can take Paladin.
Yeah, I can.
I'm not a Paladin enjoyer myself.
I've got a solid amount of wins on Paladin. I've played a good amount of Paladin. I'll take that.
Okay. Do it.
All right, so to start off, the holy mackerel, he's been killed. The poor guy.
Sad.
And we have a 1-mana holy mackerel. Restore 2 health, repeatable this turn, a holy spell, super cheap, super flexible. I gave this a 3, and I was borderline rating it higher than that because I think it just is a really strong enabler for a lot of things that Paladin wants to do. There's a 10-mana card that we'll get to a little bit later that gets discounted for each mana you've spent on holy spells. There used to be other healing type cards that were slightly less flexible than this that still represented a lot of mass healing. You could go wide on a board and then heal up everything that was slightly damaged. You could do a whole bunch of heal on your face. It's a useful card that also enables other strategies. So I like it a lot for Paladin, which has a ton of healing in the core set coming as well with Rag Lightlord and some other stuff. Like the heal dragons as well are coming in. Paladin has a kind of an absurd amount of healing right now, and I think this could really do well in a control type deck.
I think Lightforged Cariel is going to get nerfed. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm
Cariel's kinda
ready
nuts.
for I'm ready for Cariel to get nerfed.
There's
I've
like
been
Ron
ready.
said, there's so much healing now, and all healing is doubled because of Cariel's weapon, right? Like all the healing you get is worth twice as much because they have to deal double damage to get through
2
it.
Vipers and everything. Your weapon
Yeah.
means nothing.
We might be, if Paladin's that good, there's going to be Vipers in the meta because
Yeah.
with all this healing, Cariel, you drop Cariel and you almost just become unstoppable with so much healing. And like you said, it has good synergy with Garden's Grace, which we'll talk about after. It is really cool synergy with Wild Pyromancer. You can just Pyromancer and just keep healing your Pyromancer and just keep clearing things.
Oh yeah. Let alone the fact that we have a 2-mana equality with a 2-mana Wild Pyro, so Paladin's going to be a player in the meta for sure. We've got easy 4-mana deal with the entire board easily. It's just, oh my god! And this is yet another way to enable big board clears.
Yeah,
with
I'll give this one
specifically
a 3.
Pyro. Yeah,
What did you all rate this then?
3.
3.
Okay. I was like, am I not thinking of the... I gave it a 3 as well, but then I'm like, should this be even higher? Okay, yeah. I mean, it is. It's so good. It's flexible, right? And you can repeat it. It can go to 0, which, good. There's so many ways to use this, and yeah, it's sweet. I love the flavor text too. If you use all 10 mana, that's called the lunch special. It's so good.
True.
Nice.
There's probably an achievement for using all 10 of these.
It could be.
Yep.
But yeah, strong card.
Super strong card.
On to our next Paladin card. We have 4-mana Mech, 4/4. Bubblebot. Battle Cry, give your other mechs Divine Shield and Taunt. And I mean, clearly this would go in a Mech Paladin deck if there is one that is popular to use. Has really good synergy too with the Colossal that Paladin runs, that most likely will run, that we'll get to later. But on its own, I'm not super impressed by this card. You really need a board of mechs for this to be good. And if you have a board of mechs, you're probably already fairly ahead. And if your opponent knows what kind of deck you're playing, they're going to try to make sure that you don't have a board, and this will be a 4-mana 4/4, and you will be sad. So I'm giving this a 2 because I think it sees some fringe play, obviously in Mech Paladin, but not really super strong outside of that. Stats are fine.
Yeah, I feel like they really pushed Control Paladin in both the core set and some of these cards that we're going to see. I was not super into Mage or Mech Mage, and I'm really not into Mech Pally. I'm giving pretty much all these cards a 1, including this one.
Yeah,
Don't
Mech
see it
Pally looks a
happening.
lot worse than Mech Mage, I'll grant you that.
They don't have a Mecha Shark and a palm reading.
They do have one of the best mech draw cards that we'll get to, but it's that's like the only thing that it has.
Their saving grace.
Yeah.
Their Garden's Grace.
Hey.
Yeah, I gave it a 2 as well. I think, honestly, even in a like mech type deck, I feel like you'd still only want to run like one of these at most. So even there, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it
I don't
seems...
love the idea of a 2 of, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe you can still get enough value if you have like 2 other mechs, depending on what they are, or 3 other mechs. Just giving those Divine Shield could be really good too, but I don't know. To me, this is like, this seems great in Battlegrounds, but not in Standard. Like,
nice.
That's where I would want to play this, not in Standard. So yeah, it's like 2. Maybe it's just a 1. I don't know. I'm not thrilled on it.
All right, on to the next Paladin card. Our next Paladin card being a Shaman Mooncatcher, a 3-mana 4/2 with Divine Shield, Battlecry. Put a Sunken Mooncatcher on the bottom of your deck. This card, again, good for Mech Mage, Mage, good for Mech Paladin. Not really that good in other cases. The Sunken, though, it could be really strong in a hand buff Paladin because the Sunken card does have Divine Shield, Battlecry. Summon a copy of this. So if you get to buff that card, you're summoning, a whole bunch of extra stats, which could be pretty scary. I'm going with a 3 on this one. Just not really great, but could have some potential to be broken in a specific deck, but a specific deck that doesn't seem all that good.
Yeah, I feel you. This definitely looks more impressive than the last mech card to me, so it kind of makes me want to give it a 2. But again, nah, 1. Mech Mage lull. Or sorry, Mech Paladin lull. Actually, lull to both.
That's all right. I'll go the other way. I gave this a 3. I'm leaning more towards even things like tempo or mid-range style decks of Paladin, and I think this can fit in a couple different places. I like this card. I mean, multiple mechs, there's Divine Shields, which are strong, and if you want to play some dredge stuff, sure. But summoning a copy could be really good, especially if you're playing any hand buff stuff. But I don't know. I think it's fine. I gave it a 3.
Yeah. There's still the weapon that buffs things when you lose Divine Shields. That still exists, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like that could enable something potentially. Paladin has some ways to dredge and get the Sunken, which would be a pretty nice payoff. So I think it could be a strong card, especially not just in Mech Paladin, but yeah, I can't go higher than a 3 on this, I don't think. I wanted to.
Hater, clearly.
I wanted to, but I changed my mind. Now this next card for Paladin, I am pretty hyped on this card. We're obviously running this in Mech Paladin, but I think this goes in basically every Paladin deck. It is a colossal +1, the Leviathan. A 7-mana 4/5. It's got Rush, Divine Shield. After this attacks, Dredge, and it summons a 3-mana 4/2 Rush, Divine Shield, the Leviathan's Claw. After this attacks, draw a card. So some really awesome immediate synergy between the 2 cards that you get out of this by playing it. First, obviously, you can attack with the Leviathan. It's going to survive the attack with the Divine Shield. It will dredge on your deck, and then you can attack with the Claw and immediately draw that card that you just dredged. And that's 8 rush damage immediately to deal with something on the board. Just really, really strong. I think this will swing a lot of board states and also tutor out something Paladin really wants to draw. I'm high on this one. I give it a 4.
I think I like it. It seems powerful. Yeah, I could definitely see this being run in non-mech decks. I'm going to be a control Paladin enjoyer myself, and I can see myself running this. So I'll give it a 4. It's actually, I was thinking 3, but after reading it, it's kind of broken.
Yeah, like just the interplay between the 2 things. Like you've got this and then the other thing, so you get to track the bottom of your deck and then immediately draw the thing that you were putting there. It could be a lot of really strong stuff. You could also have planned in advance to put something on the bottom of your deck that you really want, or you could just look for something good. Strong card.
This draws Cariel. Yep.
Easy.
Yeah. I mean, I am with you, Ron. I gave this a 4 as well. Like, I love this card, and the fact that you can kind of switch it up too. You don't have to attack with the certain piece first, right? You can be like, I want to attack with the main body first and dredge, and then I want to play with the other one and draw. Or if you did some sort of setup, or you're like, I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe I want to draw first, see what else happens, and then dredge and set up for the next turn. Yeah, I don't know. There's just so many different ways that you can play this and so many potentials that I love this card. And again, Divine Shields, but this also has Rush on top of those, so it feels even better. I love this. And if you do revive them somehow or something, then you're gonna get those Rush again immediately.
Yeah.
And also you can discover Leviathan off of the Gorilla Bot, which we'll talk about in neutrals. But I did that during the theory crafting. I was like, another Leviathan, yeah.
Oh my god.
And it was great. A little slow at that point, but it was fun.
That's a good point that you mentioned with the flexibility too, that you can draw first and then you could do the dredge if you wanted to, for whatever possible reason you might have for that in the state of the game. And the huge part about this is the obvious, like, you generally in most situations would want to dredge first and then draw, and you aren't put in an awkward situation where you have to trade a certain way because they both have Divine Shield. So it doesn't matter which one attacks first. Same attack, Divine Shield on both. It's not going to make any difference. You can be flexible however way you want.
Slap them with the tail and then smack them with the head of it, yeah. Or headbutt, then slap. Tough decision.
Either way.
Yeah. I like Leviathan a lot. I think it's a really cool card.
Will Smith goes tail pass.
Oh my god.
Sorry. We can move on.
I gave it a 4, same reasoning. It's powerful, it looks really cool. Yeah. Yep.
Sweet. All right, our next Paladin card is Radar Detector. 2-mana spell, scan the bottom 5 cards of your deck, draw any mechs found this way, then shuffle your deck. Super powerful draw engine for specifically Mech Paladin, but not terrible for non-Mech Paladins. I mean, you might be using this card just specifically to draw Leviathan or something. If you're like, man, why can't I draw that card? Come on, Radar Detector, give me the Leviathan.
Yeah.
But I think it's like reasonably strong, and it's the biggest reason that Mech Paladin isn't complete trash. So I'm going to give this card a 3. I think it just enables Mech Paladin to have any kind of place at all in the meta, although I don't think it will be much of one. Solid card overall.
But had you considered that Mech Paladin is complete trash? So I'm giving it a 1. Unlucky.
Touche.
Do better next time.
Okay. I
don't see it.
I gave this a 2. Leviathan bottom 5. Just draw it, smile. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's cool, and I think if they want to keep giving mechs to something like Paladin, this will eventually get better. But for right now, it's just there's just not a lot of cards, so there's not a lot of mechs so far for it. So for now, I think it's a 2, because I think like it would help in the case where like you kind of get a bit unlucky and Leviathan's in your bottom of your deck.
I don't know. I think it's pretty good. I went with a 3 as well, like Ron did. You're still paying a smaller amount of mana. You could draw, probably on average, you're going to draw 2 or 3 mechs, which I still think is really good. And it's still more of a specific draw, not just general draw. So if you're really looking for those, then it feels pretty good. And you're going to get to reshuffle your deck. So if you have the other one, then you can just do it again. But I think even running some mechs, it seems pretty good. Yeah, if it whiffs, then that's not going to feel good. But you could say that about almost any card, right? That there's any kind of aspect like this. So I think it's solid enough, but it's a 3 for me as a standalone card.
Fair enough. All right, and our next card after Radar Detector, we have Immortalized in Stone, a 7-mana holy spell. Summon a 1/2, 2/4, and 4/8 elemental with taunt. Oh my god. I think I accidentally put 2 in my sheet here. That's a 3. That is a very strong card that I think every paladin is going to want to run. Like, maybe even Mech Paladin runs this card because it's so good. You've got just a lot of stats, and Holy Paladin especially. Like, if there's, I'm sure there's Reno Paladins that are going to be around that will definitely want to run this card too. It enables the other, Holy card that we'll talk about soon that gets the discount. Just really strong, extremely defensive card that can help out quite a bit, and that is a lot of stats for that mana.
I'm really glad Polkelt rotated with the type of cards Paladin's getting.
I'm sad. I want that. That would be great.
I don't really want Polkelt into Coin Carrier into other things. That sounds really broken. But yeah, I agree with Ron. I looked at it at first and said this is a control Paladin card, but the more I think about it, I think Paladin in general, even obviously for last year with Librams, has been able to go late in the game. So something like this is feasible to play, especially with all the healing.
Even Buff Paladin wants this card, right?
Buff Paladin would want this.
Because it gives you things to buff, and also discounts your major payoff buff card that we'll get to soon that we keep alluding to.
For sure. I
think it's pretty slow in those decks. I think it might be like mandatory because of the other card that we're going to talk about in those more like mid-rangey decks. Otherwise, I don't see why you would play this card. I think it's definitely more of a defensive option. I definitely see it in like a Reno Paladin or like the Control Paladin. So I'll give it a 3 as well, but I don't think it's going to be that good in aggressive or mid-range decks.
Agreed.
Yep. I gave it the same rating for those same reasons. It can do that stuff. We'll see. It did feel a little slow in my testing during theory crafting, but obviously that's it was a very short time frame of getting to actually play test it, so we'll see. But it's okay.
Fair, yeah. Just it's something I think that gets even stronger, obviously, with the card we'll talk about really soon. It's kind of they go so hand in hand. But on to our next Paladin card, we have a 2-mana 2/2 mech, Seafloor Savior, Battlecry Dredge. If it's a minion, give it this minion's attack and health. Obviously goes really well with any kind of hand buff type Paladin where you can grant extra stats to something. Potentially could be like a big board swing card if it hits the right thing. Decent for Mech Paladin for sure, and for other Paladin decks, they might still be convinced to run it as a additional buff option. Extra +2/+2, pretty good on lots of cards. I'm probably overrating this, but I still want to give this a 4. I think this just does a lot of stuff really well for what Paladin likes to do in early and late game.
Nah, you're not overrating it. It's definitely a 4. This card's fantastic. This card's so good. I mean, it works in so many different ways. Like I said, I mean, you can play it in a mech deck, but because the minion, like if you dredge and it's just a minion, it doesn't have to specifically be a mech to gain the buff here. You can buff Seafloor Savior and get even more stuff. You could, if you're running 2 copies of this, you could Battlecry Dredge up your other Seafloor Savior and then play that Savior and then give that other minion up +4/+4. it's just like there's so many ways that you can actually use this. And we've talked earlier about how impactful some of these cards that you can play on turn 2 are. And I think this is one of them. This card's fantastic.
Yeah, not a massive stat penalty for a 2-mana minion. We're like generally premium stats are 2-mana 2/3, and this one's 2-mana 2/2, so not too bad, and obviously can get buffed and do other things. And if you draw it in the late game, you don't hate it because you're still basically using it to like pseudo draw a card or at least line things up well for you.
All right, I'm coming in hot with
Just go with the one.
Coming in hot, with our Paladin hater here. All right.
Veggie sees a back tag.
Okay, no. I don't hate Paladin. I just think Paladin's not good. Like, all the good cards you want to run in like a tempo Paladin deck are gone. Like, they cut Hand of Adal and Blessing of Authority, and those are like huge reasons to play like Paladin decks. Like Buff Paladin, for example, and they just didn't fill the void with anything, in my opinion, from this set. So I just don't see how we're playing a mid-range or an aggressive Paladin deck and winning our games that often. I think the only viable Paladin strategy is going to be like a control Paladin deck with Carriol and like Pyros and Acolytes and Equalities and whatnot. So I'm not giving it a 1 because it's a very good card, but I'm giving it a 2 because I'm not a Paladin believer this set.
We got the 2. I'll take it.
We got the 2.
Right.
Not a 1.
I went with Neji's line of thinking. I gave it a 2. And not because of the mech thing, because I looked at it and said, this card's definitely like playable outside of just a mech deck. Looking at it, like I forgot. I had to look up to make sure Blessing of Authority wasn't like a card still wasn't in standard, because if it was, I probably would give it a 3, just because it's something that you can play on the board early. But there's not a lot going for it. All the Librams rotating. This card would have been really fun to have in like the last year. This would have seen play in Libram Pally probably. But yeah, I think for now it's a 2. I think it'll get better as we go along in this year.
Okay, got some Paladin haters. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I love Paladin.
What's our next?
I was still bringing it.
I'm a Paladin
here we
hater,
go.
I'll admit it.
All right, so if you're looking at this card, the Garden's Grace, 10 mana, just cover up that 1.
And 0
on that part of the screen, because every time we're playing this card, we're paying 0 for this card. That's the goal here. Give a minion +5/+5 and Divine Shield. Costs 1 less for each mana you've spent on holy spells this game. Obviously, it is itself a holy spell, and this is a pretty strong card. It requires very specifically a lot of holy spells, but Paladin wants to run holy spells, and it is incredibly good in conjunction with Immortalized in Stone, especially if you've only spent 3 mana on holy spells before you play that Immortalized in Stone, then this card immediately costs 0 with the stone, and you can give one of those haunts that you just summoned even more stats and Divine Shield, along with just being a really strong card in general. I'm giving it a 2 only because it is so expensive that if you don't draw the other support cards and all the other shell that you need to make this good, this card is horrifically bad to have in your hand. But I think in the cases that it works, it will work well and will be a strong card in those Paladin buff style decks or holy style Paladin decks.
Yeah. I think not even just having all the spells to make sure that you discount this, but if this gets stuck in your hand and your opponent's just clearing your board, like, I don't know. Like, I guess if it's cheap enough, putting it on just a hero power minion feels okay, but you really need a board and the holy spells to really make this work. And I was really more excited for this before even trying it a little bit during the playtesting. So I bumped it from a 3 to a 2. Just like I feel like it really only kind of works in very specific ways, and it's not necessarily as flexible or as just like throw in the Paladin deck as I hoped.
Makes sense.
All right. Coming in hot. Rith, a 4.
Whoa!
Let's go. Paladin haters unite. I mean, lovers unite. I want to play this in Control Paladin, actually. I saw Language Hacker playing a deck that looked really cool. That was like a Control Paladin deck where you try and discount this, and then you get Cariel up, and you like buff Smite with your hero power, and then this can be
so
extra
gross.
tempo. Either on Smite, you can do more damage, or just after playing with the 7 mana card, this is pretty cheap, and you can try and like gain some tempo that way. It looked pretty good, actually. So I think that deck could be quite strong, and this might be a key player. And also just in other Paladin decks, Copium. I don't know if there will be other Paladin decks. I think it could be good. So I'd give it a 3, but then I'll bump it up to a 4 because I think it's quite good regardless.
I'm just gonna leave it at a 3. I think I can see it. I can see both sides of it. I think more likely than not we'll be able to get it down to 0 mana. So I think I'm gonna land it at a 3 over a 2.
Fair.
Yeah.
The art is so cool.
Oh yeah, art is really cool.
That definitely looks sweet.
I'd like to open one of these in gold. I'm not really able to craft golden cards, unlike Neji, our whale here.
All right, next Paladin card looks pretty exciting. We've got 2 mana, 2/3 legendary Kotori Lightblade. After you cast a holy spell on this, cast it again on another friendly minion. And obviously that has the immediate big synergy with the card we just talked about, the Garden's Grace. But also can be used with Holy Mackerel and a few other, Paladin buff cards that exist in core. It's just solid, 2 mana, 2/3 is good stats in general for like an early game minion if you're trying to kind of press the advantage early on. And if you just are able to stick this early on and buff it along with something else, it gets crazy. If you play it in the late game, it's just doubling your threat level, and that's a good thing for Paladin. I'm giving this a 4. I think it'll be a solid card. Of course, if Paladin is not a player at all, it drops quite a bit, but I think this slots in pretty well to most Paladin decks.
Yeah, it's a 4 for me as well. I love this card. I think like this and Satan both feel very similar to me in terms of like they're cheaper minions that make you want to play like holy spells and buffs, and they're cool, they're fun, and I really like it.
Yeah, when you play the two of them together,
yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on it. Like this card immediately gave me Sidon vibes, and we didn't see play from Sidon at all right away.
Yeah, but it was a 6-set meta.
Yeah, you're right. 6-set meta. Maybe you'll see play. I still don't know. Like I look at it and I'm just not sure this is gonna be this like a 4 rating type of card. I gave it a 2 because I think maybe there's something. Maybe it'll find a deck. I just like I don't know. At least maybe I haven't seen a whole lot of what these cards can do, so maybe I'm underselling it. But I like the fact that it gives me Sidon vibes. I'm not so sure I like it.
I'm with you, Fish. Not just because I'm a Paladin hater here, but
No,
I
really like Paladin. I like Paladin
I know.
a lot. Yeah,
I don't think this is very strong. Like exactly what Wicked Good is saying in chat is what I'm thinking. Like you need to have this on board. You need to have another minion. You need to have a holy spell you want to play. It's very very fringe. It feels like just dropping this on 2 into a buff, it doesn't really do anything. You're just playing a River Croc. Like you had to have played a 1-drop, for example. And also, like I said, all the good holy spells are rotating. Hand of Adal is gone. Blessing of Authority is gone. Librams are gone. Like, what are we playing? We're playing like the Hold the Bridge card. That seems pretty not very impactful. So, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's doing much for me. So I'm giving it a 1.
He does actually kind of look like a River Croc. That's a good point. Wicked good.
Yep.
Listen, River Croc gets a 4, all right?
That's a good point.
All right, on to the next card. We have a 3-mana beast, Shimmering Sunfish. Battle Cry. If you're holding a holy spell, gain Taunt and Divine Shield. I gave this one a 3. I feel like it's a solid card again for what Paladin is trying to do. Generally, the deck is going to be trying to run as many holy spells as it can. And this minion, especially if you can hand buff it, gets extra good. But also just in general, not bad stats and ability for the mana.
Yeah, I actually when I was evaluating this, I was borderline to give it a 4. I think, but I ended up on a 3. It's one of the better. It's like a really. I just think giving a card like giving a 2/5 taunt and divine shield like on turn 3 is just like, or even turn 2 if you have the coin. It's very strong. Like that's a lot of stats going down pretty early that aggressive decks are gonna have a little bit of a hard time dealing with. And I think this card kind of works in that type of way, where you're definitely playing it and it's just gonna give fits to aggro decks.
Yeah, I think I gave this a 3 as well. I think it's just solid. But one thing I like about this is that it's just if you're holding a holy spell, so you don't have to play the holy spell on this, which means it doesn't necessarily even have to be a buff for you to get this effect. And that makes me like it more. I think if it was that you only got that effect if you played a holy spell on that, I probably would actually just put it as a 2. But because it's just a holding, I think it could be okay in more cases.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 for me.
Oh, and this one's our last Paladin card as well.
It is our last Paladin card, yeah.
Coming in hot with a 1. No, actually, I'm giving this a 3. I think it's pretty good.
I think I'm gonna give all these cards 1. No, this is actually good.
Yeah, this is Control Paladin loves this card.
Oh, yeah,
I know holy
it
spells
yeah.
and 3-mana 2/5 Divine Shield taunt goes hard. Give it a 3.
I've always been a Control Paladin enjoyer. I'm excited.
Lock it in 3.
Awesome.
That's crazy. Not giving it 1. Wow.
All right.
Average rating for Paladins like almost a 3. Okay, not really. It's more like a 2, but close enough.
All right. Anybody particularly want to do priest?
Sure.
Okay, I was like, wow, don't everybody speak up at once there.
I feel like I always end up doing priest. I don't mind.
All right.
I'm not a priestator.
Go for it.
That's for sure.
Okay. First card is Illuminate. 0-mana holy spell. Dredge. If it's a spell, reduce its cost by 3. I want to start by saying that in general, Priest kind of got decimated by rotation. Like literally all their good cards are rotating. They lose like Nazmani, Sethic, Palm Reading, Renew, etc., etc. There's like infinite cards they lose. So Priest is getting fully rebuilt here. I think that's why they gave them such a ridiculous core set of cards, because they realized that Priest would just be dead otherwise. So, with that said, I find that it's very hard to evaluate Priest right now because I have no idea what things are going to look like, because everything's changing for Priest. But this card does seem pretty powerful. 0-mana Dredge, not bad. Getting the reduction, not bad. But it's particularly good with Lyra if you're playing Lyra decks. And also just to have this card in the Lyra pool, you get like a 0-mana card that you can keep cycling with. Seems pretty decent. I see a lot of people saying this is like completely insane. I don't think it's that good. It's also nice with some other cards we'll see. in the set that we're going to go over, but I think I'll probably give it a 3 here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agreed on that. And I also agree that Priest is immensely difficult to evaluate right now, especially, a card like this. It is a 0 mana though, and Priest, you can't even talk about Priest right now without talking about the crazy core set cards that they got. They got like
Yeah.
all of the things that they wanted, and it's kind of scary. But Illuminate looks to be a solid card that should see play in most Priest decks, just with its 0 mana cost and ability there.
Yep, I gave it a 3 as well. Like it seems good. 0 cost, nutty. I don't know. I think in general, Priest is probably going to be playing spells, and getting to discount by 3 seems pretty good. So if you dredge and discover something that's 3, you're going to draw it next turn and it's going to cost 0. So it's just going to allow for a lot more synergies. But I still think that this dredge effect could have a lot more impact.
Yeah, I think one thing I'll add that I think is why people think this is so nutty is they see reduced cost by 3, but a lot of the time you're just gonna see like a minion or like some cards that cost like 1 or 2 mana, and it's just gonna be like, wow, this was kind of useless. I think it's just specifically good because of the supporting cards. Like, there's gonna be some that we'll go over here. So let's get to some of the supporting cards. Next up we have Queen's Guard, 2 mana, 2/3 Naga, Battlecry, gain +1/+1 for each spell you've cast this turn. Definitely seems pretty powerful. Helps with the pop-off turns that you want to have, or like Radiant Elemental and Lyra. Definitely need to have this in your deck, I think. I don't see much other payoff. I think you're going to have like a few, maybe like 2 swing turns, kind of like the Mage deck, but I don't see it being quite as good. And you're definitely going to need this in there to help with your pop-off. So I'll give it a 3 with same rating as Illuminate.
Yeah, it seems good. I mean, it has the ability to be this insanely statted card. It also could just be like a totem golem on turn 1. You could just coin this out and have a 2 mana 3/4 on turn 1, which certain styles of priest deck might want. This card, it's flexible and it's kind of scary strong. So I think it'll go in a lot of priest decks. Borderline 4, but 3 for now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I rated it a 3 as well. I think there's definitely some stuff you could try to do. I used this with Bless as well, like Bless and did a bunch of stuff, and then played this, and like I don't know, made a couple of big minions, and that was kind of crazy. But it's all right. I'm really interested to see how the Naga stuff works in Priest, because we talked about it a lot for Mage, but I'm really curious to see how the Naga stuff's going to actually work in Priest.
For sure.
All right, on to the next one then. We have Whispers of the Deep, 1 mana priest shadow spell, silence a friendly minion, then deal damage equal to its attack, randomly split among all enemy minions. Silence priest, lull 1. That's all I got. I am not a believer.
I gave it a 1 too. I don't know. It might be totally busted at some point. Like the 4 mana 7/7 plus this is kind of crazy for a 5 mana clear. Develop a big thing, but I just don't really see it as a card that is all that good. So it's a 1 for now.
Can't go face. Sad.
Yeah. Yeah, face is the place. That was my thinking too, Fish. What did you rate it?
Me? Gave it a 1.
Okay. Yeah, I also gave it a 1, although
I also don't have any ratings on these cards prior, so
there you go. Yeah.
Besides the behemoth. I did look at the behemoth while we were transitioning.
I do think one thing that could also be interesting, even though it doesn't go face, which I guess I didn't think about like before all the theory crafting stuff, but even something like this on the selfish shellfish, which we'll talk about in neutrals.
Yeah.
Like
that's 4 mana 7/7.
Yeah, 4 mana 7/7. You silence it, you deal 7 to their board, and you don't give them 2 cards. Like, it does seem good.
That's
and
cool.
There's a lot, but I'm not sure if people are going to want to include this in the deck or not. Again, I don't trying to evaluate priest stuff, especially when I'm not like a heavy priest player. Like, I don't know how to evaluate these, so I'm just going off my feels.
Understandable.
I did rate it a 1.
Wow, all of us with a 1 on this card. Watch
That's-
us get
is that-
proven
is that the first
super wrong.
Is that one of the first unanimous ones that we have?
I think so.
I have
crazy.
looked at the Silence Priest support in this set, and nope, I'm out. Okay. As Shard Ritual, 4 mana, silence a minion and summon a copy of it. Put a Sunken Ritual on the bottom of your deck, and the Sunken Ritual is the same thing, except you get 2 copies. Okay, it's definitely way better than the last card. And like, if we were going to make a Silence Priest, it's because this card exists, and you can like dredge up the second copy for like mana with the 0 mana spell. This seems very specific, and if you don't have that dredge card, then the Silence Priest archetype just seems so bad. And what, you get like a few big minions, maybe if you high roll, and then they get cleared or whatever, and then you have nothing left. I don't know. It seems kind of sus. And Silence Priest has never really worked in the past, so I'm not a believer right now. But that being said, I'll give it a 2 because it is quite a powerful card, but not believing in this archetype.
Yeah, I gave it a 3 for similar reasons. Just I don't really have a whole lot of faith in Silence Priest, but if there is a Silence Priest deck, then this card is pretty insane. It could definitely snowball some games, but just seems highly conditional on a lot of things, and I don't know. I think Priest just has a lot better things that they can do.
I give it a 3. I think it's all right. I think this on that selfish shellfish is also nutty. It's putting out a bunch of big minions that not every deck may be able to answer. Seems pretty good, and then you can start buffing things or doing whatever from there. So I think you probably never really care as much about the second part of this. You probably just usually using it to get a copy.
Yeah, I guess this is because there was obviously Psyche Split. This is like Psyche Split without the buff, essentially. But you have to silence it. But I mean, if you're silencing an enemy minion and getting a copy of it, I would guess that the copy you get isn't silenced, so you'd be able. So if it's like a Death Rattle card,
no, you'd get the.
Yeah, you silence it first, then you get the silenced copy.
Oh,
yeah. But it still leaves their minion on the board.
I mean, that doesn't. I don't think that changes my rating any bit. I'm giving it a 2. I think it's maybe something that.
Yeah, we got some Silence Priest believers in chat.
I'm looking at this as a card that you could even like run in like a Highlander Priest type of deck. Like I'm like more evaluating. I think like it's something that you could see in like Highlander Priest potentially. But I don't know when Reno decks are gonna start becoming actually like viable, because we have so little cards right now. Like maybe some classes will have enough, some won't, obviously, but we'll see.
All right, let's move on to the next one. We got Whirlpool, 9 mana. Destroy all minions and all copies of them wherever they are. So this basically is like Flick Sky Shiv for all the minions on the board. I mean, it's just a big priest removal spell. They were losing Soul Mirror, so they're adding one into the current rotation. Seems reasonable. Maybe for playing like a super control priest, you play a copy or 2 of this, kind of like Plague of Death was played back then. I don't see.
That's how I equate it.
Yeah, I don't see much else to this card. I'll give it a 2 for fringe use.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. 2. Just really expensive card. Could be strong. Obviously parallels to, the mass destroy and silence, but that was way better. So this is not quite as good.
I also gave it a 2. I think, I mean, again, I don't know. I'm not sure where this is fitting. And, I don't know if players, depending on how the deck is built, they probably don't want to play 2 of these directly in the deck. Unless it's like a really controlled kind of thing. But it's probably like 1 copy of, I don't know. Not sold on it. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's something that I want to play in Arena Priest, like a highlighter priest. And like obviously it's a control card. I think I wasn't maybe when I saw maybe in the context I saw it in was a bit more like over dramatic just to be kind of memey, but I saw some people really overreacting to this card when they first saw it, when I don't think it's super insane or anything like that.
Yeah.
I definitely saw some like, this card is absolutely nutty. Why are they printing this for priest card? Like type of thing. And I thought it was interesting and kind of funny. Because I looked at it, I said, I don't know about if this is going to be that insane. So yeah, I think 2 is probably about right for this fringe tech card.
Yep. On to the next one. We have Priestess Valish, 0 mana 1/1 Naga, Battlecry, refresh an empty mana crystal for each spell you've cast this turn. Yeah, okay. This one's kind of nutty. This one really helps with your pop-off turns with Lyra.
And Radiant.
Yeah, Radiant and whatnot. Helps you gain some mana back. I know a lot of people are like, wow, this is like one of the best cards of the set. I think it's good. The priest pop-off turns don't look very impressive to me. Like, the deck just doesn't seem that great. I don't really know what we're doing necessarily. Like, Lyra is like, I can't emphasize how much worse Lyra is than like Sethic, right? Like, it's so much worse. It's 5 mana. Like, that's huge, and you cannot resurrect it over and over again. Like, you get 1 pop off and you're done. The deck just doesn't seem that good to me, and I don't see any other deck you'd run this in. But the card is very powerful, so I'm in between like a 2 and a 3. I'll probably give it a 3 just because the card seems quite good, but I could see a 2 on it as well. I'm not a believer.
Oh, we on the card that's gonna break the game. I don't know. I give this one a 5. This seems kind of nutty to me. Just all the things that it can enable are scary. Anytime I see a card that is like, we're gonna break the mechanics of Hearthstone, I might overrate it, but it looks nutty and it's gonna be even better the more time goes on. I'm afraid of this card.
I agree it gets a lot better as time goes on. I just currently don't really see the payoff.
I gave it a 4, but I'm not sure if it's quite like as busted as what people say. But it could really allow for a lot if you're able to have enough spells or play enough things in a turn to get enough buffs or something on a minion. Could happen. I think it's good though. And it's a Naga, so it kind of plays into some other things.
I just have visions of like Lyra and the 2 mana 2/3 elemental that discounts by 1 on the board, along with this for just a nonsense turn, and just like,
I think that this is gonna be nutty. This card could be potentially nutty in Wild, because Wild already has Inner Fire Priest decks that run minions, so this card would kind of fit in with that. But I don't know.
This card might need to get banned in Wild. I don't
know. Maybe. But I think I gave it a 3. I didn't base any of these cards off of Wild, mainly because I'm not playing THL Wild, at least this season. So for this season, I'm not. I was just considering Standard. I gave it a 3. I think this is a powerful card, but I don't know how to judge priest. Like Neji was saying, everything's kind of a bit up in the air with this specific class.
Yeah, I feel like people are kind of biased towards it right now because we've just come out of a meta where Nazmani and Sethic Veilweaver existed together.
Yeah.
And it was just so insane. And Nazmani is such a broken card, and you could play so many cards in a turn. It's just completely insane. But like, we just don't have that anymore. This literally feels like bad Nazmani to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, like I was
I'm just-
excited to see the two cards come to see Radiant, but I'm not. I'm like kind of happy just to see them back being played, and more than like I think it's gonna make Priest this insane class.
Yeah,
So,
agree.
yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
All right, on to the next one. We have Handmaiden, 3 mana, 3/2 Naga, Battlecry. If you cast 3 spells while holding this, draw 3 cards. This obviously is a reason to play the Priest deck. Helps a lot to get your pieces together to try and make a combo turn with like Radiant and Lyra and the 2/3s that buff or whatever and whatnot. So definitely very helpful in that kind of deck. But again, I don't think that deck's too good, so I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I'm giving this a 4. I think it's pretty easy for Priest to cast multiple spells, in the same turn, and then enable this pretty quickly. And drawing cards is something that Priest has struggled with a lot, and this enables a whole lot of dangerous things for them. Going to get even better, of course, as time goes on too. But even for right now, I think it's good.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it a 3 too.
Yeah. It's a 3. I can see Ron's argument for this being a 4. Giving Priest a lot of draw can be pretty dangerous. But I landed on the 3, and this is just at first glance because again I haven't really seen any of these cards before. We just came over to it, so yeah.
All right.
Nice one.
We got the Colossal Minion, Blackwater Behemoth, 8 mana, 8/10 Beast, Colossal +1 with Lifesteal, and the buddy is at the end of your turn, you force a random enemy minion to attack the Blackwater Behemoth. So it kind of eats a minion, but it attacks it, and you gain a bunch of HP. Well, you gain 8 health.
Mhm.
This is awful on an empty board because you don't gain any HP. I mean, I guess it's an 8/10 for 8, but that's just like some stats, whatever. So I'm not a believer in this one. I think the only way you would play this is like a Quest Priest, because getting the last tick of it, like
last
8,
tick can be really annoying.
yeah, getting the last tick is tough. So I'll give it a 2, not a 1, but otherwise I would give it a 1.
Yeah. I don't look at this card as an 8 drop though. I mean, it's 8 costs, but I mean, you're generally not gonna you're gonna definitely plan to play. You're definitely gonna plan specifically when to play it, and I think just for the purpose of the type of card it is, I agree. I think it's definitely more of something that when you're putting it in your deck, it's not like it's power. Like it's definitely got a powerful effect. It just, and I think part of the power level is going to be determined on how much of the meta is spell based decks and how much of it is board based decks. Because there's a lot of board based decks. This card is going to be pretty strong, at least at first. I don't think the lore. I like the fact that the lore is the end of the turn, so you play it and it automatically triggers at least. But yeah, I think part of this card is going to depend on the amount of board based versus board based versus
This might be
spell-based.
This might be the worst Colossal in the set.
Yeah.
It's a 2. I didn't think I'd rate any Colossal lower than a 3, but it's too expensive. And I mean, among other things, empty board doesn't do anything. Sure hope your opponent doesn't have a bunch of Divine Shields or something, because it also wouldn't do anything. It's a lot of stats, and Lifesteal is good. Maybe it does see play because you're not dead on the turn that you play it, and then you recover, and it's a really annoying minion to deal with. But I don't know. I think Priest is doing a lot better stuff with a lot cheaper cards, and kind of forgoes this in most decks.
Yeah, I had it as a 3, but I am gonna drop it to a 2 as well. It probably is the worst. Like, this was announced pretty early, so at first it was like, oh my god, this card is like so good. It's you can automatically attack. And I think as we've seen more of the as we've seen the rest of the set and core cards, it's like, oh, this is not that great.
It feels out of place for the class.
Yeah, and we did get some other with some mechs and stuff, especially with Paladin. There's Divine Shield. Yeah, somebody in chat's like, if you force a Divine Shield minion into this, like, okay,
you don't even get
you won't even get the heal.
And you don't even get the lifesteal heal. You're just like, oh,
it just feels kind of lackluster. I definitely think that other priest variants are going to be more popular than something that includes this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. On to the next one. We have Finding Nemo. Oh, sorry. Switcheroo. 3 mana priest spell. Dr. Fish. 3 mana priest spell. Draw 2 minions and swap their stats. First time I saw this card, I'm like, wow, this is nutty. Priest gets some draw. And now I'm like, all right, this is like, it's kind of whatever. Priest got some draw. It's like in between a 2 or a 3 for me. I think it's okay. Probably a 3. I don't think it's worth giving it a 2, but I don't think it's that impressive. And again, I don't think the priest deck's anything special, so I'll give it a 3. Just some card draw.
Yep. Same for me.
Yeah, good card. A lot of comparisons have been made to Shroud of Concealment and Rogue. It's basically the same kind of thing. You draw 2 minions, solid ability for priests to have, just to have card draw in general. And there's some specific minions you might want as well on top of that. The switcheroo ability might not be irrelevant. Like, I think I saw VS put an example of play this on 3 and draw the 4 mana dragon that clears the board and swap its stats with Kazakhstan, and all of a sudden you got an 8/8 that's clearing the board for 4 mana, which is pretty insane. And it's not like stats mattered on Kaz, so pretty nutty stuff. Dragon Priest might be able to pull off, but good card in general. I give it a 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I give it a 3. I give everything else about this card a 10 out of 10. I love this card. I didn't know this card existed, and I looked at it. I said, "Wow, they printed the card exactly for me." Because it's literally it's a clownfish, and it's got a cute whale on it. I love it. I didn't think I would love a card art more than Oracle of Elune, and I think I found it. Oracle of Elune is amazing, and this card is also amazing.
Speaking of other great art as well. Next one.
Oh, yeah. Serpent Wig. 1 mana. Give a minion +1/+1. If you played a Naga while holding this, add a Serpent Wig to your hand. All right, they released this, revealed this, really early on. I'm like, wow, this is just trash. Why would you ever play this? And then they started releasing more cards. I'm like, wow, you need to run this or you have nothing. This has to go in the spell deck. It has synergy with all of their stuff. The Priestess of Elish, the 2/3 that gains stats. There's got to be more. Yeah, the Handmaiden that draws 3s a Naga. Most of your stuff's going to be Nagas. So if you're playing that deck, definitely you're putting this in there. So along with all the other ones, I will give it a 3. I think the deck is okay, but not amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is. I first looked at this and I said, "Do we really want to play this card?" But listening to you say that makes me realize that yeah, you do want to play this card. It'll be a solid card in the deck, and so it's definitely a 3.
I'm all over the place on this card. I can't figure out how to evaluate it properly. I wound up on a 2 because I just don't really know what's happening here. But I mean, it seems decent. It has some upside as well, obviously. I don't know how many times we're going to be playing Nagas to get more Serpent Wigs. But, you know, there's just chain effects in general, and the fact that Radiant Elemental will make this cost 0 might be enough to push it to a 3. So I'm undecided between 2 and 3. I'll stick with 2 for now.
That was my exact thoughts too. I'm like, I don't know how to rate this. I think
Stick to your guns.
yeah, I gave it a 2 as well. I think it probably only goes in like a specific deck where you're really leaning more into this. But the card art is freaking amazing, and yeah, I hit my my Twitch sub goal, so I actually am creating this wig for like cosplay that I will be wearing this on the launch day.
Love it.
It's gonna be great. I'm excited.
That sounds like a lot of work, but I am very excited to see it.
So excited to see it.
So it,
unreal.
In terms of the art, like we were just talking about, Fish rated the art. This is fantastic art, and this is going to be great.
Art.
But the card itself, I tried play testing a little doing third crafting. Like it was okay, but it wasn't as great as some of the other similar like +1/+1 and get it back cards that we've had in the past. So I think that's why I'm going to just stay on a 2 instead of a 3.
Right on.
Sweet.
That was all our priest cards.
Okay.
We're on a pretty good pace this time, I think. Not bad.
All right.
I'll get on to the broken class
Yeah.
as usual. Classic rogue.
We're on to rogue.
Every time rogue comes up, I'm like, surely it's not broken this time. And I look at the cards, I'm like, nice, best set again.
Devs rogue mains.
They are all rogue mains, confirmed.
All right.
So whose turn is it?
I think it's either you or me, Fish.
Why don't you can read rogue? I like Shaman.
Okay. All right. I'll take rogue. Our first one here, Gone Fishing. So 1 mana spell, dredge, combo, draw a card. This one I gave a 3. Like, dredge is fine. And we talked about already a couple times how if you can dredge and combo to, or not combo, but like, and do something to draw the card as well, that's great. Rogue likes combo. This is a cheap spell. Like, I don't know. I think it feels solid. There's a lot of things you want to do with this. So in terms of the card itself, it's great. I don't know. Maybe you're playing this in some pirate rogue, but there's, I think, other cards that are probably better at getting the pirates.
It's like a tracking you have to work for. It's kind of weird. I
Yeah,
mean, it is tracking you have to work for. But maybe there's room to be worse than tracking in rogue.
Turn 3, coin, prep, vessel, gone fishing.
Okay,
easy.
Yeah, I mean, that is the
There you go.
specific case where gone fishing
Yeah.
is the nuts, is with the vessel. Definitely. I'm not going to rate this badly, but I feel like it's like worse Swindle, kind of. I would give Swindle a 4 right now, so I think I'll give this a 3.
Yeah, I'm giving this a 3. I give it like a 4+ in conjunction with Vessel specifically. But, you know, just on its own, like, it's still pretty good. Dredge is not bad ability, and specifically draw a card when you dredge gets pretty good.
Yep. I gave it a 3. I think you all made really good points with it. I like the theme of the card as well. Considering that dredging is like essentially some stuff with fishing, so I like it. Yeah, it's a solid card, and I like the theme, and I like kind of the theme with the art and everything.
Yeah, I think in terms of the dredge itself, I'm probably a little bit more excited about dredge than some of you. Like, I like dredge, but
I think dredge is cool.
There have definitely been way more lame keywords than this, like overkill and stuff like that. So I don't think it's bad at all.
Joust. Joust was a keyword mechanic.
So coming off tradable, it's like, okay, tradable is like the best keyword.
Sure.
So
Yeah, tradable's
yeah.
nuts.
Like,
Yeah, treatable's
one
nuts.
thing that I like about Dredge, I don't know if we've actually talked about it during this set review, but one thing that I do really like about Dredge is that it also gives you the information of the other cards at the bottom of your deck.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe sometimes that's not going to be relevant, but in terms of trying to plan ahead, like you're using something and then you're like, well, do I need to dredge next turn? Oh, the other cards at the bottom of my deck are crap. Maybe I shouldn't do, do that. There is
True.
some at least different like ways that you can use dredge where we haven't been able to use that necessarily with some of the other keywords, but we'll see. Maybe it's one of those that like it sounds really cool and then it's just kind of like it's okay. But the next one,
I will say one more thing about dredge that I just thought about now that's actually kind of funny is if you have like your last dredge card and you play dredge and then you're like, oh, there's Lightforged Cariel and then like another nutty card and you're like, well, now my other nutty card's stuck in the bottom of my deck for the rest of the game.
True.
It's like, and there's no way to get it. You're like, well, that's just unlucky.
our next card, Fillet Fighter, a 1-mana 3/1 pirate. Battlecry, deal 1 damage. Such like a silly card, but it's actually pretty good. I think it's solid
Elven
enough.
Archer in shambles.
It's yeah. It's like it seems so silly, but I'm actually giving it a 4. Because I do think in pirate, like it's really good. And just being able to get a body out on the board and deal damage is pretty great, especially for cheap. When you want to be playing with other things, it triggers pirate effects, it triggers combos because it's cheap. And if there's no answer for the 3/1 body, then it's so aggressively statted that it's a lot of damage. So I actually really ended up liking this one. I'm going to give it a 4.
Yeah, I mean, pairing this with Mr. Smite too gets really crazy really fast.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think of that.
Or, this and Shadow Step and Mr. Smite. Like Rogue does lots of crazy busted things, and this is another enabler of one of those crazy busted things. Pirate Rogue seems like it's going to be super insane. I'll be giving this a 3 in a vacuum and probably 4+ with specifically like the Pirate Rogue that's going to break this card. But it seems pretty strong to me.
Yeah, I can't legally give this less than a 4, I don't think. Like, it's just so ridiculous in Pirate Rogue.
Yeah.
Early game, it's not bad. It's aggressive. Can, like, maybe shoot something down if they have, like, a 1 health minion or something. And then also, like you said, with Mr. Smite later, very, very good. And then also just a pirate to enable pirate synergies like Hook Tusk or Swordfish or whatever. We're going to see more pirate synergy stuff in this set. So... yeah, I'm going to give it a 4. Strong. 3, just like Ron said, 3, but 4 currently.
Yeah. I gave it a 4 as well. I look at it, I saw that, like 1 mana 3/1 deal 1 pirate. Oh, well, for Pirate Rogue's supposed to be good. This is probably a 4. Like, just first glance, didn't have to, like, kind of, like, I would have changed it if I had, like, if more information came to light, but no, I agree with you all. I like its stat line forces it to be dealt with. Is the thing. Like, early game, you can't afford to take 3 damage to the face every turn. You just can't. You have to deal with it. And plus, like you said, it's going to enable other synergies within the archetype. So, yeah.
Right, our next one is Swift Scale Trickster, a 4-mana 2/2 Naga. Battlecry, your next spell this turn costs 0. Honestly, I am not as excited for this. Like, okay, I don't know. Sure, you get a body and your next thing costs 0, but I don't know where it goes in Rogue yet. I don't know like what spell you're wanting to get. Like,
we finally get to run sprint.
I guess. Is that what you want? Like, I give this a 2. I don't know. Maybe this is a lot better in the future when we have more cards and there's other spells, but I just don't know right now.
We play Smokescreen, unplayable card, slightly less unplayable. I think that was Cora's tweet.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah.
I
This
don't
this
mind
card, I don't know. The text just reads 4 mana 2/2 Battlecry. Draw 4 cards. Always be holding Sprint. Well, you have this card.
Yeah. I don't know. I think this is an awkward card. Maybe I'd like to hear what Neji has to say.
Okay,
As
I mean the
well.
card is broken, but there's nothing broken to do with it. Like printing this card doesn't make any sense. Like it really limits design space for a lot of things. Like if you print broken death rattles, all of a sudden Smokescreen's broken, and if you print a bunch of broken high cost spells, well, all of a sudden this is just way too toxic. Like it's just I don't like that this card exists. I don't think it's that good right now because I don't have enough spells. But like I don't know, it's just kind of weird to print this. Like it just seems so insane. But I just don't know what's insane right now. So I'll give it a 3. But like,
Yeah, I gave it a
I
3
don't like that
too
this
because I
exists.
can't really figure out, how this is good other than its ability is so insanely scary good with the right additional cards, and it might be like mega
Mhm.
broken.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see Swift Scale, Trickster, Shadow Step concede.
Yup.
Yeah.
Down.
There's definitely one spell in here I would like to use with. There's like 2 spells I'd like to use, or one spell I would like to use that's out at least from this specific set. That I think would be that would be very tempo heavy. And could swing something. That would just be blood in the water. Because you get the 5/3 shark, you get the shark with rush. That feels like that. If that's like that, I mean, if we're drawing 4 cards, then that's pretty strong as well. But yeah, I'm gonna
or
agree
like
with
chat
you.
says, Vessel.
Yeah, Vessel
Just
as well.
playing it
Vessel's
one
good.
turn sooner with an extra body.
Yeah,
Not bad.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, giving it a 3. I said it could. I think it might be a 6 disguised as a 3. That's it has that type of potential. I think Neji hit the nail on the head where this card might really limit design space later. But we'll have to see because we're only moving into the first expansion of this year.
Yeah, Swift Sail Trickster is one of the cards that has me the most concerned about future sets. Like, okay,
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
let's not go crazy here.
Agree.
All right.
I think I'd rather just run prep for now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd rather this card not exist. Next card. Oh God.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here's a weapon
Speaking
for
of
you.
wishing it didn't exist.
Yeah. Swordfish. It's a 3 mana weapon. It's a 2 attack, 3 durability. Battle Cry, Dredge. If it's a pirate, give this weapon and the pirate +2 attack. Yes, that means you get to play this, discover from the bottom of your deck, pick your pirate, because why wouldn't you? Unless it's literally not there. And then immediately attack for 4 damage. Yeah, this card is freaking fantastic. And it has 3 durability. Yeah, this card is a 4. At least, maybe even a 5, but this card's so good.
Yeah, I gave this one a 5. This one is terrifyingly good. Pirate Rogue seems super busted immediately because of this card and others.
And let's remember, we're gonna run 2 copies of this in the deck, so we can do this once and then we can do it later. I gave it a 5. There's a chance that like giving it 3 durability saves it from being like too good because you just get to quickly make 2 weapons that do the same and I don't know. We'll see. This is just so good. Like because Dredge is a discover on the bottom of your deck. Yeah.
Why are we printing this?
And considering that Buccaneer is now considering Buccaneer's core set as well, by the way.
Devs Rogue mains.
This is so unbalanced. Like, what? Why does this do so many things? If this was just like a 3 mana 4/3 weapon with Dredge, it'd be like a 5. But then we're also adding this random pirate buff for no reason. this card does way too many things for 3 mana, and it does way too much face damage for 3 mana. Insta 6. That's all I gotta say.
Oh wow.
This one's getting nerfed. No shot.
Yeah.
This is going down to 2.
The more I talked
durability.
about it, the more I'm convincing myself that this thing's probably getting nerfed.
Actually, you've convinced me that is a
durability.
6. Actually,
This needs to be 2
Yeah.
durability. Yeah, you're right.
I feel like this actually gets nerfed like right after the Masters Tour, like 2 weeks in. I'm not even kidding.
It's crazy.
Good.
back to Roguestone.
Yo,
Yeah.
classic.
Next card.
All right. Blood in the Water. 6 mana spell. Deal 3 damage to an enemy. Summon a 5/5 shark with Rush. So because it's an enemy, it can go face. But I don't know. I'm still not like super impressed with it. I just gave it a 2. I don't know. I don't feel like there's a lot of rogue decks that really want to be running this. But yeah, sure. Maybe you want to run it with the Swift Scale Trickster and get it to be 0, and then you get a 5/5 and a 2/2 Naga. I don't know. It just feels pretty bad to me.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's kind of slow. It's not that aggressive for Rogue. Rogue's a pretty aggressive class. I think they're going to be very aggressive in the new set. Obviously, they printed this with Scaled Trickster in mind because you can like cheat it out, but otherwise, there's no shot I'm playing this card in my deck. There's way too many good Rogue cards, and I'm not putting Swift Scaled Trickster in my deck, I don't think. Maybe I give it a 2 instead of a 1. I don't know. That might be.
I think it's a solid card if it wasn't a rogue card. Like most other classes would be pretty happy to have this. Rogue is like, I have too many good cards.
I'd love this in Hunter.
I gave it a 2.
Well, maybe not Hunter. Hunter's also a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't play this in Hunter.
Nah. Yeah, I look at it and I think it's too much mana for Rogue. I mean, you can prep it out, but I gave it a 1, and I said not broken enough for Rogue. Keck W.
All right,
I'll 1 it.
You know what is good?
Yeah, I'm sticking with it too because I could see them possibly
the rest of the
running
Rogue
this
cards.
just for some more.
This next one.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Unfortunately, I didn't have time to evaluate this card, so
Literally the rest of the Rogue cards. Nice.
Yes, exactly. So up first, our legendary Pirate Admiral Hook Tusk, 8 mana, 8/8 pirate. If you've summoned 8 other pirates this game, plunder the enemy. And there are these 3 options. You can take their supplies, so take 5 cards from your opponent's deck. Or take their gold, take 2 cards from your opponent's hand. Or take their ship, take control of your opponent's highest attack minion. Oh my gosh.
Oh, what is this card? My brain is breaking. It's so it's just so much going on in the one card. It's breaking my brain.
8 pirates is a lot. I will have to say that we are probably not playing this on turn 8. I don't know. Maybe we are playing on turn 8 because we got a lot of cheap pirates that we can jam all together. But
I think
it shouldn't be that hard to activate, and seems pretty crazy.
It works with
Vessel is the big thing.
True. It's summoned, not played. Yeah. So actually, no. You're right. This does get played by turn 8.
It's nutty.
It's kind of insane. Especially just the ability to like steal their Kazakhstan cards with this.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is a 4, borderline 5 for me.
I had it as a 4, and I'm actually putting it up to a 5. I think the swordfish weapon and this are going to 5s for me. They're the only things I've rated as 5s.
Wow.
Imagine you're playing against like
that's
Control
true. We haven't had a
Warrior
lot of 5s.
with Kazakhstan, and then they play Kazakhstan, and then you like play this, and you steal 5 treasures, and then you step it, and then next turn you steal the last 4 treasures, and then they have 1 treasure. I mean, they do have an 8/8 on board that you have to deal with, so maybe that's not actually that feasible. But
no, they always Mutanus. They always Mutanus your Hook Tusk.
True. But then they're not playing Kazakhstan. Well, actually, they are because they already.
No, they still are. They're Control Warrior. They just wait.
Yeah, they drew the Mutinous. It's doomed. Go next. Control Warrior best
Big
deck.
Mew.
GG.
Big mute.
Okay.
But yeah, no, this card is super insane, and with some other support cards that we're about to talk about, it actually gets a lot easier to activate that 8 pirate restriction, which makes it just nonsense good.
I mean, even just the mind control effect is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally just mind control.
Yep.
Like, that's insane by itself.
Yeah.
Or, like, taking 2 cards from their hand.
During the theory craft, I had people play this against me where, like, one, I had a taunt, and so they stole my taunt and then just attacked face. Then the other, I had like 3 cards in hand, so they took 2 cards. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm just kind of not getting to like do anything then. Great. Yeah.
Yup. Fun one.
Well,
it's gonna be fun to play.
Okay, let's talk about this vessel then, because we keep talking about it and bringing it up. So it is a 5 mana epic spell. Summon 2 3/3 pirates with stealth. Put a sunken vessel on the bottom of your deck. Sunken Vessel is a 5 mana spell that says casts when drawn. Summon 2 3/3 pirates with stealth. Wow. Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty crazy.
A lot. It does a lot. Especially if you follow it up with Dredge. I think the card on its own, like, is fine. But it's with everything else that makes it super crazy. But I had this as a 3, but I think I'm actually going to put it up to a 4 because I think because of the fact that this summons the pirates and Hook Test says summon, I think this goes to a 4 because I think it becomes a very key support for the pirate rogue.
Yeah, and anytime if you're able to pair this with Dredge and Draw, like Gone Fishing too, it gets so good. I put this at a 3, but it's easily a 4+, again, with all of the support that it's getting. So I think I'm going to have to settle on a 4 for this.
Yeah, this card's very good, but how much Dredge are we running in this deck? Besides, like, Gone Fishing?
The weapon?
The Swordfish weapon.
The weapon. Yeah, the
Yeah.
weapon.
Like, you
does
don't
it on
actually
Battle
need...
Cry.
Well, Battle Cry's Dredge and not Draw, but still, you can put the pirates on the top of your deck, so you get 2 3/3 stealth as soon as your turn 4 starts. Well, assuming that you actually played this with, like, I don't know, a coin and a prep or something. Like, there's a lot of conditions to get it super early. But Swordfish is something that could immediately put the pirates with stealth up to the top for a summon.
Yeah, I mean, then you have to hold your weapon probably, or get lucky with prep.
I think the second copy of the weapon is what would likely pull Vessel, maybe.
Rogue probably doesn't hate playing the pirate Dredge card though, the neutral. Yeah. Like there's more stuff that's out there that Rogue can take advantage of as well.
Yeah,
I don't think
and obviously we won't get to neutrals for a long time, but
yeah, I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's fairly good. I'm just trying to think about how often we actually pull the Sunken Vessel, but I do think you need this density of pirates in your deck. So 3 or 4, I don't know. I'm like tossed between them.
I hate the fact that it gives stealth minions. I think that's what pulls me up to a 4. Just because it summons stealthers, like because it means that it summons 6/6 of stats that have stealth, which means that your opponent has to have AOE to remove it, or they have to put taunts up to prevent them from going face next turn. And yeah, I think doing that more than once in a single turn would be really disgusting.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3.
Okay.
Next up, we'll have the Colossal for Rogue. Okay. Krakatoa. 6 mana, 6/5 beast. I know. So good. It is Colossal 2. And they are claws. And the claws have +2 attack. Now the claws, again, there's 2 of them, but they have 2/1 stats with rush, and Death Rattle equip a 2/1 claw, which is a weapon. So both of the claws are the same. They have the rush, they have the Death Rattle, equip a weapon. It's so interesting because again, this one seemed really cool, but I don't.
Well, keep in mind
know,
the
like-
claws also get the buff from Krakatoa right away, so their
Oh,
stats
yeah,
are 2/1,
true.
but they're effectively 4/1 right
4/1.
away.
Yeah, and they do have rush, so they do impact the board
So-
immediately. Which,
I mean, it's an instant 8 rush damage, right?
yes,
So
Yep.
this means that the weapons are 4/1s, right?
Mhm.
As well.
Yeah.
Okay.
If this
cool.
is
Yeah.
on board.
yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. I think I'm still
yeah.
just gonna rate it as a 3 though, and I think just because like all the pirate stuff just seems so good, but this is pretty good. I don't know if I want to rate it a 4 or not. I think in terms of the impact on the board, it feels very, very similar to the Hunter Colossal.
Like in a vacuum,
But-
this card feels good.
Yeah, I think if it were just a vacuum, I would rate this higher. But because of everything else in the set, it's like, are we even playing this? Which is sad.
I don't know. I gave this one a 4. I think we still play it in Pirate Rogue too. I'm impressed by the amount of damage that we can do. Like, we're not always going to have A, Swordfish equipped at this point, or B, have like not already used all of the charges on it, to where we can play this card, get a 4/1 with rush, kill a thing. It gives us a weapon. We smack face with the 4/1 weapon. Then we attack with the other 4/1 rush, kill another thing, and have another weapon that's equipped that will probably be a 2/1 by the time we can swing with it, because the 6/5 will most likely die. But if it doesn't die, it's a 4/1 weapon. It's just a lot of damage, and it's a deck that seems pretty aggressive and scary with their damage potential.
Okay, this card, I thought it was so good. Like, it was one of the most powerful cards to me in the entire set. And then every time I look at it, I'm like, huh, it's not that good. And then I look at it again, I'm like, it's really not that good. And then I'm like, okay, it's kind of worse than I thought. It just, in my mind, it just keeps getting worse. And especially the synergies with our pirate deck. I don't know if we're playing this. It's tough, but it's not bad. I'll give it a 3. I'll give it a 3. Originally, I was like 5 for sure, 5, but now I'm like 3. I don't know what happened. Rip Crab,
I love,
Tomorrow,
Crab
Nedge is like,
Rave.
this is a 1. This is a
I
1.
love
This is
this
trash.
card.
and then the expansion comes out. I'm like, yeah, this is
See-
6. Okay,
Nedge gets wrecked by Krakatoa a few times.
See,
It's a
I'm-
6.
I
Nope,
almost-
it's the 6.
I almost want to skip the part where this Pyro Rogue deck is insane, because they're gonna have to. They're if we're talking about it, like there's a 6, there's a 5, like they're gonna have to adjust it. And I wonder if that's when Krakatoa becomes better, because everything else gets the power level just put down a notch. That's why I rated it optimistically a 4. It's probably more like a 3, but I think that Krakatoa will find a home, and it'll be a strong and because it's kind of as power. It's a decently powerful. It's 6 mana, so it comes down like decently early. It can come down on 5 with coin if you really want to. And it can kind of deal, and it has decent amounts of board clears, because essentially you have 8 attack of rush, and then you have 4 attack of a weapon, and then you use the weapon, then you trade in with the other claw, and then you do that. I mean, it's kind of a neat like one. It works as, it feels like a 1 turn. Feels like a very powerful like swing turn, because you're removing stuff from the board. And then you're going to leave yourself with a 4/1. You're going to leave yourself with a 4/1 weapon. And it might turn into a 2/1 weapon, because they might kill Krakatoa, but you've probably done a lot with it. Yeah, but it is still borderline 3/4, and I just gave it an optimistic rating.
Yeah,
Well,
I like it.
Cool.
go on to our next one. Another pirate, Cutlass Courier, 3 mana, 2/5. After your hero attacks, draw a pirate. Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
This one's good.
Come on.
This one's good. Yep, I'm giving this a 4 as well. I mean, It's also a pirate. It works with everything else. You're probably going to be attacking, even if it's not with the swordfish. And no matter what you're attacking with, even if it's just the hero power, you get to draw a pirate. It's got 5 health, which historically has always been awkward for a lot of decks to deal with. Yeah, this just has like everything working for it.
Yeah, what the hell is this? Like, why do they print all these cards? Why does this have 5 health, by the way? I don't understand. There's so many cards.
You could tell me this card gets nerfed to a 2/4 a 2/4 and I'd believe you. Like, that's how good this is. Because it has 5
I was
health.
going to say, I think this could be a 2/4 and it would be fine, but a 2/5 makes it really good. I'll give it a 4. Definitely a very strong card. You're going to have Swordfish equipped a lot of the time. You also have Dagger. You're going to be attacking most turns of the game. You're going to be cycling through your pirates. You're going to be winning games. Yep, 4.
Yep. Devs are rogue mains. That's a 4. Good card. Does broken things. Overstated.
Yeah, so good.
Next card.
All right. Next and last card for Rogue is Bootstrap Sunken City. A 5 mana 4/4 pirate combo. Put an enemy minion on the bottom of your opponent's deck. I'm only
check it out. It's super broken.
I'm only giving this a 2. I don't know. I like if you're going for the pirates, this is kind of slow compared to some of the other things. And with dredge stuff, they could dredge, but it still is effectively a removal. But it does have the combos. Like, it just feels super slow to me. So I'm gonna just say this is a 2.
It's less broken than the other. It feels like because it's 5 mana, it feels like it's by virtue of being 5 mana, it's less broken than the other broken stuff.
I don't know. I mean, obviously everyone's going to compare this to Vilespine Slayer from Ungoro, and we're in a much different kind of meta now than we were then, but that card was one of the most broken cards ever. Really, and this, in some ways, is a better ability than Vilespine because it's also a silence effectively for any death rattle ability or otherwise.
It's entomb it's a better entomb.
Of course, there are dredge abilities that almost every deck has access to now, but at the same time, it's a pirate, which furthers Pirate Rogue's game plan. It's the same mana and combo ability that Vilespine was, and it has 1 more attack. This card seems super nutty to me. I'm giving it a 4.
Yeah, I think putting the thing on the bottom of the deck is not a downside at all, actually. Like, you're playing a tempo deck. It never goes to fatigue. You don't care if they get the card back. You don't care if they can dredge it that much. Like, oftentimes, you're just diluting their bottom of their deck with cards they don't want anymore. So, I think it's better than Vilespine. But, with that said, I don't know if we're in a meta or in, like, a state in Hearthstone where Vilespine Slayer would actually be that good. So... I'll give it a 3 because it does say pirate on it. If this did not say pirate on it, I might even give it a 1. Honestly,
I might give it a 1. Because
wow,
I'll give it a 3.
Vilespine get no love.
Yeah, unlucky for Vilespine. Okay, I'll probably give it a 2. I'd probably give it 2 if it didn't say pirate, but 3 because it does say pirate.
Yeah,
one's a bit psycho, maybe.
I think 3. I like kind of. Yeah.
All right, that's enough of the broken class. We on to Shaman.
That's all right. All right, Bish.
Yay, Shaman. Okay, let me pull the cards up. All right. First card is Anchored Totem. 2 mana, 0/3. It has the totem. It has a totem tag. After you summon a 1-cost minion, give it +2/+1. It's interesting. It says summon, so it doesn't have to be play.
Works with hero power.
Yeah, it says summon, not play. It buffs your HP totems. So, I mean, it's an interesting card for sure. I don't really know if Shaman wants to be doing this. And I also don't. I mean, are the elementals still gonna? Are we still gonna have like the elementals, or some of those rotating?
I think there's a few Shaman of them rotating, but
Shaman has Bloodlust again.
Yeah, Shaman does have Bloodlust. I think that this would be...
That
Interesting.
supports like board flood decks, and this is a
It does.
really amazing card for a board flood deck. I think this is strong. I'm giving this a 3.
Okay. And Flame Tongue is back too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
on top of it. It is the nerfed version. I'm very thankful it's the nerfed version of Flame Tongue, but
This has amazing synergy with the piranhas too.
yeah, it does.
Yes.
I did look at the piranhas.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm giving it a 3
I'll
as
give
well.
it a 3. I'll give it a 3 as well. Yeah, I don't know much of what Shaman's supposed to be doing in the new expansion, so yeah, it's good to. I'm just gonna be listening quite a bit to what you all have to say.
Coming in hot with the 1. Let's go.
Nice.
I am not feeling Buffy, 1-droppy Piranha Shaman. Not doing it for me. Even with
Piranha
Bloodlust and
Shaman.
Flame Tongue. Yeah, it's kind of doomed. I
Mhm.
think the only Shaman I want to play is like multicaster Shaman with like Snowfall and Bird and like a bunch of stuff like that. And there's some good support for it.
I can
I'm
see
not as in on this like aggro-y, tokeny Shaman at all, actually. So I'm giving it a 1.
3 mana 2/4 laughs at your board freeze.
3 mana 2/4 laughs at your buff totem.
Touche.
Touche.
Colossal.
All right. Wow, yeah, this is the earliest in a class we've seen the Colossal. Glug the Gulper. Great name. It's a 7 mana 3/5 beast. It's Colossal +3. And its effect is after a friendly minion dies, gain its original stats, and its I don't know what they're supposed to be called. The additional things you get are called Glug's Tail. Is Glug's Tail, and it's 2/2 taunt. So I assume you get 3 tails, or
Yeah,
is there
3
other?
tails.
Okay, 3 tails. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just a super long tail. I see. Awesome. Oh, I don't know how to rate this. I don't know if we want to be playing this in like whatever type. I don't like. It's pretty cool, and like it works if you're playing a deck that just blood that. It's good in a board flood deck, but at the same time, the tail takes up so much spaces, and none of the tails have rush. They all have taunt at least. So I guess it's eating its tail and getting those stats, as well as anything you have on the board on top of it. Seems kind of weird.
Apparently, in the initial design, this said after a minion dies, gain its original stats.
Oh,
And then they were like,
broken.
corridor creeper vibes. Yeah, okay.
Come on now.
Let's change that one real fast. And I think they changed it to be honestly pretty awful. I think this is the worst Colossal minion. I'm giving it a 1. I don't see how we're playing this one.
I like this one. I'm giving it a 3. I think that again, well, I'm higher on the board flood deck with Bloodlust than you are, and I think this is something that could slot in with that. Like you can just charge this up for like a big scary turn where you might have minions on board already, and you slam this down. You'd have to have a maximum of 3 minions on board before you could get that ability, but you can just convert their stats into the stats on this one, and it's pretty well protected by the taunts. When the taunts die, it gets more stats. You know, I think it's a solid card. Again, I don't really know how to evaluate Colossals yet, but it seems strong enough that it should see a reasonable amount of play. At least, you know, people will want to experiment with it early on, and we'll see if it's any good.
Yep, I gave it a 3 as well. Same reasons. I think it can work probably pretty well in like the board flood type deck, like Bloodlust type stuff. But the taunt body pieces are pretty weak. I mean, it's gonna gain the stats. They have to be weak, but that feels kind of bad. Yeah, it's all right.
Takes up so much board space.
It does take up a lot of board space. Yeah, four board space when this comes out.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it another way too. If you already have all the minions on board, you don't necessarily need to summon the tails.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
You could have 6 minions on board and slam this down and trade your minions, and this just gets giant.
Okay, but then we're like, we have a
but-
bunch of minions on board, and we're trading them all off in an aggro deck just to make one big thing. Like that sounds kind of bad to me.
I mean, it's good in certain matchups,
yeah.
but it's terrible in
Sure,
other
yeah.
matchups. It depends on whether or not you know
Mhm.
your opponent has hard removal or not.
Which
But in a
is-
way, it could be flexible for you for someone who has mass AoE but doesn't have single target removal.
Mhm.
I don't know.
And for
Yeah,
that
work.
reason,
Okay,
I-
that's reasonable.
Which I think
I might
is
just be a
why it's
token
like
shaman
either this
hater.
is good or bad.
Such a hater,
give-
Niche.
Yeah.
I
Haters
give-
unite. Where you at?
I give this a 2 because I think it's gonna see play in a board flood, and like it's gonna see play in a token deck. And I'm not even in. My hesitation is that that token board flood decks don't want to put a 7-cost card in their deck. I kind of want to top at. I kind of want to top at Bloodlust generally.
Well, I mean,
Maybe-
that would be like your one of top end. Like you probably
guess.
run 2 Bloodlusts and a Glug, and you don't have any 6 mana cards, and you don't have any other 5 mana cards. But we'll see.
Yeah, I can see that. I think it's just because it's going to be playing in that deck, and there's might even be versions due to whatever matchup you're playing. Due to like obviously in a THL setting, like if you can see that it's just not going to be good, you just don't even run it. So, yeah, this is an interesting card. For the prospect,
It's a quirky one. Yeah.
It's quirky. Yeah, I don't mind the design of it for sure. I just don't think it's gonna. I just don't think it's a world ender, a world beater ender, whatever you want to say for it. So let's move into our next card. Our next card is a Jaren Scroll. It's a 1-mana spell. It does not have a specific tag. Discover a Fire, Frost, or Nature spell. And then you put a Sunken Scroll at the bottom of your deck. And let's see. Sunken Scroll says add a Fire, Frost, and Nature spell from your class to your hand. So I think this card works really. I think just the ability to get a Fire, Frost, or Nature spell is so good, especially if you're running multicaster. Because you can say, oh, I have and generally Shamans had an overabundance of nature, but like being able to get a Fire or Frost spell that you really want to help you get to drawing more with multicaster. And then if you can get the Sunken Scroll, that's even better. Like, because then you get 3 things and you can almost go from nothing to having a really good multicaster.
Yeah, Discover always stronger in 4-set metas too. I think there's
Yeah.
a really high chance to find the Shaman spell that dredges to get the Sunken Scroll as well off of this Discover. So it's almost immediately something that can activate the
You're right, yeah.
the higher powered one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I like about this card is that if you're missing one of the spell schools for multicaster, you can just pick it and play it, and now you have the third one, and all your multicasters and birds will draw 3. It's just very flexible. And then if you high roll and have that card we're going to talk about, it's a spell that dredges, then you can pull the other thing out, and that thing is very, very strong.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I give it a 4.
4, yeah, it's definitely super strong.
With 3.
Yeah, I went with a 3 as well. But yeah, you guys covered all the the reasons that I had.
Yeah.
Solid.
Cool. Yeah, I like a Jaren Scroll. This is a really cool design card. So next card up we have Wrathspine Enchanter. 7 mana, 5/4. It is a Naga. With Battle Cry, cast a copy of a Fire, Frost, and Nature spell in your hand, and targets are chosen randomly.
Oh, trash next.
7 mana, lol.
Yeah, it's too much mana for it to. It's a lot of mana for it to. I know they didn't want to probably make it cost that much less.
I gave that a
then it could
1.
be
We
super
got too
strong.
many things that are like targeted that need to be targeted that it's just
Yeah.
like this randomly hits our own face or something like
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna frostbite. We're gonna like frostbite our minion.
another
and it's gonna
class
trigger-
really happy with this card. Shaman, I don't think it sees play at all.
Yeah, I'm insta winning this.
Yeah, makes sense. I also gave
It's
it
actually
a
one of the worst cards, I think.
Yep, same.
Yeah. Bottom 5, bottom 10.
That sucks.
I mean, I had this thought too, but yeah, somebody is pointing out in chat that like if it targeted enemies, kind of like they have had with some of the mage cards, then it would be awesome, right? It's like, yes, great. But because it's random and it costs so much, and also like, if you're really wanting to take advantage of this, you want big burst things, and I don't think there is much of that right now either, especially one of each. It's like, this just feels like a really bad, like, mage
You'd
hero.
want like really expensive spells that summon big things or
deal a lot of damage
like
to face
AoE damage or something. Because then it randomly targets, but that's circumvented by the AoE or something like that.
It's just like way too many requirements for not enough right now. And maybe in the future, if there's other cards that they print, like in the next couple of sets, then maybe this comes into play. But right now, no.
Yeah, I don't think Bloodlust has a spell tag either.
No, I don't. I doubt it does.
No.
Okay. Cool. Ready to go on to our next card? Because it is the other legendary.
Let's do it.
All right. Next card. Radiance of Ajara. It is a 3-mana 3/4. It holds the Elemental Tribe. It is fire spell damage +2. So finally another spell class targeted damage increase. But it has the effect your nature spells cost 1 mana less, and after you cast a frost spell, you gain 3 armor. I think this is such a cool and neat design of a card. It does a lot, and I'm wondering if it does too much.
Man, that card looks really cool too.
Yeah, it's really great art. Really great art.
Gold in it, please.
It's really cool. I would love for this to be one of my golden legendaries for sure that I get. Fire spell damage +2. It has good synergy with a card we'll talk about later, but that card also, like, that card's just so good.
I see a lot of people saying this does too much, but I think it does like a good amount of everything.
Yeah. I just looked at it. I said, like, are we gonna get to the point where we're gonna play this and we're just gonna dump some spells? Like, I don't know. This seems really interesting for sure.
I think it's flexible where you can use like lightning bolts for 0 mana, go face. You can use your scalding geysers, go face. It can be used for burst damage in like a Burnie
geyser can
type
go
shaman.
face.
And
that's
then
good.
also, if you want to, against like an aggro deck, you're not playing as a burn deck. You're playing more defensively, where you could play this with some wind chills, for example. Gain 6 armor, freeze 2 things, have a 3/4 board that they really need to kill.
Yeah.
Like, it's just very flexible, and I think it does everything just well enough that you would slot this into your deck. So
yeah, I gave this a
I'm
3.
gonna give it a I'll give it 4.
I'm like so torn. I think I'm just gonna keep it at a 3, but like I don't know how many decks you want to play this in, and I think that's where I'm getting caught up. Is like, how many places do you actually want to put this? It really kind of depends, and maybe it'll change as we get more sets. But like, you're probably not really playing this in like an aggressive deck. Maybe you can play this in an elemental deck because it's an elemental, but I think this card you're using more for the tech stuff and not for the minion type. So like,
it's a little weird and hard to evaluate.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with the 2, but I might be totally off base on this one. This is one of the ones I think is one of the hardest to evaluate.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm like a 2 or 3. Neji's like 3 or 4. I'm like, I don't know.
I'm anywhere from a 2 to a 4. I don't know. It's a cool card.
Tough.
I agree. It could be anywhere from a 2 to 4, and I'm really just shooting, hoping I hit my dart here.
Man, you hit it. Yeah, just hit.
Just hit. I don't see the problem. Player different.
Yeah, for sure. So why don't we move on to the next card? The next card we have is called Schooling. It is a 1-mana spell, and you add 3 1/1 Piranha Swarmers to your hand. Piranha Swarmers are 1/1 beasts for 1 mana with Rush, and it says after you summon a Piranha Swarmer, gain +1 attack. So you play Piranha Swarmer, and it gives you attack. So you play this on one or whatever, or whenever you want to play it, and you gain. So not only is the Piranha Swarmer able to attack something, you're also able to go face. As this specific spell, like this is definitely meant to go in tandem with the Anchor Totem. So I guess along the same lines of Anchor Totem, I gave that a 3. I'd probably just end up giving this a 3 as well. They go hand in hand. They kind of do similar. Like it's good synergy between the two cards, I suppose. And it has the upside of at least you're able to attack, and you're able to trade off.
I'm just gonna give it a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that it puts these in your hand, then you have to use them, and you have to play the other. Like to get the buff on one of the piranhas, you have to play more piranhas behind it. So it's like it feels like a lot of work, but you still could get it to work.
Oh yeah, you have to play. You get the attack after you play another one. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I give this a 2.
It's more of a 2. It's more of a 2 card than Sorry, Ron, for cutting you off.
No, you're good. Tough to get a big benefit off of this, but it is cheap, and we might be able to do something in a board flood type deck with it. Like works well with the totem, but outside of that, it doesn't see much play, and even in that deck, it might not be that great.
Nah, 1. Not feeling this one. I'm gonna be honest.
Hate it up.
This one just ain't it. Pass. 1 mana, do nothing. Lol. Oh gosh.
Okay. Next.
Okay, man.
Okay, now we got a card. I'm in.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Coral Keeper. 5 mana, 3/4. It is a Naga battle cry. Summon a 3/3 elemental for each spell school you have casted this game. Man, this is good. I like this one. It's the board-based version of Multicaster, which is awesome. And also the coral elementals look pretty cool too. I think this will definitely find a home in the deck because you're gonna probably run this in every deck that you play. You're probably gonna want to run this in multicaster decks as well. To help you get bored. If you get your board clear, drop this, get a bunch of 3/3s. Pretty good. I think it's a good. I think it's gonna be a pretty solid support card. So I'm gonna end up giving it a 3.
I think this one's super strong. I think it goes in every Shaman deck that is competitive.
Gotcha.
Might not see this in some bad Shaman decks, but this is going to be really, really strong. I think it's a 5.
Yeah, I'm also on a 5 for this one. I think this is really, really insane. Like in Burn Shaman, you're going to be able to have so much like stat dumping now, like Wildpaw Cavern on 4. Maybe, this may be on 5 if you've played some good stuff on 1, 2, 3. We'll see. But even just later on, you can get so much chip damage in with minions now. You do lose some burn, but you still have like Overdraft, Lightning Bolt. You have the new Fire Burn spell. You still have Brucon Hero. There's still stuff to do in that deck. So I think this actually really helps out with some of the cards they're losing. And I think it's going to be really, really good. So I'm going to give it a 5.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 4. I think this is definitely a really solid card. Can probably be played in a couple. And honestly, even if you only end up with like 2 3/3s, you're getting a 3/4 and 2 3/3s just for having played whatever else you want to do. It's like, yeah, it seems pretty solid. So 4 for me.
It's like it doesn't tax you at all to play this, right? Like you don't have to change
that's
up
the
your
best
game
part
plan.
about it. It goes right into something you are already doing.
Exactly.
Gives you payoff. So good.
Yeah.
Love it. Beautiful card. Let's go.
Gotcha.
Good Shaman card? No way.
And then you bioluminescence all of the things and then go, oh, no. No, we don't. We don't do that. That's
Wait.
Nice
All right.
Good one.
Like, do we get Dragon
Schooling
Rider?
synergy.
Do we get Dragon Riders rating?
Yep, I said it was 4.
Okay,
Mhm.
cool. Just making sure. All right, so now we'll move on to the card that Ron just mentioned, which is the next card up, which is Bioluminescence. 3 mana nature spell. Give your minions spell damage +1. My initial thoughts was I don't know if this is nutty or crap.
Oh, but wait, we could play the 7 mana garbage spell, and it could cast a copy of this. Oh my god!
No. But
No is a good point.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. It feels like a lot of mana for its effect, but I feel like if it costed any less, it'd be so nutty because it'd just be like, oh, we just throw this in a burn shaman deck, and it gives us a cheap spell that give our spell damage minions more spell damage to put more things face into kill.
It's pretty nutty in a format with Lightning Bloom.
Yeah, I'm glad Lightning Bloom's gone. I wish it would just get deleted, but it's okay. It's no longer.
Yeah, I think honestly, this card I'd give it 2 just because of the potential of how insane it might be in future sets. Because if we could get +7 spell damage somehow, that seems terrifyingly good.
Yeah.
But the conditions that you have to meet to actually make this good seem like not at all worth it and almost impossible to pull off realistically in a consistent way. So it would be a 1 if not for just the potential that this is mega broken.
Gotcha.
At a future point.
I think for me, it's like the cost and the fact that you do have to set up, like you were saying. So I'm also giving it a 2. I think there could be some decks where even if you get this on like 3 minions, it's probably still good enough. I mean, I think if we've had Shaman just in the last meta, right, where it's like OTK Shaman, that just getting a minion down that deals 2 spell damage was enough to really pull off a lot of stuff. Maybe this can be good enough, but the fact that you have to have minions and then play this is what's getting me, and why I don't think it's quite as good as just playing a minion that has the spell damage already on it.
I mean, I don't know. Is there an OTK possibility for the 5 mana card that summons the board flood because of all the spell schools you played, and then you also play this, and then you also play double lightning bolt with your last 2 mana on turn 10? Like, it's still not going to be good enough, right? And it's kind of
like there's too much
majorly
setup.
optimistic.
Yeah.
I look at this card and I'm like, dang, this has really good synergy with checks notes, nothing.
It's so
give
weird.
it a 1.
But the piranhas, Neji.
Oh wait,
good synergy with schooling. Let's go.
Piranha poaching.
2 nutty cards.
Bioluminescence. I gave it a 2.
Yeah,
because I'm the one reading the cards, and I was like zoning out a little bit. Yeah, I guess we'll go to the next card, which is Piranha Poacher. 3 mana 2/5. It does have the Murloc tag. At the end of your turn, add a 1/1 Piranha Swarmer to your hand. I mean, it has the Murloc tag, but I don't really know if there's gonna be Murloc synergy with Shaman. Like, maybe I'm wrong. But I don't really see it.
This card's only good if it summons. Adding to hand is bad.
I think this card, I had it as a 2, and I think I'm just gonna drop it to a 1.
I'm giving it a 1.
Yeah. I'm on a 1. I have nothing to say. It sucks.
Bad card. Go next.
I tried it just because I wanted to. I tried it during third crafting, and putting them in hand was way too slow.
Like, also, how come Rogue gets 3 mana 2/5 draw a pirate when you attack? Like, couldn't this at least like draw a Murloc or something when you do something? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Add a piranha to your hand.
This is garbage.
That's as good as drawing a pirate from your deck. Yup.
It's okay. Shaman has Bird, and Bran is a new card, right? That being added.
Stop.
brand bird stuff for Shaman, they'll be
I
fine.
hate it here.
Yeah.
Oh, well, this card looks good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we talk about a good card? The last card for Shaman we have is Scalding Geyser. Save the best for last, honestly. 1 mana, deal 2 damage, and it dredges. It's a fire spell. Man, this card it's just so good throughout the game. Like you can use it when you want to dredge. You can use it when you don't even care about dredge. You just want to deal 2 damage to something. You can use it. It enables. It's a fire spell for multicaster. It's really good. I didn't think I could give it a 5. I gave it a 4. I really like this spell.
Yep. It's a 4. Yeah, you hit all the points too. Like, it does all the things, right? You can just deal early damage.
Yeah.
It's a fire spell to activate your stuff. It's a cheap spell. You can plan something with the dredge. Like, so many good things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I wound up changing this from a 3 to a 4, just thinking about the fact that Discover Pool is smaller in the 4-set meta, so it's easier to find this card. The way that this works so well with the Sunken Scroll, it's nuts. And yeah, chat, exactly. It kills the turn 1 Trog. You'll love to see it.
It kills the Trog. We love to see it.
Oh, it's
good card.
It's pretty impressive. For 1 mana, 2 damage, you get the dredge, and it's fire spell. Like, yeah, okay. Okay. Fine, I guess we'll allow this one. I want to give it a 5, but like I can't justify giving like this kind of card a 5. I don't think. I'll give it a 4, but it's like a high 4.
It's a high 4. It's like the best.
Really good.
Like, let's look at the cards. I mean, we do have Coral Keeper. I would almost argue that Geyser's better than Coral Keeper, and we gave that a 5. But that's because it has a bigger, flashier impact on the board at one time. It's better for sure. It's just the type of card. It's not a format defining card. It's like the best support card you can, like one of the best support cards in the game in the current format.
Yeah, very, very good.
Yeah,
agree
for sure. Cool.
That's all the Shaman.
That is Shaman. All the shenanigans are done.
All right. With that, I think it's time for me to head out. It was fun doing this with you guys.
Yes. Thank you for joining, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks,
It was
Ron.
a good time.
See y'all later. Good luck with the rest of the set. Have fun, everybody.
Have a good night.
Okay.
All right.
What's next?
Warlock. I guess. You want to read an SG, or do you want me to?
I can do it.
Okay.
I might be flaming the cards a bit, but it's fine. All right. We have Dragged Below, 4 mana shadow spell, deal 4 damage to a minion, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. Abyssal Curse is something you put in your opponent's hand. It does 1 damage at first, and then it does 2 damage the next time. I think it's at the start of their turn it triggers. And then like every following curse you add to their hand also does more damage. So like the next one would deal 3 and then 4 or whatever. But it costs 2 mana, so the opponent can just play it out of their hand if they don't want to take it the next turn. And it disappears after 2 turns. It's kind of complicated, I'm not gonna lie. But also seems kind of bad. I don't call them abyssal curses. I call them abysmal curses. So, yeah, I mean, that's just how I've seen it. Maybe curses are fine. I feel like curses were really broken because all the curse cards cost 1 more mana than they should. So they like nerfed them all at the end because curses were too good. Like this should cost 3 and a bunch of the other ones should cost 1 less in my opinion. So maybe they're good, but maybe they're bad now that they nerfed them. I'm giving this a 1. I'm not a curse believer.
The theory crafting, people were playing this against me, and it was so infuriating. Like I get like at one point they put like 3 curses in my hand or 4 curses, and I was like, I can't do anything with these. And then I overdrew, and I was like, I can't. If I spend all of my mana to get these out of my hand, I can't play anything. If I keep them in my hand, I'm taking damage. So it was pretty obnoxious. I'm gonna rate the Dragged Below 3, But I think these curses are probably going to be a little more annoying.
Dang, I hope not. They seem kind of annoying.
I think for the fact I'm just gonna look at the card itself. Besides the curses, deal 4 damage to a minion is pretty strong. I know it costs 4 mana, so it's probably not. It's like not like there's been a 3 mana deal 4 damage to a minion that's been printed, and that card didn't even really see play. With the upside of it, I kind of want to go right in between the two of you and say a 2, and that I think it might just be something that gets played in a deck that wants to just dump Abyssal Curses into people's hands, but not necessarily be like, it might not even be the best Warlock deck, because I think Owl is still going to be super strong. Like, although Owl is losing some pretty key cards. I don't know. We'll see how things play out in Warlock. But I think this is something that these types of cards might be stuff that we just play as tech, if we're or in a very specific deck.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, on to the next Warlock card. We got Rock Bottom. That is the Warlock class, Rock Bottom. Unlucky.
Oh,
1
no.
mana, summon a 1/1 Murloc. Then Dredge. If it's also a Murloc, summon 1 more. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Murlocs, then you're definitely playing this. It's not bad. Get 2 Murlocs, tutor your next draw to be whatever you want. Meh. It's okay. I'm not a believer in Murloc Warlock either, so I'm giving it a 1. But if you're playing the deck and it's good, sure. I guess.
I'm just putting 2 because I think you probably only really play it in there. I don't know if you want to play this outside of Murloc stuff. Like if the Dredge is that good.
Is Murloc Warlock, like, from playtesting, did you go against it, and was it like...
Yes, and it was
good?
annoying. But I was also playing decks that like didn't have removal. I was playing a lot of decks that just had, minions like Mech Paladin and some other things like...
Yeah, because if it was something where it just didn't feel... Or if it was like just an archetype that wasn't going to see play, I probably would just go with some 1s, but I'm going to give this a 2 now, seeing that it can be annoying. Like, I'll be honest, Murloc Warlock was one of my first 5 decks that I ever played in Hearthstone history, so it has a soft spot in my heart. Like back in 2014, when it was definitely even more of a meme back then. But sometimes you would just rush the board on your opponent, and they couldn't beat you back then. But I don't know how it's going to be right now. I'll give it a 2.
All right.
Yep.
On to the next one. We have Syrakis Cultist, 3 mana, 2/3 Naga, Battlecry. Give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. I am giving it a 1. I am not a believer in Abyssal Curses.
3 for me.
Yep, 2 and 2 for me. So I think we're all kind of generally seeing like where we stand on Abyssal Curses.
Yeah, it's kind of hard with these type of things. I think this happened in one of the other sets too, where it's like you're kind of rating them all together.
Yeah.
Instead of like as maybe there's going to be 1 card, but generally they're all kind of going to have very similar ratings.
Like, I think if there was 1 card that I would rate above the rest, it would be something that it has to be something that has a really good effect for me to rate it above. Yeah. But I generally agree, yeah.
All right, on to the next one. We got Void Gale, 2 mana, 3/2 Murloc, Death Rattle. Give all Murlocs in your hand +1/+1. I think this is worse than Rock Bottom, but maybe if you just need Murloc density, you run this.
Yeah,
and give it a 1.
I'm assuming you're gonna need Murloc density, because I just personally don't know how many Murlocs there are.
Giving it a 3, just because I think if you're going in on this, then like you're probably hoping to play this early, and then you're gonna have a bigger hand. But
yeah,
I don't know, it's decently statted, so at least you can get it out and get some attack going.
Yep, it can't be underrated how good Life Tap is either. So maybe I gave it a 2 because it's a card that works all together with Murlocs. So it just kind of only goes in that deck.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, we got Zakul, 5 mana, 6/5. Your Abyssal Curses heal you for the damage they deal. Battlecry, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. The Abyssal Curses only heal you while this is in play. It's not a permanent effect.
Yeah.
This just like the other ones. I'm gonna give it a 1.
3.
We got a common theme.
Yes.
Yeah, y'all know what I rated it then. I'm giving
2.
it 2.
Yeah, we're speed running Warlock.
That's right.
It's all Murlocs and curses.
Yep.
And if you don't like Murlocs and curses, it's doomed.
Oh no. Have you ever given a full thing 1 before? Is this actually what I'm looking at? Or I might hear from you? Oh no.
It's all 1. There's one card I'm not giving a 1.
Okay.
We got one of them. We'll get to it.
Is that a 2?
Sure.
It might be a 2. No, it'll be like a 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopium 3. All right. Next up, Chum Bucket. 2 mana. Give all Murlocs in your hand +1/+1. Repeat for each Murloc you control. Sure, this seems kind of snowball-y, but it's kind of counterintuitive because, like, you want to be spamming Murlocs on the board. So then how many Murlocs are you really going to have in your hand to buff? It's kind of weird. It's like specifically good with Rock Bottom on 1 into this on 2, and otherwise it seems really bad. So I'm giving it a 1. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a 1 for me too.
Crazy, yeah. Like, I agree. It's not that good. Like, because I will say, again, I don't want to underestimate how good Life Tap is for keeping your hand topped off. Like, but at the same time, Warlock, you generally don't have a hand. Like, you're just playing your stuff, and so this card's kind of counterintuitive. Like, it would be different if it was the opposite way, or it was like give Morlocks on your board +1/+1, and then like do it again. Like, maybe not do it again for each Murloc. You might have to take the health or one of the parts away from it to make it do it for your board, and then for each Murloc in your hand, do it again. Like, that'd be kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, I gave it a 1. Let's go.
All right, sweet. Now we got Abyssal Wave, 6 mana shadow spell. Deal 4 damage to all minions. Give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. Give Neji a 1 on the scoreboard. Let's go.
Oh, really? I kind of thought this would be the one that you would rate better because it's AoE. Because it's an AoE card.
Well, I did that.
6 to clear the board. That's
You're right. And I'm guessing Soul Rend is still a card.
Yeah, it's still a card.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is a
It's a 4 for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is the good Abyssal Curse card.
That's right.
I think the AoE makes me give it a 3. The fact that it at least does something that feels impactful in some capacity. I don't know. I give it a 3, which is higher than I've given all the other curse cards.
Okay, reasonable.
Yeah.
We got another Murloc. Asharan Scavenger, 3 mana, 3/4. Battlecry, put a Sunken Scavenger on the bottom of your deck. Sunken Scavenger is, let me see, give your other Murlocs +1/+1 wherever they are. So hand, battlefield, deck, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving it a 1. Not a believer.
Mm-hmm.
Murgle.
The 2 for me. Just because you probably want it in your Murloc deck.
It goes in the Murloc deck. I'm not even gonna say I fully believe it, but but I think there's enough here that it's gonna see some form of play, even if it ends up just completely going away in like 2 days,
Right.
Yep.
We got Gigafin, 8 mana, 7/4 Murloc with Colossal +1. Battlecry, devour all enemy minions. Death Rattle, spit them out. But its appendage, if the appendage dies first, then all the minions are consumed into the void and are gone, permanently destroyed. So you really want to kill Gigafin before you kill the Maw. I'm giving this one a 3.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty good, regardless of Murloc synergy.
Yeah.
I think it's just a good board clear. And maybe if you're playing a tempo deck, it's like super insane because you eat up their board. And if you're playing as like another tempo deck, they probably don't have spot removal for 7/4. So the only way to get through it is breaking a 4/6 taunt, which destroys all their minions permanently.
Yeah.
Which seems kind of nutty. But I'm not sure like that kind of deck is going to be that great. But I'll give it a 3 because it seems quite powerful.
3 for me as well.
Same reasoning. It's a 3. It's more powerful than the rest.
I wanted to give them all a 1. I really did, but I couldn't do it. It's too good. All right. Last card. Blood Scent, Vilefin. 4 mana, 4/4 Murloc. Battlecry Dredge. If it's a Murloc, change its cost to health instead of mana. Yeah, I'm giving it a 1, but it's definitely not that bad. It's good with the scavenging Murloc that puts like a Keleseth Murloc on the bottom of your deck, and then you draw it. And it'll be 0 mana, just cost some health. That's pretty good, but meh, Murloc Warlock.
Gotcha.
Nah, I'm giving it a 1.
Okay.
2 for me. It's
2
Murlocs.
Yep.
That's it for Warlock cards.
Woo!
All right, that was fast. Nice.
Yeah, that was that really makes up. That really makes up for the fact that we were. Like I kept looking, I was like, wait, it's almost 10 o'clock and we're still not to neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think this is actually faster than normal, but it still takes a long time.
Yeah, for sure, it really does.
All right. I will read off the warrior cards. So we have Guard the City, 2 mana spell, gain 3 armor, summon a 2/3 Naga with taunt. I'm gonna give this a 3. I think it's actually a fine card. Paying 2 for 3 armor, it's okay. I think Warrior lost some armor cards, right? There's a couple that are. It didn't lose any of them.
Well, maybe some.
Okay.
It also gained some really good armor cards.
Like we keep Buckler, we keep Heavy Plate, we keep Rancor. I don't know what other armor cards. Maybe we lost some.
Shatter.
Shield Slam we have. Shatter we have.
You gain.
It's gaining
shield block into core set, which is so
true.
But armor is good.
It's just more armor. It's so good, and it comes with a body. It's actually really strong.
I mean, we used to play this like 3 mana 2/3 that gave us a lackey and gave us 3 armor. That was that bad, and that was like mostly for the armor.
Yeah,
and like sure the lackey was okay, but I'll give it a 2.
Wait, we're acting like lackeys weren't just the nuts back then.
Well, not in Bomb Warrior.
Oh, not in
Bomb Warrior, which is what we were playing it in.
True. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I give it a 3. I feel like Control Warrior has a lot of good tools.
Fair.
All right, then we move on to Obsidian Smith, a 2 mana 3/2 pirate. Battlecry Dredge. If it's a minion or a weapon, give it +1/+1. I'm gonna give this one a 3 as well. I don't think you necessarily want to play it in like the really top end control stuff, but it's still a pirate. You're still gonna get a potential buff and a dredge. So like there is a lot of upside. Maybe this just starts to fall off the more cards we get in the set, but I definitely can see this being slotted in initially.
This is a good quest line. This is a good card in quest line.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
I think Questline's got enough support that it's actually going to be quite good. I'm giving this a 4. I think this is very strong.
Yeah, I can see it. I didn't really get to see all of it, but I'm sure I'll get to see the pieces come together as we go along.
I think just a few extra pirates in their pool helps a lot.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Okay. Next we have From the Depths, a 3 mana spell. Reduce the cost of the bottom 5 cards in your deck by 3, then dredge. I am actually going to give this a 4. I think this is pretty good in multiple decks, and honestly, like if you play this after Kazakus or something, oh my god, you get all those treasures for cheaper and stuff, and like, ugh, gross.
Yeah. This is a hard card to evaluate. I think it's very good with Finley because you get the whole bottom of your deck in your hand, but otherwise it seems a bit tough to utilize. But it's so much mana cheat, I can't rate it 1. I'll give it a 2. Maybe find something fringe you can do with it, but right now I'm not seeing it myself.
Yeah, I mean, the effect seems really cool. The effect seems really good. I wish I had watched some of the theory crafting gameplay that wasn't just Dragon. I watched some of obviously Dragon Rider's stream, but I didn't do a whole lot otherwise. So I'm gonna rate this a 3 just because I think it's strong. But I don't know. It might just be one of those things that doesn't quite find a deck. But I guess it could even just see playing Kazakhstan, like a Kazakhstan warrior, I guess.
Next, we have Forged in Flame, a 2-mana fire spell. Destroy your weapon, then draw cards equal to its attack. This is another one, like, I don't know how to evaluate this. I'm probably just going to put it as a 2, but there's definitely potential for this. I don't know if it wants to be used right now or not. I think, like, tradable stuff right now is fine for draw.
I think it's pretty good. It's tough. We still have Outrider's Axe. Like on your last swing, you could just destroy it and draw a bunch of cards, or like in Pirate Warrior, like post Juggernaut, you can like refill a bunch just by like destroying the weapon you get or something. I don't know. There's a few cases for it. It is a lot of draw for cheap. I want to give it a 3. Might give it a 2. I'll give it a 3. Whatever. It seems strong. I just need to think of something that we can use it with.
That's the hard part, is like I just don't know where it actually fits right now.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2. Yeah, I don't know what it fits with. I'm not just gonna give it a 3 because I think I could think of something. I don't think I actually could think of something.
Okay. Well, here's one where we could. This has a death rattle, so like maybe you can use it with the trident, but it's a Shaman Trident, 3 mana, 3 attack, 2 durability weapon. Death rattle, put a Sunken Trident on the bottom of your deck. And the Sunken Trident is also 3 mana, 3 attack, 2 durability. After your hero attacks, deal 2 damage to all enemy minions. This is pretty good. Like, it does a lot, but you have to dredge to get that effect. I guess you could use the Forged in Flame with the first part of this to get the death rattle off. I don't know. I'm still just gonna give this a 2 because I don't really know, like, this is the weapon you want to play. Probably only going in a deck where you're gonna dredge up the second part.
Yeah, I'm not a believer. I'm giving it a 1. I'm not seeing it. I just don't see any good synergy with it besides like maybe Forge and Flame, but then we don't have any other things we're running with it. And if you're playing this in Pirate Warrior with like the Dredge Pirate, then you're wasting a turn playing a weapon. I don't know. It is a weapon to put in your deck. Okay, wait, I kind of forgot that the first part of your quest draws you a weapon.
First part of your quest draws a weapon.
So
yeah.
I don't actually know if there's any better weapons to run. Actually,
is wet. I mean,
I'll give it a 3.
So
I think this is good.
You think this is the weapon we're running?
Yeah, because I think there's 4 dredge cards are running in the deck.
Is Whetstone, Hatchet?
It's still in.
Okay, I just think this is probably better than it if you're gonna be playing Sunken Trident.
Yeah, okay, I forgot that use case. Yeah, I'll give it a 3. I could see it in Pirate Warrior as the weapon that you want to draw.
Okay. Did you want to rate this Trident, Fish?
3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're good. All right, legendary Lady Ashvane, a 5-mana 5/5 battle cry. Give all weapons in your hand, deck, and battlefield +1/+1. Gonna give this a 2. Like, it seems powerful, especially since it hits your hand, deck, and the battlefield. So, like, there, you don't have to worry about where your weapons are, but you also have to make sure you're playing enough weapons for this to really get value, and I don't know if that's a thing yet. So, 2 for a weapon deck. Fringe.
Yeah, this is kind of like 5 mana don't do anything most of the time, I think. I mean, obviously it's a 5/5, but otherwise the effect's not great. I'm giving it a 1. I don't think we're playing this.
Yeah, I also gave it a 1, and it sucks. I don't like giving legendaries 1 because legendaries are supposed to be strong and they're supposed to do something that's like super strong. This is literally like another. What I'm gonna look up what this guy did. Hobart Grapple Hammer did something similar.
You gave your weapons +1 attack.
Yeah, so this is just Hobart that does +1/+1, and it costs more mana, and that card saw 0 play. I don't think this is going to see much play either. I just don't like the pirate weapons. Warrior weapons just don't seem that good, right? In my opinion, especially like say if Bulwark was still around. I think Bulwark rotated, so like we don't even have Bulwark of Azeroth anymore to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't like it that much. Okay.
Next, we have Trench Stalker, a 9-mana 8/9 beast. Battlecry, attack 3 different random enemies. I think there is a note in here that it can only go face once.
Yep.
So it could hit face and 2 enemy minions or 3 minions. This one I really don't know how to evaluate because it is pretty powerful. It's just late though. I just like,
yeah.
I don't know if you want to play this in like a control deck, like in the same deck you're playing Kazakhstan, or not. And that's kind of where I see this initially. Ugh, I don't know. I'm just gonna give it a 2.
I don't see a deck we play this. This looks like a lot of mana and a lot of random that I am not into paying 9 mana for. And it just doesn't even do that much. I don't think we care about face damage. Like most of the time, I feel like when you play this, you're gonna want to hit 3 minions. Like you want it as like a clear, maybe, and like you're gonna miss, and you're like, "Wow, this sucked. Take it out of my deck." 1.
Like maybe this goes in control. Sorry, not control. Charge Warrior. I don't know if Charge Warrior is exactly going to exist as is, but I don't think any of the cards are rotating out for it. So maybe this is something that helps you stall for your piece to get to your combo pieces for Charge Warrior. Because that. But the thing with Control Warriors, it has such with controlling warrior things. It has such great clears already. Like I feel like this is just like almost maybe one too many clear cards, and it's random. So I think I'm gonna give it a 1.
This is like a bad version of the old Deathwing that was a 12/12 and attacked all the minions.
Oh, I love. Yeah.
I mean, this can go face, which is the upside, but yeah.
Yeah. Meh.
I guess I don't care if it goes face.
It costs 9. 9 is so much.
It is. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, how about another bad one? Fires of Zin Ashari, 2-mana fire spell. Replace your deck with minions that cost 5 or more. They cost 5. Holy random. Yeah, that's...
Oh, this is a great meme card.
It's fun. I tried it during the theory crafting, and yep, it did what it says. And then I was basically just at the mercy of drawing some minions, and and it was sad. It's like a 1 for me.
Yeah, it's an insta 1. I have nothing to say. It's just a meme.
Insta 1 meme card. I'm sure. It's like there's a card that it was like. Oh, see, this like reminds me of another old one.
Journey to Angora.
Journey to Angora. Where where you would just get essentially discover a minion or discover a card or whatever it was. Like your entire deck would be discover.
This is better, but
Yeah.
it's still bad.
It's better, but yeah, it's still bad. Agreed.
All
I
right.
might mess around with it. I might mess around with it for fun, but like I'm not even making. I probably wouldn't even be making YouTube content off it, so it wouldn't be worth it.
Right. Next up, we have Black Scale Brute, a 7-mana 5/6 Naga. Taunt, Battle Cry. If you have a weapon equipped, summon a 5/6 Naga with Rush. This one I think is better, but I don't know where it's fitting exactly. Still gonna give it a 3, but like Taunt and a Rush minion is pretty good. I just don't know though. The 7 mana really kind of gets to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not good. I think costs too much, and you have to have a weapon equipped too. So, too conditional. And again, no deck I really want to play this in. Won it.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a 1. At the 7, like you both mentioned, the mana cost is a lot. So I think I'm gonna give it a 1. There's so many 1s in Warrior, which stinks because I've become a Warrior enjoyer in the last expansion. So yeah.
This should be our last one here. It is the Colossal 7-mana 5/5 Nelly the Great Thresher. The Beast. Colossal +1. Battle Cry. Discover 3 pirates to crew Nelly's ship. And Colossal piece is Nelly's pirate ship. A 5-mana 2/6, also a beast. Taunt and Death Rattle. Add Nelly's pirate crew to your hand. They cost 1. This is super cool and fun.
This is a cool card, but is it actually good?
Yeah, like it's so slow. It's so slow, right? You have to play the Colossal. I feel like it's slow. You got to play the Colossal, discover the pirates. They have to get through the taunt, and then it puts them in your hand. Yeah, they cost 1, but I don't know. Maybe you can play this in like the pirate questline deck, but also it still just feels slow.
Pirate questline goes pretty fast still.
Right. Yeah, this just still feels too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought this was really, really good at first, and now I think it's actually not very good at all. It's just weird. Like you exactly what you said. It's so slow. You have to do jump through so many hoops just to get your pirates in hand. And like if you miss Mr. Smite off your 3 pirates and you don't have it in hand, it's just like, what is even the point of doing this?
Yeah, for sure.
I'll give it 2.
That's what I gave it to. Yeah. Like,
yeah, it makes sense.
Smite is what would make this card great, right? And so if you miss it off of the discover effects or you don't have it, then it's kind of like,
you don't have it in your hand. Yeah. Like part of me just thinks that I just don't want to run it because I don't even want to play it because I'd rather have less. I guess it's just another chance that hits Smite, so there's like a possibility you just run it. I don't know. But I'm also gonna give it a 2. That feels a bit optimistic for me. Like I kind of thought about just giving it a 1, like just because of the slowness of the card. But who knows? I might don't know how fast or so the meta is actually gonna be. So we'll see. Yeah, looks like all of Warrior.
Yep, that is it. You guys want me to just read through the neutrals? We'll start blitzing through them, or
I'll do the neutral since you just read.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's going to be really difficult for me to be flipping through all this stuff, so I might try and do some other way to keep track of it on the spreadsheet. First one we have Helmet Hermit. It's a 1 mana. It's a 4/3, and it cannot attack. This feels like something that this seems like something that you would want to run in in like Silence Priest essentially, but I'm not a big Silence Priest believer. So I don't know. I guess I'd probably just give it a 1.
Yeah, I'm wanting this. I don't think it's playable. Bad. Next.
Dragon
Yeah.
Rider.
Yeah. Maybe this goes in some sort of Silence Priest type of thing. Maybe you know, if that's a thing. So I'll give it a 2. I'll give it a 2.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, that's 2 1s. 2 1s and a 2. So me and Neji's adds up to your rating. All right. Next one we have Mothership, 6 mana, 5/4. It is a mech. It has rush and it's a death rattle. Summon 2 random mechs that cost 3 or less. It costs a lot of mana. I don't know. It feels like something that maybe you want to run in Mech Mage, or I guess if you think Mech Paladin is going to work in Mech Paladin. But I don't. I definitely think it's a 2. It's probably a 2 or a 3, and I want to lean 2.
I'm feeling a 2 on this one. I don't think it's completely unplayable, but it's
No.
quite slow.
Yeah.
And the effects, it's okay.
Yeah.
If you need some more mechs, sure.
Yeah.
2 for me as well. It's solid enough. Death Rattle is pretty good. Maybe you can resummon it or get some other effects that combo with Death Rattle stuff. Not bad. Impacts the board right away.
Yeah, for sure. It's a rush card, so it's not terrible. Next, all right. So next one we have Murkwater Scribe. It's a 2 mana 3/2. It's a Naga battle cry. The next spell you play costs 1 less. Which because it says not this turn, it can go on to multiple turns. 2 mana 2/3. I think this is this can see play in the Naga Mage deck. I think making it's a battle cry, right? So it's pretty solid as is. It's aggressively statted versus being defensively statted. It seems pretty okay. I think I'm gonna give this one a 3.
I'm gonna give it a 4. I think this probably goes in multiple Naga decks. Like if you want to play it in that Naga Mage, you probably put this into Naga Hunter, maybe even Priest if they're trying to do like Naga stuff. Or they already have a lot of discounts, but I think this can fit into a lot of places. And like you said, the fact that it's not just discounting a spell for the specific turn is great.
Yep, I agree for the exact same reasons. Giving it a 4.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay. So next card is Naval Mine. 2 mana, 0 attack, 2 health. Death Rattle, deal 4 damage to the enemy hero. It's a mech. So I guess it would be a card that you could play in Mech Mage. It's interesting, but it's a Death Rattle. I'm not so sure I like it. Like I don't know if it's a 1 or a 2. That makes me sad.
I'm gonna give it a 4.
Oh really? Because it's a mech card?
Because it's an owl. You played an owl lock. You just cut owl from your deck, and you play a 2 mana owl that does 4 to the enemy hero guaranteed every time.
Oh my god! Holy shit! You're right. No! Oh my god! That's crazy.
I mean, we do lose Backfire. We still have Rod. We still have Tamsin Hero. We still have Life Tap. We still have Card Draw. We lost School Spirits, but we have like Hellfire. There's still ways to do the combo. We just have to shift some cards around, and I think that could be pretty good. And because this is literally the thing that enables the deck, I'll label as key support and give it a 4. Otherwise, I'd give it a 1. I don't think it would be that very good.
Gosh, I'm so glad that you mentioned that because I would never have seen that as an owl.
Yeah, it's nice.
I will also same thing 4.
Okay.
Nice. Never thought I'd be giving this card a 4.
Oh yeah. I mean, looking at
I
it, you're
didn't
like,
either. I looked at this. I said, "This is a
1, 2,
1 or a 4," and then Neji's
Yeah.
like, "Wait
Very
a minute."
reasonable fish. Like I would have looked at this and be like, yeah, insta 1. What is this?
But Neji's like, "Wait, new owl pog. It's 2 mana. I don't have to wait till turn 7 to play this." Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. All right. Next one we have Gorlock Ravager, which is a 5 mana 4/3. It is a Murloc, and its battle cry is you draw 3 Murlocs. So this is a solid. It's like a solid support Murloc card, but it costs so much mana. Like by the way that Warlock has tended to end up is if you aren't really necessarily winning by like turn 5, the game's probably over. That's the sad reality of a deck that just wants to flood like that just board floods. Like I feel like this is slow because it's 5 mana. It's still I guess I'll give it a 2 because maybe it's just barely not too slow, and it does refill your hand. So yeah.
I see this more as like less of a like draw 3 Murlocs and more of like a tutor specific Murloc type of card where you can draw like you could maybe draw like Finley if that's really important for your deck, or you could draw Mutinous or Gigafin, for example.
Oh yeah, see, I didn't. Yeah.
It doesn't have to just be like aggressive Murlocs.
Okay.
So I think there could be somewhere you run this. I'm between like a 2 and a 3. I'll give it a 3 because maybe there's Murloc decks as well that are just want this, so that'll boost it up a bit to a 3. I'll give it a 3.
It's like
I'd put it as a 2, but I could see that as well.
Yeah. Boy, my glad Flurgle Talks isn't in. Isn't in standard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flurgle is, right?
Oh, you're right. Okay, Firemancer Flurgle is, but Toxfin isn't. Yeah. Okay. Next one. We have Puffer.
Yeah.
Puffer Fist. I wanted to make sure it wasn't Puffer Fist versus Puffer Fist. 3 mana, 3/4. It is a pirate. After your hero attacks, deal 1 damage to all enemies. This card feels like Pirate Rogue to me, and it's got essentially it's got half of a consecration when you attack, and that deck is going to want to attack. So I guess it's probably a 4 because it's decently statted and it has decent and it deals damage. It's an AoE on top of it when you attack. I think it's a 3 or a 4.
I put this as a 4. I think this card is crazy, especially in Pirate really Rogue.
Strong. Yeah,
that's good.
And you could maybe even play it. Like it feels like you could put this in Warrior as well because you will be able to be drawing a weapon. So yeah.
Yep, I'm giving it a 4. Good in Rogue, probably good in Warrior, Warrior, maybe Demon Hunter. You have 1 mana hero power, AoE. You're losing Imawara, so
yeah, you're right. Yeah, with Imawara
could be maybe might be some copium on that one, but
maybe I don't know.
I'll for it. Seems quite good.
Even odd DH copium. You do 2 damage with your hero power. Yup. Okay. Oh, wait, I think Dragon Rider also gave it a 4, I think.
Yep.
From what I heard. Next one up is Rainbow Glowscale. 2 mana, 2/3. It is a Naga, and it has spell damage +1. The studies cards are all going away. So I would really like to, this is kind of an interesting card if like Primordial Studies wasn't going away. Otherwise, I don't know. Like
it's just a Kobold Geomancer Naga, basically.
Yeah.
Which sometimes we might want actually, like maybe in the Mage deck. Like if you start your chain off with this, you're getting +1 spell damage on everything, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think it's awful. I'll give it a 2.
Okay, yeah. I also landed on a 2, thinking about it.
I'm going to go for a 3. Deck. I think this can fit in a couple different decks. You're probably playing it in the Mage deck, like you said. Maybe you play this in Shaman or even like
Mhm.
Naga Hunter. I think there's a couple different places
Mhm.
this fits. And it's cheap in a Naga, so pretty decent.
Mhm.
Definitely. Okay. Let's see what's next. All right. Next card is Reef Walker. It's a 3-mana, 3/2 elemental. It has Battle Cry and Death Rattle. Summon a 1/1 Piranha Swarmer.
I am not in on this one.
This just feels like yeah, it gives a Swarmer. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna want it, and maybe I'm wrong. It does have elemental tag, so maybe it has some synergies in Shaman, but
It's not awful. It's kind of awful.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm also getting tired, so
I'm giving it
Maybe.
a 2.
okay.
Next.
Sounds good. Next card. Sea Scout Operator. 3-mana 2/4. Battle Cry. You control a mech. Summon 2/1 Mecha Fish, which is a 1-mana 2/1 mech. This feels like it's probably not half bad in a mech mage, because gives you more. It's kind of like it's a payoff. It's a bit of like an early payoff card. And you're summoning a ton of stats on for the cost. It feels like. So I think I'm gonna give it a 3, because I think I think this will work just nicely at mech mage.
I agree for the same reasons. 3.
I'm giving it a 1. I just don't like
Rip.
it.
Rip.
Oof. I mean, sure, maybe in that I could see going up to a 2, but like, whatever. All right,
right.
We'll say 2. Okay.
Let's go.
Dang. All right. Next up, we have Security Automaton. 2-mana 1/3. It has mech tag. After you summon a mech, gain +1/+1. This is definitely a support card going in, like mech mage, for sure. Maybe even mech. I guess mech paladin maybe, but even then, I don't trust mech paladin. I trust mech mage a little more than I trust that. It's so weird. Like this, I might just give it a 2. Like I feel like it's might not be super strong. You have to do it, and then you have to pop off with a bunch of mechs. So it feels kind of weird. Like in 2-mana 1/3s
yeah.
aren't amazingly statted. Like if it was a 2-mana 1/4, I'd be more like, oh yeah, that makes more sense. It's a 1/4. It's not easily removed right away.
1.
I'm giving it a 2. It's just mech density, and I don't think it's that bad. I just I'm not a big believer in the mechs.
Gotcha. All right. Next up, we have Selfish Shellfish. This card has been referenced at least a couple times so far throughout our talking, and the Shellfish is a 4-mana 7/7. It's a beast. It has Death Rattle. Your opponent draws 2 cards. I like that they gave it at least some form of a downside to play a 4-mana 7/7, because if your opponent can remove it, they get rewarded with 2 cards. I don't know how easy a 4-mana 7/7 is going to be to remove. And if you're playing this in Priest and you silence it, then you just have a 4-mana 7/7. And generally, you might be playing the card that deals 7 damage. I think Shellfish. Like I don't know how good it is. It seems like it's nutty, but then like the same time, there's feels like just enough downside to it.
That seems okay. It's a
yeah.
4-mana 7/7. I can't legally give it a 1, so I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say
option.
it's a 2. I think it's a 2.
Maybe somebody finds something good with it. I'm not a huge believer right now, but you never know.
Yeah.
I think I rated this a 4. Let me double check.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, 4.
I'm believer.
All right.
I love it.
I'm
Let's
playing
go.
this. I'm playing this in my Death Rattle Beast Hunter, and I'm pulling this off of the bottom with that harpoon gun, and it costs 2.
Not bad.
And then I'm playing this, and they have to deal with a 7/7. But yeah, I talked about it earlier too. There's I saw people doing that in like the spell or the silence priest. Play the spell to like silence it and get a copy, and yeah, so I can see it there too. I mean, 4 mana 7/7, it's back, but it's got a beast tag, so I think that actually makes it better.
Ooh, somebody in chat just made me put this up to a 3.
Oh,
I did not think of pulling this off of the 3/3 Death Rattle Demon Hunter card and getting a 7/7. It's kind of insane.
yeah. You pull it
Quill
off
boar.
pet collector.
No, Demon Hunter.
Demon Hunter.
The 3/3 Quill boar that
Quill
pulls Death
boar, oh
Rattles
my
from
god.
your-
Yeah. DRDH, wow. But is DRDH gonna be that good? I guess you play this card, so it might be good. Sure. All right, so let's move on to our next one. Gotta scroll up here. We've got Click Clocker. 1 mana, 1/1 mech, Divine Shield, and it has a battle cry. Give a random mech in your hand +1/+1. I like this little guy. It's got cute art, and it has a decent effect. It's a 1 mana. It's like an Argent. It's like an Argent Squire, but it has upside. I think I'm gonna give it a. Ooh, it's tough. It's between a 2 and a 3 for me because I think this is the type of card that Mech Mage would really like. Just because you're gonna be keeping lower cost mechs and you want to get on the board with strong statted stuff early, and so having I think this type of hand buff is pretty good. So I think I'm gonna end up giving it a 3. I'm a little, but know that I am a bit higher on mechs than others.
This is a 1 for me.
Oh. I
1.
think this is good mech support. I'm giving it a 3. I don't mind it. I think you do want a 1-drop mech, and I think this is actually fairly good.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have Treasure Guard. 3 mana, 1/5. It's a Naga. It has Taunt and Death Rattle is draw a card. I feel like I want to, I just don't want to get too baited by the fact that it's Death Rattle, draw a card. Because it is 3 mana.
I think it's quite bad, and I'm going to give it a 1.
Yeah.
1.
All right. Makes sense.
Tar Creeper in the core set, I'll play that over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tar Creeper. Okay, Tar Creeper and Corset. Yeah. I do remember that. I love Tar Creeper, and I don't think this is that great. Okay. Let's look at our next one. Oh, we gotta go all the way up to the rares because we've got Twin Twin, which is great, which is a hard name to say, but
True.
we've got 3 mana 2/1 Murloc. It's a rusher, and the battle cry is summon a copy. So you're summoning 4/2 worth of bodies. It's decent Murloc. It's a pretty decent Murloc for sure. And it does something when you play it. So I think it's a 2 because it's just a Murloc card, so it will go in Murloc decks. But there could be a world in which this gets played outside of a Murloc deck, just because of the fact that it's a rusher and it has a decent battle cry.
Yeah.
A 2 for
It's
me.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give
pretty
it a
decent.
2. I don't think it's unplayable. Also interesting and wild, this might replace Serenite Changang and like Shutterwalk Shaman as the
Yeah,
same tech and cost
cheap.
3.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Yeah.
It
And
does
Rush
something.
is more proactive than Taunts for 4, so
Yeah.
maybe it killed that card. Unlucky.
Nope. For Shutterwalk. Ugh. All right. Next card, we have Vicious Slither Spear. It's a 1 mana 1/3. It is a Naga, and after you cast a spell, gain +1 attack until your next turn. It feels like it's a 1 mana 1/3, so it has that good stat line. But I feel like for this to work, it feels like too much circumstances really have to happen for it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a world in which this gets played and it's pretty solid. I kind of just.
I think it's very good. I think
Oh,
you don't need like much attack to make it good. It's just a 1-mana 1/3, and especially the fact that it says Naga on it. A lot of decks just want cheap Nagas. Like in Naga Mage, having a 1-mana Naga essentially refreshes. Well, doesn't refresh 3, but it refreshes 2, and you don't have to pay 2 to refresh. So you're gaining a mana crystal there.
okay.
And just in other Naga decks, it's just a 1-drop Naga. Where if you need to play Naga before you do something, just very nice. And just
Gotcha.
casting like any spell puts
Yeah,
up to a
you're
2/3
right.
per
This
turn, you
is
can
more.
value trade. I'm giving it a 4.
Okay.
I'm giving it a 3. I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, cheap Naga is definitely going to be something that people want. And
telling me that it helps with the combo. I think I'm gonna go with a 4 based off that.
I mean,
You're right.
even putting
It's so
this in
tough
like
to-
an aggressive deck, like not even necessarily leaning into Nagas either, like putting this
Yeah.
in just something that wants the 1/3 body early is also going to
Mhm.
be good. And Face Hunter or like even a druid, an
Mhm.
aggressive druid.
Mhm.
This isn't bad to like Doggy Biscuit, for example.
Hmm.
Oh,
okay.
gotcha. Makes
We're
sense.
losing a bunch of 1-drops in that deck, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe the C plays and maybe C's playing.
I think it's good.
Yeah. Okay. Next card we've got Barbaric Sorceress, 6 mana, 3/7. It's a Naga. Taunt and Battle Cry. Swap the cost of a random spell in each player's hand. This card seems pretty bad because I don't like the effect.
I'll give it a 2. I think it's specifically maybe playable in Big Spell Mage because most spells cost much less than the ones that you have in your hand. So you could play this, taunt up, and maybe get like a really cheap Drake Fire Amulet or something like that, cheap box, and then tax your opponent. I think it's actually not that bad in Big Spell Mage, so I'll give it a 2.
I don't trust Big Spell Mage that much, but I'll go with it.
I think
I'm
Big Spell
still
Mage is
leaning
gonna
out
be
on
much
one.
better.
But we'll see. Maybe it's like fringe, like a tech kind of card too.
Yeah, makes sense.
So maybe a 2 is
I think
alright.
it's very fringe, but
Gotcha.
Maybe this is one we see like pop up later. There's like a really popular card.
For sure. Okay. Next card is Ajaran Sentinel. 5 mana, 5/6. Taunt and it has Death Rattle. Put a Sunken Sentinel on the bottom of your deck. And a Sunken Sentinel 5 mana 5 that has Divine Shield, Taunt, and Lifesteal. So, it's pretty decent, but it feels like a lot to get it because you have to play this. It has to die, even though it has Taunt. It's like, which means eventually it will die, but it might not die, or it might not die very fast, and then it might even mess up some decks dredge pools, like for specific things. I don't know.
I don't think it's bad. I'm giving it a 1.
Yeah, makes sense.
Too slow.
I gave it a 2, and maybe like maybe there's potential for it, but yeah, it might even just be a 1.
Yeah, makes sense.
I remember somebody in one of the reviews I was doing briefly rated this very highly. Can't remember who. Somebody that was really good too. Maybe I'll think of it.
Gotcha. All right. So we have our first legendary card of the neutrals here. We have Innie Stormcoil. It's a 5 mana 4/4 with Battle Cry. Choose a friendly mech. Summon a copy of it with Rush, Wind Fury, and Divine Shield. Seems pretty powerful for a mech mage. It's difficult to think of what I'd exactly want to target with it, but I mean, giving something Rush, Wind Fury, and Divine Shields with a copy of it, because you get to keep the original one, which means that copy might even be able to attack face. It's good because Rush, Wind Fury, Divine Shield just helps with board clearing. for sure. Makes it so you don't have to use all of your board for it sometimes.
Feels very, very win more, and I'm not a huge fan of win more cards. So I'm giving it a 2. I don't think it's unplayable, but
Gotcha.
seems very slow. Okay, maybe not slow. Might not be the right word, because if it works, it's not slow, but like it's just straight up bad. It's just bad if you can't stick a mech. So I'll give it 2.
Yeah, I just went for a 3 because I think it still is pretty good. I think this would be a lot better if it was just choose a mech. Then that would be like really great, but because it means you have to have that on the board, then like okay, a little slow.
I can see it. I also gave it a 3. All right. Next card up, we have Smothering Starfish. It's a 3 mana, 2/4, has the beast tag, and its battle cry is silence all other minions. So it's showstopper, but a battle cry.
I think this is just a 3 straight up, and
it's solid.
To say about it.
Yeah, it's a solid card. I like it.
It's pretty good. You can slot this into some decks. Really good against free shaman stuff. Good against colossals. Good to get through taunts. There's a lot of use cases for it. Obviously, it silences your stuff, but oftentimes you don't really care unless you're playing like a buff deck with Divine Shields or something.
This feels like a good card for like warrior, for like control warriors, and depending on the meta, something, because like control warrior doesn't play a lot of minions. You can just drop it and silence everything. Yeah, something like that.
Could be if there's a bunch of sticky stuff in the meta.
Yeah, for sure.
Two. I rated this 2.
Fair.
Yeah, fair. All right. Next card is School Teacher. It's a 4 mana 5/4 Naga tribe. Battle cry, add a 1/1 Nagaling to your hand, and then you discover a spell that costs 3 or less to teach it. The token is a Naga you can target if the spell is targeted. Okay, so if you discover a spell that's 3 or less that's targeted, you can actually target with it. So if this is there was a card that did this before, and I forget the name of it. It was a Shaman
Swamp Queen
card. Hagatha, yeah, Swamp Queen Hagatha. You would teach 2 spells to a 5 mana card.
I think this is very flexible. I think it's very good in Naga Mage because you can get a 1 mana Naga set up for your combo.
Yeah.
And like the 1 mana Naga is going to be really good. So yeah, I think it's flexible. I think a few decks could run this. Like this is a very good Reno deck type of card.
I agree.
I'll give it a 3. I think it's pretty playable.
That's what I have it as well. Like it is, and
I got it there.
It's neutral, so you could play it in a couple different classes. Maybe you can put it in like a Naga Hunter or something, but no, I mean, even if you just need like cheap things, or maybe a priest deck that's running Naga stuff. Again, I don't know if that's really in there, but yeah, the concept seems really cool, and you get more of an upside than just the 1/1. So like, this is way better to me than the piranhas.
Teacher Nagaling aimed shot. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next card. Naga Giant. 20 mana. It's an 8/8 like all giants are. It's obviously a Naga. And then it costs 1 less for each mana you spent on spells this game. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be good now, but I know one day this card's going to be really good.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah, because there's not, obviously the spell pool is smaller. I will say that Paladin having a 7 mana spell that you want to run makes this feel like maybe you want to run this in Paladin potentially, but even then I don't know for sure. Yeah, I think for now, like I don't know what to do for now. I know later on I feel like this card's gonna because I feel like giants tend to get better as you get more cards. Unless they're flesh giant, then they're just nutty regardless.
That one did in fact get nerfed twice.
Yes, flesh giant got nerfed twice. There's been a bunch of giants that have been like molten giant. They can never decide what molten giant's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think I want to give this a 2 because there's probably going to be something that comes up and makes this like pretty strong.
I'm down for it too.
Yeah, I mean, even in like Naga Mage, like this is probably something you want to run in Naga Mage because this is going to cost a lot less by the end of the game. Like,
maybe it kind of blocks your hand a bit though.
Yeah,
you want your hand to be very cheap so you can just dump it all.
Definitely,
but maybe
not
the worst idea for sure.
Cool. All right, next card is going to be Gangplank Diver. It's a 5-mana 6/4 pirate. It has dormant for 1 turn, and then it has rush and immune while attacking. What?
I think the only case for this is you play this, and then the next turn you play Mr. Smite, and it can have charge.
Wow.
And you like set up for a smite, basically.
Yeah, so
and that's the only case I can see.
Seems like the definition of either a 1 or a 2, I guess. I don't know, like with the fact that Pirate Rogue is a thing and like Questline Pirate Warrior, like I don't know, maybe it's got
I
something.
considered those, but just the fact that it's dormant, like you don't really want to try to play this with Smite because you're going to play it and then it's going to be dormant. So
no, you play it on 5 and you play Smite on 6 when it awakens.
Yeah, you would always play this the turn before Smite because you don't have to pay mana for it the turn you want to charge, is what I mean.
I'm not super impressed.
I'm gonna give
maybe
it
a 2 at best.
Gonna give it a 2 for that singular purpose, but otherwise I'm not a big fan.
I'm just gonna stick with my 1.
And I mean this dilutes the pool for what's her face.
For Hook Tusk, yeah.
No, well, I mean partially for Hook Tusk, but also for Juggernaut pool too.
Oh yeah.
Wait, really? This seems pretty good off Juggernaut, right?
Oh really? It would just be you come out dormant though, and then you just get rid.
6/4. It's better than most little tiny parts. I think this is actually a high roll off Juggernaut.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, next one. All right, we've got where is this? Slime Scale Diver? I don't see this on my I don't see it on my list. Oh. Yeah, Slime Scale Diver. I don't see it on the sheet for some reason.
Oh, is it not on there?
I don't see it.
I'm not seeing it either.
Yeah, they missed it. It's fine. It's trash.
3 mana, 2/4 dormant for 1 turn. Rush poisonous. Feels like a 1. Yep. I mean, maybe it's probably a 2 because it might be a 2, but I still think like it's not a proactive Murloc. It's dormant for a turn. I don't like it too much. But yeah, they missed it on our sheet.
Arena card.
But it's a 1. Yeah, arena card for sure. Okay. So next card is Pelican Diver. 1 mana 4/1. It has dormant for 1 turn and it has rush.
Nope. 1.
Nope. Yeah, it's a
giving it the optimistic 2.
Okay.
Good with Noble Mount Copium. That's the only thing I can think of, at least.
Yeah. All right.
At least it lives and you guarantee a Noble Mount. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, you could put it in Hunter, like Doggy Biscuit or Ramming Mount.
Yeah, it's just so bad when you draw it later. That's not in turn 1. It's the only problem.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
But yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Turn 1, it could be good.
Okay. So next card on the docket is Queen Ajara. 5 mana 5/5 legendary with the Naga tribe. Battle Cry. If you cast 3 spells while holding this, choose an ancient relic. And so there are 4 ancient relics. There is Ring of Tides, which it looks like, I guess it's a passive type thing. After you cast a spell, this becomes a copy of it that costs 1. So I guess it's like, it just sits in your hand, and it's a transformative card, transformation card. Then we have a weapon. It's called Zolotath. 2 mana, 0 attack, 5 durability. After you cast a spell, deal 2 damage to the enemy hero and lose 1 durability. And we have Horn of Ancients, which is 3 mana. Add a random colossal minion to your hand. It costs 1. And then the last one is a Tidestone of Golganath. 1 mana. Shuffle 5 random spells into your deck. Set their cost to 1, and you draw 2 cards. So they're pretty powerful things. Some more powerful than the other, but you'll get to choose between one of those 4. I don't know. Like this, I guess this is a payoff. This definitely feels like a bit of a payoff card for Naga decks. Like it's pretty powerful. At least it costs 5 mana, so like you're probably not playing it on your 5 mana turn. But maybe you are. I don't know. I would say it's probably a 2 or a 3. It's pretty powerful, but I'm not sure exactly, besides maybe Naga Mage, where it wants to be. Naga Mage, I guess Naga Hunter, another thing.
I'm going to give this a 3. I think this is one where the Naga tag isn't as relevant. Like, you could play it in some other stuff, but I think you could put it in more decks that don't even care about it being a Naga if you're just playing spells. But the downside, again, that we've talked about with other cards is that it has to be in your hand. So that's the drawback, and you can't have multiple copies of this in your deck. So it makes it a little bit harder to actually make sure that you're going to have it in hand while you play the spells. So it might be a little too slow.
I think it's pretty good. I agreed. I don't really care much that it has the Naga tag. I think it's just a good card. It has flexible effects. If you have a good spell you want to copy it. If you just want some tempo, make a Colossal. If you want burn, pick the weapon. And if you just want some lunacy, then you pick the other. And lunacy is not bad. So
no, lunacy was very good. In fact, it did get nerfed by 2 mana.
I'll give this a 4.
And still,
and almost powerful.
And it was still borderline seeing play. Yeah.
4.
Okay. Sounds good. Next card on the docket, Slithering Deathscale. 7 mana, 5/9. Also with the Naga tribe. Battle Cry. If you've cast 3 spells while holding this, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Oh. I mean, it does go face, but it's 7 mana. It's a bit slow. I don't know. I don't like this card so much.
That's a 1 for me.
But maybe if it costed less and it had this effect, it'd be cool. But it just got so much. Oh, it's got a lot of hoops to go through.
I am wanting this for sure. This is pretty bad.
Yeah. Makes sense. I am also giving it a 1. And we can go to our next card. We've got not that many left to do. We have a Crush Claw Enforcer. 3 mana, 3/4. Naga tag. Battle Cry. If you've cast a spell while holding this, draw a Naga. Seems pretty okay. It's something you could probably run in. Definitely something that you'll be able to run in like a Naga Hunter. Maybe you also run this in a Naga Mage deck because it can keep the cycle going. Potentially, definitely. I think this card's pretty solid. I want to give it a 3.
That's what I'm going to give it to.
Give it a 2. I don't think it's that good, but maybe there's a specific Naga you really need for some reason.
Yeah, maybe.
Otherwise, I think it's a little sus.
Gotcha. I mean, maybe it's just a spider tank in disguise. Who knows?
kind of what I'm thinking.
Gotcha. All right. Next one, we've got Baby Naga.
Baba.
4 mana.
Baba Naga.
Baba Naga, not Baby Naga. Baba Naga.
I wish it was Baby Naga.
Mhm.
That would be
And it was just
great.
a Baby Naga art.
That would be great. That would be the 0 mana 1/1 card of the
Yep.
Nagas. 4 mana 4/4 Naga tribe. It has the battle cry. If you've cast a spell while holding this, deal 3 damage.
Nope. 1.
Nah. If it did 4 damage.
3 is so little for
3
4.
is so little damage.
And it has a recondition. No shock.
Yeah.
Give it a 2. I think there's a chance, but
There's a shot.
there's a
Mhm.
yeah. There's a chance.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I can respect it. Next one, we have Excavation Specialist. 4 mana 3/6. No minion type. Battle Cry Dredge, and then you reduce the dredge cards. The card that you dredge, you reduce its cost by 1.
Not doing it for me.
Seems like an
Giving it a
arena.
1.
Seems like a good arena card, but
Mhm.
but not a good card to play in constructed necessarily. I give it a 1.
Gave it a 2 because I think this might be one of those neutral support cards that like maybe you want to play. It's like this and the 2 cost for dredge.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. That's literally the last card on the list somehow. Next up we have Piranha Swarmer, the base card itself. It's a 1 mana 1/1 with Rush. After you summon a Piranha Swarmer, gain +1 attack. And I guess I don't know exactly who did this, but each one is a different color. Is the notes on it?
Yep, it's random.
Yeah, like I guess as a whole, like as a singular card, like it just doesn't do it. It just feels like it's not great.
Bad.
Like,
1.
Yeah, it's a 1 mana, and it's a 1 mana card.
1 for me.
I don't know.
1 mana 1/1 is not good.
Not good. Yeah. All right. Next card up, we have Amalgam of the Deep, which is, I believe, the last of the epics that we have to go through. It's a 2 mana, 2/3. It's an amalgam, so it has every single minion type. Battle Cry, choose a friendly minion, discover a minion of the same minion type. So it's kind of like it got an interesting effect. It helps you like discover a minion of whatever type of deck you're trying to play. So if you're on a mech deck, if you're running mechs, you can just discover another mech. If you're running obviously Nagas and so on and so forth. I'm not super sold on it. Maybe it's like a 2 because maybe there's a deck that really wants to run this card. But even then, like it might be. It seems like it could be pretty okay. That's why I don't want to rate it a 1.
I think this is one of the best cards of the set. I'm giving it a 5.
Oh, really?
I think it fits with just so many things. So much value. You can play with any tribal deck. I think it's very, very strong. There's a lot of good things you can discover.
Flexible.
Like the pool is so small, it's very likely you find colossal minions. Yeah, I think it's just extremely strong. I'm giving it a 5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give this a 4. I think this is one that like when I first looked at it, I was like, this is like a 1. maybe 2, and then kind of like the opposite of what happened in Nigeria. Like the more I look at it, every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, that's okay, that's a 3. Wait, now it's a 4. Like it just keeps going up. I'm like, yeah. I think especially in the 4 set meta, where you're gonna be looking to fill in a couple spots, like this can just go wherever you need it. And if you end up having like a need for some other type, then you can still use it. Like it's so flexible.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those like it doesn't look flashy, but it's really powerful.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I think
sold
it's
me on
nuts.
it. I don't necessarily want to call it a 5, but I'll call it a 4.
You definitely have sold me on the card being better than I see it at first glance. Because I bet if I had seen this card right away and then had kept looking and had kept thinking about it, I probably would have come up with that same type of thought process. All right, we have exactly 4 cards, and one of them we've already been able to play with. So let's go with our first legendary. With the left, we have Sir Finley, Sea Guide, a 1-mana 1/3. It's a Murloc. Murloc tribe. Battle cry. Swap your hands with the bottom of your deck. So I'm guessing that you draw the bottom 5. I guess it's 4 or 5 cards of your deck. With
Or
Sir
just swaps
Finley.
with how many cards are in your hand.
Oh, okay. So how many
So
cards
if
in
you
your
have,
hand? You
if
just
you
draw
have
that.
3 in hand, you get 3 from the bottom.
Okay. Cool. It's interesting.
It's like a mass dredge effect, basically.
Yeah, it's a mass dredge. It's neat, and
So
that
I'm
means
not
you
sure
know.
how many decks want it.
Yeah, I kind of just want to rate it a 2 because I'm just unsure of what decks are gonna want it, and it feels like it's something that's. It feels like it's something that could almost end up just not being that great, but it seems kind of fringe and techy.
I think this is the most overrated card of the set. Pretty much everyone I've seen is just like, yeah, this card's nuts. You put in so many decks, and I think it's like a 1-mana plot twist most of the time. It's just not very good.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see a few maybe fringe cases where it could be useful, so I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I'm kind of on that same path too. Like, it does seem really powerful, but I don't know how many decks actually keep it. This might be one that people really put into a lot of decks at the beginning and then start taking it out, especially after once we get the mini set and more expansion. I think this just start to get worse and more fringy,
Mhm.
but I'm just gonna say it's a
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, very good
Gotcha.
point. It's like the
Mhm.
card that you put in your deck, and then you're like, this isn't that good, and then you
Yeah.
take it out.
Then
Mhm.
you realize it's like the 30th, and you're like,
Yep. 31st, get me out.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, a couple other points too. Yeah, someone's asking. It doesn't say shuffle, and also I did see during the theory craft. By the way, this does not work with the weapon in Warlock because
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's a swap, so you're not actually even drawing the cards either. So any
Yep.
draw effects don't happen. Like like discount from your weapon for drawing cards and stuff. Nope, because you don't actually draw them. I don't know.
It's like
Yeah,
Secret
it's
Passage. If
pretty
you draw
dumb.
like
Yeah.
cast when drawn cards from it, you don't actually draw them. They just stay in your hand.
So I think
Which is the
because
same
of
with
like
this.
which I think makes this a little worse.
Otherwise, this would just like insta DH quest proc or something,
Yeah.
or like insta rod proc.
Mhm. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, all good notes to make. We have next card, Ambassador Phelan. 4 mana, 4/5. It is a legendary card. Battle cry. Put 3 colossal minions on the bottom of your deck. So it just puts 3 random colossals in your deck. It's definitely like Envoy Rustwick's vibes. For sure.
Yeah.
And
But you can actually
Rustwick's,
tutor them with dredge.
yeah, you can tutor them with dredge.
So I think it's slightly better, which is why I'm giving it a 1. A 2 instead of like a 1, which I would give
Yeah.
Rustwicks.
Yeah.
Same. The 2.
For sure. All right. Got 2 cards left. We got Blade Master Okani. We've already been able to play with this card. It was the legendary that every single person got from this expansion. 4 mana, 2/6. Battle cry. You secretly choose to counter the next minion or spell that your opponent plays while this is alive. And we have seen this card played. I think this is probably one of the best, one of the best, if not the best card we've gotten early for any of the any expansion. I think this card, because we've already seen it played. We've seen this card played in refined decks, so I'm pretty sure this will see some decent play in the upcoming 4-set meta. Not sure if it's considered more of a tech card or like a 3. So I would lean between 2 and 3 for Okani.
I think it's so good. I'll give it a 4.
Yeah. Okay.
I think when I
It-
first saw it, it was a 2. After playing it some, it's gone to a 3, and I'm gonna keep it as a 3. But yeah, it is pretty decent for sure.
Yeah, like the last ones we've gotten have been like pretty bad. Like I think Vandar was the early one for
I mean, we got
Ultra?
Drekthar the last set.
Oh, it was
so-
Drekthar. Yeah. Okay. Yo,
And
Drekthar was
Vandar.
nuts.
You got to pick.
Oh yeah, you picked early. Yeah, and I picked Vandar because I was silly. Didn't get my golden Drekthar until late in the set because of it. Yeah.
Last card.
Last card. Tuskar Trawler. It's a 2-mana 2/3 pirate, has Battlecry Dredge. It's solid. Like you want to play this in Questline Pirate Warrior, and you want to play this in Questline Warrior. You want to play this in Pirate Rogue. It's solid.
Yeah, I agree.
I
give it a 3.
3. Yeah.
This is definitely the best neutral dredge. This is 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not bad at all.
Hell yeah. That's it. Every neutral. Every single card in the set reviewed.
Get it.
Nice.